After a long, dark winter, spring arrived. When I opened my windows that morning and saw the cloudless blue sky, I knew the warmer season I craved had arrived. Instead of wearing a sweater and jeans, I opted for a springtime dress. It was a little premature for that, but I didn't care. I left my apartment and drove down the quiet streets to my father's home, a large estate that took up an entire corner of the block. It was one of the few properties that had spacious outdoor terraces, shielded by high gates with fine greenery. I pulled up to the gate, and the guards let me pass without a single glance. It was the place where I'd grown up. The historic Duomo in sight, the markets just blocks away, the streets heavy with the past that was still a part of our present. I walked by the large fountain in the center of the courtyard, the shadows long across the ground because the sun was already setting, when it had only risen to its full height hours ago. I entered the house, finding my father sitting in the parlor, comfortable couches across rugs, an enormous hearth against one wall that was already lit. He sat at one of the small tables, wearing a navy blue suit with a shiny watch on his wrist. He was on his phone, his thumbs typing against the screen like he was writing an email. On the surface, it was a relaxing scene. But his men lingered in opposite corners of the room, blending into the gray wallpapered walls and the artwork that hung there, always hovering over the man they served. He must have heard the sound of my heels on the hardwood, because he immediately slipped his phone into the inside pocket of his jacket and stood up to greet me, a nice smile on his face, a dimple in each cheek. Whenever he saw me, he had this brilliance in his eyes, this unspoken affection that he reserved for only me. "Sweetheart." He circled his arms around me and hugged me hard before pressing a kiss on my forehead. "You look lovely." He pulled out the chair for me like he always did. I sat at the table on his right and hung my purse over the back of the chair. "Thank you. I like your suit." He looked down at himself as he brushed away a non-existent piece of dust. "I can't take credit for any of this. If Hannah didn't dress me, I'd probably be in sweatpants." He grinned as he smoothed out his jacket. Hannah was his assistant, but I wondered if she was more than that. He kept his personal life a secret from me. I'd never met one of his lovers, and he never acknowledged if he ever had a girlfriend. I was a grown woman, but he still hid that part of his life from me. My father was fit and very good-looking, having become a father when he was very young, so he was still young now that I was an adult. My friends always told me how hot they thought he was, which disgusted me. "Ramon." My father didn't turn his head to address him. "A bottle of red for the table, Bar City Vineyards." He looked at me again. "Are you hungry, sweetheart?" "Maybe for something small." He gave more orders. "A charcuterie board." His men immediately got to work and a moment later brought everything he requested and disappeared as quickly as possible once the job was done. My father poured the wine for us and took a drink. I did the same. "So how'd it go?" I reached into my purse and withdrew the ring. It was a glorious white diamond, one of the rarest in the world, flawless and whole. Historic and old, it was a one-of-a-kind piece. And I wasn't sure the owner even realized it was missing yet. My father smiled, pride in his eyes, and then took the ring to examine it himself. "Good work, sweetheart." I took another drink of the wine. He dropped the ring into the pocket that held his phone. "I'm expecting company for dinner." "Yeah?" "The new Prime Minister isn't exactly agreeable to our line of work, so he's implemented all these nonsense regulations at every border. It's becoming harder to get our product where it needs to go." "Are you going to kill him?" He took a drink as he considered the suggestion. "He has 2 young kids. I'd rather avoid that." I'd rarely seen the violent side of my father because he purposely hid it from me, but I knew he ran his operation with an iron fist. He must, because all his men ran around him like terrified rats about to get stepped on. When I was young and he'd assumed I was asleep, I'd seen him do horrifying things, stuff I would never forget. But whenever I was there, he was eloquent and soft-spoken, a permanent smile on his face, a completely different man. There's a player in the game that intrigues me. He spun his wine before he took a drink. I'm normally dismissive of ambitious young men, but he seems different. They tend to burn hot and fast and quickly turn to ash. But not this one. He's offered me a partnership because he's exempt from the regulations. What does he want in return? A cut. You never deal anyone in, no. But I can't keep killing prime ministers either. Now that the conversation was strictly business, his infectious smile was gone, and a seriousness spread across his face. I can do things the hard way, or I can do things the easy way. He considers himself a liaison between business owners like me and the forces that want to take those businesses away. I wouldn't be his only client. I looked down at my glass as I swirled it. You aren't happy about this. You always told me to avoid outside relationships as much as possible. Even with his cut, we would still be making exponentially more, because this avenue is cheaper than the alternatives. Yes, outside relationships should be avoided. But the biggest priority is cutting costs wherever we can. With him, it's 2 birds with 1 stone. I finally took a slice of baguette and spread the soft cheese over the surface. With a dab of honey and fig, it was scrumptious. If I were alone right now, I could sit there and eat the entire thing. The corner of his mouth cocked in a smile, looking at me like I was a little girl who had smeared my ice cream cone all over my face. With just a single look, he could show me how much I meant to him. That I was the light of his life, the single most important person. He's coming for dinner in an hour. I'd like you to sit in. I finished the slice of bread, then wiped my fingers on the white linen napkin. That's why you asked me to come over. Now that the business is changing, you need to be aware of it. Maybe I'll be around for 10 more years. Maybe 40. I'd like to be prepared for whenever that happens. My men respect you, and even in death, they wouldn't dare cross me because their loyalty is bone deep. You think I have what it takes? My father had an energy that I couldn't emulate. The moment he stepped in the room, everyone noticed, even when they had no idea who he was. He was admired and respected, and he always seemed to be several steps ahead of both his contemporaries and his enemies. We might have the same blood, but I wasn't sure if I inherited his intelligence and astuteness. He seemed to think I had. His eyes remained on me, and slowly the smile left his face as he turned serious. Absolutely. My father sat on the couch in front of the fire, legs crossed, as he worked on his phone. I sat on the other couch, feeling the heat of the fire on my face as I looked out the window and saw the illuminated terrace. I saw a flash of headlights, so I knew our guests had arrived. A moment later, one of the men entered the room and came to my father's side. He didn't speak, not until my father acknowledged him with a stare. My father locked his phone before he met the man's gaze. Yes? Your dinner guest has arrived. Excellent. He got to his feet and smoothed out his jacket even though there wasn't a single wrinkle. He adjusted his sleeves as well, straightening the collared shirt tucked underneath. Ready, sweetheart? I nodded before I got to my feet, slightly nervous at the prospect of such an intimate evening. I'll do all the talking. Your only job is to listen. All right. He regarded me before he came close. Or you can excuse yourself for the evening if you prefer. I'm fine. Just a bit nervous. Why? He slipped his hands into his pockets. When you talk about dying, it always makes me uncomfortable. I'm not arrogant enough to assume that will never happen. It probably won't happen, but it may. He studied me. Unless this isn't what you want. Because it's okay if it's not. No, it is. I just can't imagine running business as usual knowing you're gone. A gentle smile moved onto his lips. Let's not worry about the future when we can enjoy the present. He stepped to the side so I could pass, lifting his arm for me to move ahead. Come on. We made our way to the dining room. The back wall, a solid window that showed the garden outside. Blue hydrangeas and white flowers with beautiful greenery. Drops were on the large leaves from the drip line. The man was already there, standing at the window and admiring the garden. Dressed in all black. Black jeans and a black shirt with the sleeves pushed to his elbows. He stood with his muscular back to us. His shoulders were wide and bulky, too. He had short, dirty blonde hair, and even from the rear, his sharp jawline was prominent. When he heard us, he turned to greet us. I halted on the spot as my father continued forward. Everything seemed to stop. Time, my heartbeat, everything. Axel. My father extended his hand to shake his. Wonderful to have you for dinner. Axel was slightly taller than my father, who was already tall, and I'd inherited that height myself. But he was far more muscular, his arms stretching the fabric of his sleeves with the bulkiness. He had a strong posture, and his hard gaze softened once he greeted my father. His crystal blue eyes were confident. A handsome smile moved over his face as he shook my father's hand. Thank you for the invitation. The baritone of his voice was so distinctive, like an echo at the bottom of a well. I was supposed to emulate my father's confidence, but it left me as I stared at this man. Handsome men came and went, but Axel was in a different stratosphere. He looked like he belonged in Milan, modeling clothes and underwear for the major brands in the big window shops. He was too beautiful for a life of crime. Axel's eyes shifted to me, and that smile melted away instantly. His stare was hard and focused, as if he knew me from somewhere but couldn't place me. He was one of those people who didn't shy away from eye contact, and even though it was probably obvious how uncomfortable I was, he maintained the stare. My father looked at me, expecting me to move forward. I swallowed and feigned confidence I didn't feel. Nice to meet you, Axel. I extended my hand to take his. I'm Scarlett. He took mine and squeezed with his big fingers, the cords popping up his forearms as he gripped me. After a shake, he released me. Beautiful name. Even though my father stood right there, Axel's eyes were stuck on mine like glue. I had to break the eye contact and step away. Heat flushed through my body. And then I started to sweat despite the evening chill that now pressed against the window. My father pulled out my chair for me so I could sit beside him. I dropped into the chair and placed the linens across my lap, needing to do something to distract myself from the gorgeous man who moved to the other side of the table. He took the seat across from my father, so he wasn't directly across from me. But I wasn't spared from his intense stare. The butlers served the wine and placed a basket of fresh bread on the table. Neither man reached for it, and they immediately launched into business. It was clear Axel wasn't refined the way my father was. His posture was more relaxed, giving off, I don't give a fuck vibes. He didn't touch the wine either, like he preferred something stronger. May I ask how you pulled off these relationships? My father swirled his wine and took a drink. Through generations, Axel said. My family was well connected to the Medici family, and we've remained connected to everyone who matters ever since. Snooty aristocracy is heavy in my blood. Then why are you in this game? Axel sat with one elbow on the table, his fingers scratching his jawline as he considered what to say. It's a long story, but my family cut me off a long time ago. I forged a new path, and I chose a career that would piss them off the most. He grinned. It's been fun. definite I don't give a fuck vibes. My family classifies me as the black sheep, but they refuse to admit how corrupt everyone and everything is. It's my job to show them. My father gave a nod before he delved into the nitty-gritty of their business relationship, all the specifics of production and shipping. Dinner was served, starting with a salad, moving on to a soup, and then the main course, which was a steak with greens and potatoes. They got into the thick of it, going back and forth as they constructed the terms and conditions of this operation. My eyes were down most of the time, but I listened to every word. Whenever I lifted my gaze to look at the man across the table, I felt the heat flush through me again. Whenever that happened, his gaze shifted to me, like he knew. My eyes darted away as quickly as possible, trying to hide my stare. The wine was exchanged for scotch, and then the cigars emerged. I excused myself from both vices and stuck to my wine and the cheese board that was brought out for dessert, which both men ignored. One of my father's men entered the room, then spoke quietly into his ear. My father set the cigar in his dish before he rose to his feet. "Excuse me." Before he left the table, he pushed in the chair, and he rounded the corner with the man who had retrieved him. Now it was just the two of us. And I'd never been so uncomfortable. I wasn't shy or timid in any regard, and I could hold my own in any conversation. But the second this man walked into the room, I turned into mush. He sat back in his chair and stared at me. I drank my wine as I stared back. He released the smoke from his mouth before he set the lit cigar aside. "Is this serious, or are you just his favorite whore?" I almost choked on my wine when I heard what he said. "Excuse me?" A grin moved onto his lips. "You heard me. I'm not a whore." "You're telling me you enjoy fucking a man twice your age?" He cocked his head slightly. "When a younger, cockier, and more handsome man could make you come? I'd even pay you, if you want." The ick of what he said made me cringe. First of all, fuck you, and secondly, I'm his daughter. The grin he wore immediately disappeared from his face. "And still not a whore." His fingers brushed over his jawline as the smirk slowly returned. "My mistake." I reached for my wine again and took a sip, letting the silence wash away the tension. He spoke again. "My offer is still on the table. My father could walk back in the room any second. You think I care?" he said. "I'm sure he's aware how much men want to fuck you. All I have to do is tell my father everything that's been said, and your little deal will be off." He shrugged. "Then tell him. If I do, he'll probably kill you." He grinned. "He's welcome to try." "Wow, you're arrogant and reckless." "I try." He winked before he grabbed the scotch and took a drink. "Have dinner with me. I don't mix business with pleasure." It was a lesson my father had taught me. Separation of church and state. Sleeping with someone you work with was always a bad idea. It would bite you in the ass at some point. "I'm doing business with your father, not you." "And who do you think you'll be doing business with once he's gone?" He regarded me with a hard stare, a glimmer of a smile on his lips. "You're his successor." "That's sexy." I covered the flush in my cheeks with another drink. "Come on, baby. I'll make it worth your while." "I don't need money." "I'll make it worth your while in other ways." His blue eyes were so confident, so cocky, and so beautiful. "I have a boyfriend." His hard stare didn't flinch. "You want another one?" "I don't cheat." "Then do you want a better one?" "You aren't boyfriend material." "How do you know?" "Oh, I just do." He relaxed farther into the chair, that arrogant smirk permanently plastered on his face. "You're right. Boyfriend is such a pussy word. Girlfriend is too." I drank my wine and did my best to ignore him. "If you ever change your mind, I'm at your service." My father returned to the room, unbuttoning the front of his jacket before he returned to his seat. My eyes were on Axel. His eyes were on me, waiting for me to tattle on him to my father. I should tell my father the truth, that this fuckboy had no respect for boundaries, but I didn't. I didn't say anything at all. "I'm sorry for the interruption," my father said. "Business never sleeps." "I know how that is." Axel picked up the cigar and returned it to his mouth. "Your daughter and I had a nice conversation in your absence." My eyes widened at his audacity. "What did you discuss?" my father asked as he poured another glass of scotch. Axel stared at me, letting the smoke slowly seep from his mouth, that arrogant grin lingering on his lips. My heart raced as I was put on the spot. The man across from me calling my bluff. I told him the family business will be mine someday, and I intend to do as good of a job as you have. The smirk moved into his eyes. So pompous. My father put his arm across the back of my chair. "You will, sweetheart." 1. Scarlet, present day. I sat on the terrace, the summer sun warm on my skin. I did paperwork on my laptop, the large fountain creating a beautiful backdrop of cascading water. It was a quiet day, a Tuesday. The sound of cars on the street muffled by the high walls and the fountain. Someone dropped into the chair across from me, so I peeked over the top of my laptop, expecting to see my father or one of the men. But it was Axel. As with any time I was in his presence, there was painful heat between us. He always looked at me like I was his, even though he probably had a different woman in his bed every night. I could tell he had something to say, so I shut the laptop. I'm almost done with the numbers. I'll submit everything to my father, and then he'll process the payment. It was as if he didn't hear a word I said. "I like that dress." It was black and strapless, a gold necklace around my throat. I also wore a hat to keep the sun out of my face. "Did you hear what I said?" "That boyfriend's still around?" "Do you actually want me, or just want what you can't have?" He wore a short-sleeved black shirt, his sexy arms stressing the cotton. His jeans were black too, low on his hips, with black boots on his feet. His dirty blonde hair looked lighter in the summer sun. A pair of sunglasses blocked his eyes from view, so all I could see was the handsome grin that stretched over his lips. "I definitely want you, baby." I opened the laptop again and went back to work, waiting for him to go away. He remained in the chair, his stare hard on my face. "Yes?" I asked, without looking up. "You'd be a great card player with a poker face like that." I looked up again. "But you can't fool me." My eyes lifted. A stare down ensued. He stood up and pulled his chair closer to me, getting right in my space. In complete disregard for all the people who could see us if they looked in the courtyard, including my father. When Axel sat down, his hand pushed the laptop shut. Now he was directly in front of me. And like I really did belong to him, his hand moved to my thigh. The goosebumps were immediate. They spread across my skin, from my legs to my arms. His hard eyes were locked on mine. "You feel that?" His hand felt warm against my thigh, his calloused fingertips slightly abrasive against my soft flesh. "I know I do." I maintained a hard stare, but erotic images flashed across my mind. His hand sliding between my legs so his fingers could hook into my panties. Slowly, he pulled them down all the way to my ankles, and then he stuffed them into his pocket for later. My mind came back to the present, still wearing a hard poker face. "Take the upgrade, baby. I told you I don't mix business with pleasure." I finally grasped my control and pushed his hand away. He didn't reach for me again. One arm was propped on the round table, his leg directly next to mine. Why? Because it'll bite you in the ass. You think your father doesn't fuck his assistant? I prefer not to discuss my father's sex life. He smirked. Then let's discuss our sex life. I propped my elbow on the armrest, my fingers resting under my chin. You could have any woman you want. Don't waste your time on me. I can have any woman I want. That sounds like a compliment. I rolled my eyes. You think I'm sexy. I meant you could pay for whatever woman you want. We both know that's not what you meant. Now his hand returned to my thigh, a little higher up than it was before. The smirk was gone, and his stare was hard. Come on, baby. Leave him and be with me. You mean leave him, sleep with you once, and then you ghost me? I wouldn't do that. Because you're a good guy? I asked incredulously. I know what kind of man you are. Want what you can't have, and then the second you get it, you're bored. My father actually believes I have what it takes to do this, and I'm not going to piss it away on a guy who likes to stir the pot just for the hell of it. His smile faded, and he stared at me hard. I pushed his hand off my thigh. I don't want to be with a guy who plays games. Too smart for that shit. He let his hand fall. You make a lot of assumptions about me. My eyes hardened on his face. Then here's your chance to correct me. Look me in the eye and tell me they aren't true. I leaned forward over the table. Go ahead. He held my stare, shifting his jaw slightly, looking at me like I was an enemy rather than a potential lover. I sat back in my chair when his rebuttal didn't come. You want me because I'm the boss's daughter, and I'm off limits. It's a challenge to see if you can get me to dump my boyfriend and hop into bed with you. And once you've completed that conquest, it's off to the next thing. How stupid do you think I am? He continued his stare. I turned back to the laptop. Look, I need to finish this. Your father told me he doesn't like him. Says he's not good enough for you. I stilled at the statement because my father had never said anything like that to me. They'd only met a couple times, and they seemed to get along fine. My father and I had an open and honest relationship, and it stung that he hadn't confided that to me once. So why is a woman so smart and gorgeous wasting her time on a worthless guy? I was wounded by my father's betrayal, but I did my best not to show it. Yes, I've done that kind of shit in the past. But that's not my agenda with you. Then what is your agenda? He stared for several seconds, his jaw moving again. I have none. He rose to his feet and walked away. I've never had an agenda with you. I knocked on the open door to his study. He sat behind the desk in jeans and a t-shirt, scribbling something quickly on a paper. Yes? I finished the spreadsheets. When he realized it was me, he abandoned his task immediately and looked at me. Thanks, sweetheart. I haven't had a chance to check my email. I approached the desk. Axel is waiting for his check. Well, I'm busy today. He'll have to come back tomorrow. I stood there, the laptop tucked under my arm. It was clear he wanted to get back to work, but he didn't want to be rude and ignore me. Is there something else? I wanted to fire off my grievances right there, but I could tell he had more pressing matters on his mind. Can we have dinner tonight? His eyes always lit up at the prospect of spending time with me, something I never took for granted because I knew others weren't so lucky. He was the greatest father in the world, always putting me first, even when I was a grown adult living on my own. I'd love to. I'll pick you up at 6:30. Great. See you then. I got into the back seat beside my father, and his driver took us to the restaurant a few blocks away. We were dropped off at the front, and my father's men remained behind us, trying to blend in even though they didn't look like patrons of the restaurant. We were taken to a 2-person table while they sat together at a table for 4, their guns and knives hidden underneath their jackets. He pulled out the chair for me and sat across from me. I was so busy today I forgot to eat. He looked at the menu. I'm starving. I took a quick glance at it even though I already knew what I wanted. Getting the gnocchi? He asked. You know me so well. The waitress came over, making eyes at my father, and then took down the order he gave for both of us. He ordered the wine too, making all the decisions in a nanosecond, as always. The wine was uncorked, and the bread was brought to the table. I dug into the warm bread and ripped off a piece to dab in the olive oil. How was your day? He asked. Good. I swallowed the piece. Yours? His eyes shifted back and forth between mine, like he picked up on my tone. Something on your mind? I wiped my fingers on the linen in my lap before I looked at him. Do you like Ryan? He stilled at the question, his eyes narrowing. I waited for him to speak. He took his time in responding, choosing between a lie and the truth. I gave him the easy way out. Because Axel tells me you don't. He remained quiet, which is news to me. He was a man of few words, always thinking carefully before he put his words out into the universe. He did the same thing now, rehearsing his approach before he spoke. Sweetheart. It's complicated. We tell each other everything. It's not complicated. I'm not sure why Axel told you that. Accusation was in his eyes. Some strange part of me wanted to protect Axel. I had no idea why. We were talking about relationships, and it accidentally slipped out. He was under the impression I already knew how you felt. The clouds in his eyes slowly passed. Casting judgment on the man you're interested in puts me in a precarious position. I have a lot more to lose in the situation than you do. How so? Because if I tell you I don't like him, that might make you like him out of defiance. I gave a subtle shake of my head. I don't have that kind of attitude. Or perhaps I've misjudged him, and I negatively influenced your good relationship when I should have stayed out of it. Or even worse, you distance yourself from me because my opinion makes you uncomfortable. If this were business, it would be more straightforward. But when it's family, it's infinitely more complicated. Being a father is the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's also the best. And the last thing I want to do is ruin this pure, beautiful thing that we've built together. I looked into his kind eyes and saw the love he had for me burning from his soul. I'm sorry that I lied to you, sweetheart. It's okay, Dad. I'll be honest with you from now on. But please, don't ask me if you aren't prepared for the answer. Fair enough. I gave a slight smile. He smiled back. So why don't you like him? That brilliant smile disappeared, and he didn't answer because the waitress brought our dishes. I got pasta, but he got a prawn salad. She walked away, and then we were left with the tension of my question. He took his time forming his answer. He's too passive. He's easygoing. I thought that was a good thing. No, he said quickly. You want a man who isn't afraid to say what he thinks, even if it conflicts with your beliefs. He seems like someone who will choose the path of silence rather than conflict because it's not worth the effort. Which means he doesn't think he himself is worth the effort. I understand you're smart and independent, so you don't need a man the way another woman might. But that doesn't mean you don't deserve one. You deserve a man who takes care of you and everything else, even though he knows you can do it yourself because he wants to. He opens every door, pulls out every chair, Makes you feel like you're the only woman in the room, even when that room is full of supermodels. I've seen his gaze stray. I don't care if he looks at other women. You should. I notice other men. Then he's not right for you, he said simply. I know this is a cliché, and I feel like a pussy for even saying it. I hesitated because I'd never heard my father say anything like that. He didn't even curse if I was in his presence. The only time I heard him talk like a gangster was when he thought I was out of earshot and he was ripping into someone. But I want you to have a man who treats you the way I treat you, loves you the way I love you. I've done everything I can to prove my love for you is unconditional. I've sacrificed so much for you, but I've done that happily because you're the single most important thing to me. And I'm pretty sure you've never had to question that. His words nearly brought me to tears. You should never have to question him, sweetheart. When you aren't in the room, you know his eyes aren't where they shouldn't be. That whenever you text him, he'll always respond. That you're always his top priority. You never have to wonder where he is or what he's doing because he doesn't lie. And he keeps his word to you. Even if he never tells you he loves you, you would know that he does. That's what I want for you. And Ryan isn't it. I digested all of that as I let my food grow cold. I hope I haven't upset you too much. No, I'm fine, I said quickly. I just don't understand how you have such a profound opinion on relationships when I've never seen you be in one. He grabbed his fork and pushed a shrimp aside as he considered his response. I know what I want for you, sweetheart. You're such a smart girl, woman, and you have so much potential. You deserve the best. I know I'm biased because I'm your father, but I know a diamond when I see one. Thanks, Dad. He took a bite of his salad. Dad? Yes, sweetheart. Why haven't you been in a relationship? I'm too busy for that. But you've never been in one. He took a bite and then another one, elbows off the table, his head down. Why do you ask? Doesn't everyone want someone? I asked. To fall in love and grow old together? I don't know. Never really thought about it. I didn't want to have a woman in my life until you were out of the house. Well, I'm 25 now. I'd moved out shortly after I became an adult. Got my own apartment, took a couple classes at the university, spent my time figuring out what I wanted in life. He chuckled. Time goes by fast, doesn't it? Why are you evading the question? Nothing gets past you, huh? He continued his smirk. I think I got comfortable being alone. And now I don't have an incentive to change it. And when I said I was too busy, that was the truth. To slow things down, to get to know someone. He shook his head. That seems like too much work. And then she'd probably want to have children, and I'm not interested in having more. I already have my pride and joy. If she wanted to have children, that told me he would only be interested in women half his age, women my age. And it would be weird to see him with someone who could easily be one of my friends. How's your gnocchi? I haven't tried it yet. I know you haven't. He gave me another playful smile. Enough of all this seriousness. Let's enjoy our dinner. 2. Scarlet. I sat in the lounge with my laptop, a glass of wine beside me, paperwork around me. Someone stepped through the door, and without looking up, I knew who it was just by the heat of his stare. The chair was pulled out across from me, and he took a seat. I lifted my eyes to look at him, his sleeves pushed up to his elbows, his blue eyes hard, as usual. He stared at me in a way no one else ever did. Not even Ryan in our most heated moments. I tried to break the tension. How are you? That hard stare softened slightly, and then a handsome grin moved onto his lips. I can't remember the last time someone asked me that. You need to get some better friends. You think we're friends? He asked, on the cusp of a chuckle. What else would we be? Friends don't want to fuck each other. I don't want to fuck you, whatever you say. Is that why you're here? I asked. To start shit? He brushed his fingers across his hard jaw as he continued to grin. As much as I love to start shit. I'm here to see your father. Business as usual. I gave a nod and turned back to my computer. I worked on the spreadsheets, looking at all the numbers I processed from my father. He continued to stare at me. Yes? I'm surprised your father wants you to take over. It's not easy, being a kingpin with a target on your back. I continued to ignore him. The job is more than sitting behind a computer and entering numbers in a sheet. I kept typing. You're going to need a man to watch your back. I don't need a man for anything, Axel. Between you and me, I think that's the real reason he doesn't like Ryan. I lifted my chin and looked at him. He's not cut out for this. I'm sorry, do you know him? I know he's not me. His charming eyes twinkled. Clever. I closed the laptop so there was no barrier between us because I was done with my work. Bringing anyone to the dinner tomorrow? Like a date? He asked in disbelief. Yes. He shook his head. I don't do dates. I continued to stare at him across the table. His muscular arms stretched his shirt nicely. He had a big chest and filled out the fabric perfectly. A man only looked like that if they lifted tractor tires at the gym and ate a steak at least once a day. He was definitely the sexiest man I'd ever seen. But I knew he was trouble. It was written all over him. And why would I bring someone when I'd rather I fuck you? I did my best not to react, but it was hard when his intelligent eyes were glued to my face. You don't give up, do you? That smug grin moved across his lips. I don't stop until I get what I want. And why am I the thing you want? Is that a serious question? His smile faded. I don't understand your fascination with me. The fascination should be turned around, with me obsessed with him, desperate for him. And a part of me was, but I refused to act on it. Men like Axel were all the same. They were only there long enough to sweep you off your feet, but then they dropped you on your ass. The way you talk to me. I'm an asshole to you. The smug grin was back. Exactly. You're into some weird shit. I like a woman who speaks her mind. Never have to guess what she's thinking because she doesn't hesitate to tell me. The banter we have. It's sexy. I think it's just a game to you. If it is, it's awfully fun. I shook my head slightly and looked away. A long silence passed before he spoke again. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. It took me a moment to look at him again. Now his eyes were serious, bright, beautiful, and hard. How many other girls have you said that to? None. Right. I've told a woman she's beautiful and I want to fuck her many, many times. But that's the first time I've ever said that. When I thought you were your father's woman, I almost called off the deal because that meant I wouldn't be able to have you. You still can't have me. Yet. Whether I have a boyfriend or not, it's not going to happen. A subtle grin moved over his lips. I can already tell how complicated it would become if we went down this road. Why does it have to be complicated? You seem like the complicated type. He smirked. You're the one playing games, sweetheart. Games? I asked incredulously. I told you I have a boyfriend and I'm not interested. No, he said. You are interested. And you're using your lame boyfriend as an excuse. Don't act like you don't want this as much as I do. My father has given me this opportunity, and the last thing I want to do is make him regret it. I'm not going to screw that up by getting involved with someone we do business with."
"Who says he has to know?"
I looked away. He's the smartest man I've ever known. He'll figure it out. He'll question my judgment and kill you. We'll both lose, so it's not worth it.
"Your father likes me."
He won't if he realizes you've been screwing his daughter. That's disrespectful. And my father is all about respect. A slight smile was on his lips, like this was all a joke to him. Footsteps sounded a moment later, coming from behind me. My father entered the room.
"Sorry for the wait."
"It's no problem, Dante." Axel got to his feet.
"Your daughter kept me entertained."
He gave me a look, and then he winked, right in front of my father. My father didn't seem to think anything of it because they both walked out and stepped onto the terrace. Cigars were lit, and they sat together under the lights in the courtyard, talking business while the butler brought them glasses of the strong stuff. I stared at them through the window, seeing Axel relax his muscular body and make himself right at home. His knees were spread wide apart, and he tilted his head back to let the smoke rise to the sky. Then he shifted his gaze to me, staring at me right through the glass as if he'd felt my stare. I quickly looked away and pretended I hadn't been staring. Ryan was quiet on the drive. He sat in the back seat with me, looking out the window as we were taken to the art gallery in Florence. He always became quiet and distant when he had to see my father, like he was intimidated by him. "Everything all right?" Ryan snapped out of his reverie and looked at me. "Yes." He was in a tuxedo, his jacket crisp and his shoes shiny. He forced a smile and then took my hand, his fingers soft and his grip gentle. We pulled up to the gallery, and after the car ahead of us dropped off their guests, we were next. The door was opened and we got out. Ryan offered his arm to me and we walked inside, entering a room with grand paintings that took up the enormous walls, 50 feet high. They were all from the Renaissance, paintings that had endured hundreds of years. My father was an art collector. He used his money for homes in different parts of the Mediterranean, like Greece and Croatia, had a yacht take him to the south of France for his summer vacations, but he still had money left over, and used that to collect artwork to adorn his beautiful walls. There was a crowd of people there, so we grabbed our drinks and admired the artwork while people talked. Ryan stood with one hand in his pocket as he admired the painting on the wall. "Are you sure you're all right?" I asked, noting how cold and distant he'd been.
"I'm fine,"
he said in a clipped tone. "You don't seem fine."
"Because you keep asking me."
He turned to look at me, his stare cold. "Looks like there's some truth to it, then." He glanced around us to make sure we were alone before he leaned in.
"Look, I'm not a fan of this sort of thing."
"Parties?" I asked sarcastically. "Artwork? Free drinks? People would kill to live lives like these."
He paused before he spoke. "Your father isn't a respectable art collector or a former prime minister or something. He's a drug dealer. It's a little weird to attend these events and pretend that's not true."
"What's wrong with that?"
"What's wrong with that?" he asked incredulously. He raised his arms slightly. "He's a ruthless criminal. And you're just going to normalize that? If I cheat on you, he'll probably kill me.
Do you want to cheat on me?"
"Babe, that's not what I meant."
"Then speak more eloquently, Ryan. We've been together for 6 months now, and you've known my father's business the entire time. Now it's a problem all of a sudden?" My eyes shifted back and forth between his. He was quiet, slipping his hand back into his pocket. I continued to stare him down.
"It wasn't a problem when we were just having fun."
I steeled myself for what was coming.
"But when I think about the future and having a family, this isn't the way I pictured it."
"I don't even understand what that means."
"You still want to run the family business?"
Now it was just the two of us, everyone else at the party fading away like there was no one else in the room. His eyes burned into mine, the heaviness of the question apparent. I refused to lie. Yes. He blinked several times, like he hoped I'd give a different answer. How are you supposed to have a family living this kind of life? People do it every day, Ryan. You're going to push drugs on the street and be a role model to your children? We don't push drugs on the street. Our business is far classier and more systematic than that. This is the bottom line, he said. I want to be with you, but not under these conditions. I hate to put you in this position and give you an ultimatum like this, but I think we should figure this out now before we go any further. And you didn't think we should have this conversation, I don't know, not at a dinner party? He looked annoyed. You're the one who pressed me because you were clearly ticked off about something. He took a long drink of his champagne and gave a heavy sigh. We stood there in silence, and I tried not to look angry since so many people were around. If my father looked this way, he would recognize the unease on my face. He was never late to anything, so he'd probably been the first person here. I'm sorry. Ryan's eyes found mine again. I've just been thinking, and we need to figure this out. I'm not going to walk away from the business. And even if I did, I'm still his daughter, and there's not much I can do about that. Unless I cut him out of my life, which I would never do. He stared at me, releasing a quiet sigh. I refused to apologize for it. I had been honest about my ties to the underworld since the night we met. He didn't seem to care at the time. Probably because he just wanted to get laid, and didn't see it going beyond that. But then it turned into something more serious. I guess it's settled then. I crossed my arms over my chest and took a drink. Guess so. Let's get through the night and worry about this later. Get through the night? I asked in disbelief. I think you should leave, Ryan. I'm not going to drop you in the middle of the party. You just did. I felt the rage in my blood. I would much rather drink alone than pretend to enjoy your company. Ryan looked at me, clearly unsure what to do. I hope you find what you're looking for, Ryan. I walked away so he wouldn't have to make the move first. I went to the bar, ditched the flute of champagne, and ordered something more substantial, an old-fashioned. The second the orange and bitters hit my tongue, I felt better. But also worse. A man appeared at my side at the bar. You all right? I expected my father, but it was Axel. I recognized him by the sound of his voice, deep like the depths of the ocean, full of mystery and darkness. Never better. I took another drink. Want me to take care of him? Why do you assume he did anything wrong? I stared at the square ice cubes in my glass. I can tell he pissed you off. I took another drink. He dumped me. I expected Axel to make some smart-ass comment, or try to get me into bed. But he remained as serious as when he'd first walked up to me. It's his loss, Scarlett. You know that. I pivoted at the bar to look at him. He was in a tuxedo, his dirty blonde hair combed neatly, looking handsome in his dress attire. There was no smug grin, no playfulness. Just his stern stare. Told me he didn't want to be involved with someone like me. Someone like you. He cocked his head slightly, like he was genuinely caught off guard. My criminal ties, my ambitions. When our relationship started, we were just hooking up, but then it became more serious. And now he's thinking about his future and realizing I'm not what he wants. He still didn't make his usual antagonistic comments. He just listened. He asked me to leave all of this. And I told him to fuck off. Good. He rested his arm on the counter, his eyes so absorbed by my face it was as if there was no one else in the room. He can have a boring life if he wants. You're destined for something more. And you need a man who can handle that. A man like you, right? His expression didn't change. "Let's take a seat." I stayed at the bar and downed the entire glass with one go. "Another, please?" He watched me, but didn't try to stop me. I got the next glass and took another big drink. He took the glass out of my hand. "Enough. Don't tell me what to do. At this rate, you're going to end up in the hospital." He set it out of my reach and looked at the bartender. "No more for her." "Wow." "Don't let this pussy devastate you like this," he said coldly. "You're better than that." Just when I thought I couldn't feel worse, I did. I was actually embarrassed. "Let's get out of here." I was the one who'd had doubts about Ryan, but I was still the one who got dumped. I was still the one who wasn't good enough. Now, I wanted to feel wanted by a man infinitely more attractive than he was. Like that would somehow even the score. That's not what I meant. The Tucson Rose is right across the street. He stared at me, his blue eyes hard in temptation. "Let's take a seat." "Why? Come on." His arm moved around my waist, and he guided me across the room to where the tables were placed. Tall flowers and beautiful vases in the center of each table. My father was engaged with a group of people, so he didn't seem to realize my distress. Axel guided me to an unoccupied chair and pulled it out for me to sit. I sat down, crossing my legs with my hands folded in my lap. He sat beside me and said nothing. "Getting shit-faced isn't the answer. And getting fucked isn't either." "Come on." My hand moved to his thigh, hidden from view by the table, and I slowly moved it up, feeling the muscles in his thigh through the fabric. I propped my elbow on the table, and I watched his face, seeing his reaction to me. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" He let my hand explore him for a moment before he took a deep breath. Then he forced himself to grab my hand and hold it on his knee. "I'm not a rebound. I'm not second best. I'm not going to fuck a woman while she thinks about another man." Another rush of embarrassment flooded through me, and I pulled my hand away. "Then why are you here?" I looked around the room, seeing everyone mingling, so rich that the only problem they had was deciding which piece of art belonged in their mansions. "Because I'm your friend." "You're the one who said we aren't friends." "Friends don't want to fuck each other," he said. "And right now, that's the last thing I want." I continued to look away, busying myself by watching everyone else have a good time. "Did you actually like him? Or did he just wound your pride?" "Both." "Did you love him?" I didn't say anything. "That's a no." I've never had a real relationship because this is always a problem. Once they realize who I really am, who my father really is, they want nothing to do with me. Ryan said it didn't bother him, so I thought he was different. But I guess he's not. Because you're dating pussies, not real men. Maybe. I searched the table for a drink, but nothing was there. The burn of the whiskey was still on my tongue and in my throat. "You can't run an empire with a pussy by your side." "I told you, I don't need a man." "Trust me. When it's the right man, you'll need him more than anything," he said. "But boys like Ryan and whoever else came before him, they can't give you what you need. Forget them. You're the most beautiful woman in this room. And you're wounded by some kid who didn't deserve you in the first place. Buck up." "Buck up?" I looked at him again, my eyebrows raised. "You heard what I said. You think your father would ever let anyone know how much they hurt him?" He shook his head. He'd brush it off and move on. He snapped his fingers, just like that. "Now get up, get a drink, and get over it." I looked at myself in the mirror for a moment, staring at the blush on my cheeks, the dark eyeshadow across my eyelids, and the mascara that made my lashes prominent. I'd looked at myself a million times and never considered myself beautiful. I was confident in my appearance. carried myself like someone worthwhile but beautiful. That was a strong word. Right now, I looked meek, wounded by the bullet holes no one could see. I didn't shed a tear because I was far too proud for that. But my face looked puffy all the same. My eyes were empty, like I didn't want to be there, when I'd been excited about this for the last few days. I finally left the bathroom and walked down the hallway. "Sweetheart!" My father appeared before me, his hands in the pockets of his trousers. I forced a smile onto my lips. "Hey, Dad, nice tux." "Thanks. I love the gold." "Thanks." I wore a gown made of gold fabric with gold earrings and matching shoes. I always joked I would wear a gold wedding dress and make everyone wear white, and he said he loved that. "Where's Ryan?" "Oh, he couldn't make it." I'd known he would ask about him, but I still wasn't prepared for the bald-faced lie I'd just told. My father saw right through it. "He wasn't right for you anyway." I didn't know how he knew. Maybe his men saw Ryan leave and reported back to him. Or maybe he'd watched our conversation unfold from across the room. I didn't ask. He couldn't accept my lifestyle. It's not for everyone. It's not for most people, it seems. The right man will come along, sweetheart. I'm sorry you had to go through that in the middle of a party. Not the gentlemanly thing to do. Well, I kind of pulled it out of him. Because you see things from a mile away, just like I do. He stepped closer to me and hugged me, his powerful arms locking me inside a steel bar cage. He held me like that for several seconds, making me feel safe, before he released me. "Dinner is about to be served. I saw that they have gnocchi." "Because you asked for gnocchi," he smiled. "You got me."
3. Axel. After our conversation, she was a beacon of light that floated through the crowd, her gold dress sparkling in the light. The most stunning woman in that room, she had tan skin, beautiful dark hair that reminded me of the paint job on my car, and lips so full they were made to be kissed. I watched her move about, sipping my drink like I was on a couch at home watching TV. "Axel." I turned to regard Dante, who hadn't bothered with the champagne and had gone straight for the good stuff. "Any of the pieces interest you?" "Just your daughter." "I don't care for art." "And then you don't care for life." "I think life is more than a piece of art on the wall. It's about living in the moment, not staring at someone else's moment." The corner of his mouth quirked up in a smile. "For someone who doesn't care for art, that was an eloquent justification." I'd gone to private school, did all the things that rich, snobby kids did. I was more educated than people realized, and I was a lot more intelligent than people realized too. "I think Quentin has had a good time." "Good." He faced the room with me, looking at the crowd of aristocrats who had come out to the party. Wining and dining people to get what Dante wanted wasn't his cup of tea, but he had to learn. My eyes wanted to linger on Scarlett, but I forced myself to look elsewhere. "Axel." I turned to regard him head on. "Come with me." He left his drink on the table beside us and took the lead, leaving the grand room and moving down the hallway. I left my drink behind and followed him. He turned down another hallway, then entered a room that looked like a study. 2 couches faced each other on a maroon rug. Paintings were on the wall. An impressive hearth stood against the other wall. The room was full of his men, one in every corner, their hands together at their waists. I knew a threat when I saw one. Dante unbuttoned the front of his jacket before he took a seat. "Sit." His tone was no longer cordial. It was short and impatient, sounding like it came from an entirely different person. I took the seat directly across from him. Instead of taking a relaxed position against the back of the couch, he sat forward, arms on his knees, his dark eyes hostile. He stared for several seconds, letting the room slowly fill with his unspoken rage. I knew what he was pissed off about, but I refused to acknowledge it. His stare continued. You and your men don't scare me, Dante, I said calmly. Speak your mind and don't waste my time. He raised his head slightly, his eyes flashing in offense. There's something you should know about me. I don't believe in second chances. Not once in my life have I offered a second chance to anyone, except my daughter. I held his stare. So don't cross me, Axel. Or don't speak in riddles, Dante. He rubbed his palms together, his eyes lethal in their intensity. She's off limits. Her boyfriend dumped her. All I did was comfort her. We both know your interest predates this evening. I see more than you realize. I see the way you stare at her, even as I stand directly beside her. If you want our business to continue, then let me make this clear. Stay the fuck away from my daughter. She's a grown woman. What the fuck did you just say to me? His voice immediately rose, going from a normal level to a shout. The veins in his temple popped instantly. Sweat broke out like his body was already in a physical fight when he hadn't moved from the couch. Then perhaps we should conclude our business. His eyes narrowed and he remained quiet, absorbing the threat with furious eyes. You think I won't kill you? Not when I'll kill you first. He was on his feet instantly, slamming his shoe into the side of the table with enough force to kick it over and shatter the glass. I was on my feet just as quickly, ready to take a shard and stab it into his neck. This business partnership has been beneficial to both of us. I'd like to see it continue. But I don't appreciate being threatened. Her boyfriend just dumped her at a party and walked out of here, but you're treating me like I'm the one who slighted her. He kicked the table again, forcing it aside, a table that was probably 500 years old. He came closer to me, in my personal space, so close that he could grab my throat and I could grab his. You think he'll make it home unscathed? He smiled and it was twisted. No one hurts my little girl and gets away with it. My stomach dropped, because I knew she wouldn't want that. It would only show Ryan that he'd been right to leave the relationship before something worse happened. I can tell you have a close relationship with your daughter. I can tell you respect her if you've selected her as your successor. But I don't understand why that respect doesn't extend to her romantic decisions. That grin remained. Because you aren't good enough for her, Axel. It was the first time I'd actually felt insulted since I walked into that room. I know everything about the people I do business with, including you. You think your secrets are buried under stone? He held up his hand in front of me and squeezed his fingers into a fist. They're right here, in the palm of my hand. The tendons popped up on his forearms. Never shit where you eat. Never mix business with pleasure. Once business has started, it can't be stopped. So stay the fuck away from my daughter if you want to keep your head. Do you understand me? I said nothing. Then he shouted again. You fucking understand me? Fine. Scarlett didn't want me anyway. Said she would never sleep with people she worked with. Obeyed these ridiculous rules her maniacal father had made. Jesus Christ. He straightened, then buttoned the front of his jacket, his face now calm, the veins in his temples no longer protruding through the skin. When he spoke, it was as if nothing had happened. Good talk, Axel. He clapped me on the shoulder. Enjoy the rest of the party. Russell sat across from me in the parlor, both of us smoking cigars and drinking brandy like obnoxious pricks. Smoke rose to the high ceiling and the coffered tiles up above. The window showed the nightlife outside, the fire blanketing us with warmth. He had his feet propped on the coffee table. I didn't care, even if his boots were covered with mud, but my butler detested it. Every time he entered the room, the skin of his neck tightened because he clenched so hard. But he held his silence and left the room, waiting for us to finish so he could fix the mess left behind. So, Russell pulled the cigar from his mouth and let it hang in his relaxed fingertips, the smoke slowly leaving his mouth once his tongue had absorbed the smoky taste. How's it going with Dante? I pulled the smoke into my mouth to let it flow for a moment, to let the taste coat my tongue and give me some respite from my rage. I eventually let it out to travel up to the ceiling and out of the room. The furniture smelled like cigars, no matter how many times my butler vacuumed everything. A fucking psychopath. Dante? He asked. Yes. He seems more refined than the others. It's all bullshit. He's a maniac. What happened? He was slouched in the leather armchair like he could fall asleep on the spot. It's a long story. You got somewhere to be? Because I don't. Because you need to get a life, I teased. You know I'm your only friend, right? He snapped. What happened? He thought I was coming on to his daughter, so he threatened me to stay away from her. Why did he think you were coming on to her? I hesitated before I answered. Because I was. He smirked. Sounds like Dante is in the right. His daughter should have the right to be with whomever she wants. And she wants to be with you? I hesitated again. It's complicated. That's a no, he said with a chuckle. She wanted to fuck me the other night, but I said no. Why the fuck would you say no? Because she was upset about something, and that's not how I wanted to get her. That sounds romantic. He brought the cigar back to his lips. I didn't want to be her rebound. Whatever, you get to fuck her. Not my style. I grabbed my scotch and took a drink. Does Dante know that? It's none of his business. So where does that leave you and Dante now? Russell asked. Our partnership has been profitable for both of us. It's free money for me and more convenient for him. Operation can't really be stopped at this point, even if I wanted to stop it. Good, he said. Because it's nice getting these bonuses. You guys deserve it. You know, most men would keep everything for themselves. You don't. I took another drink. Don't make me blush. So, what are you going to do about her? She's turned me down several times. I like the chase, but I'm done trying. Or you're scared of Dante. I smirked. Oh, trust me, I'm not scared of him. He looked like a toddler throwing a tantrum. You think you don't look like that? He asked incredulously. Shut the fuck up, asshole. He chuckled, then brought the cigar to his lips. She said she doesn't mix business with pleasure, and neither does her father. Not sure where this rule comes from, but they seem intent on enforcing it. Well, something must have gone down in the past. I have no idea what that would be. Dante's never been married. Scarlett seems too young to have had a relationship with such intense ramifications. What about her mother? I shook my head. I don't know anything about her. Maybe something happened there. Maybe. After a long pause spent in comfortable silence, Russell spoke again. What do you have going on tomorrow? A trust meeting. Oh, that's gonna suck. It always sucks. Let me know if you want a drink afterward. Pick up a couple women? We'll see. My driver pulled up to the building so I could get out. I looked at the historic building, a building that had been in my family for generations, handed down through the ages until the present day. I stepped out, and my driver immediately took off. The guards opened the front door and allowed me inside. It was the place where the greatest artists of the Renaissance had created their works of art, had even lived there temporarily. We opened it to private events for rich foreigners who wanted to feel like royalty for the night. If royalty were such a thing for Italians, it would run through my veins. I moved upstairs to the grand room, the ceiling 100 feet in the air, paintings of my ancestors along the wall. My blood was rich with European aristocracy, from French noblemen and even the royal line in England. I had ties to Greece and Norway as well. The room was enormous, but somehow my father's presence filled every corner. He sat at the table that was placed there, a lawyer on either side of him, because he'd never been in my presence one-on-one since that fateful day. I pulled out the chair and sat across from him. He immediately opened his folder and started looking through the pages. Nice to see you, Father. I relaxed in the chair, one ankle on the opposite knee, my joined hands in my lap. He continued to ignore me. Your beard's coming in nicely. Once he had his papers in order, he straightened and looked at me. Let's get this over with, Axel. What a shame, I said. I love small talk. We can discuss the upcoming events at all the properties, the harvest at the winery and the hotels, or we can discuss something else. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a check. We'd done this dance before. He made an offer, and I rejected it. He handed it to his lawyer, who got off his ass and carried it across the table to place in front of me. We were seated far apart because being within 10 feet of me was too insufferable for him. "How's Mom?" I asked. He ignored me and stared, waiting for me to look at the check. "We've doubled our offer." "Wow, I'm impressed," I said with a slow nod. The check remained in front of me, and I didn't touch it. "I guess you'll pay anything to get rid of me." "I don't do business with criminals." "Because your hands are so clean." "Take the money, Axel." I glanced at the check before I looked at him again. "I'm not sure if you would be able to afford this if you were actually paying your taxes." His eyes narrowed. "And you pay taxes, Axel?" "Like you said, I'm a criminal." I smirked. "But if I don't pay taxes and you don't pay taxes, then you're also a criminal, right?" I cocked my head slightly. "That's how logic works, doesn't it?" "That's what I remember from that hoity-toity philosophy class you forced me to take." "Just take the money, Axel. Get out of our lives once and for all." The smirk remained on my face, but truth be told, I died every time he spoke to me this way. "You can't buy me out, Father. I will never relinquish my inheritance, the assets that have been handed down through the generations. I'm proud of my ancestry." "Well, your ancestors would be ashamed of you." "You should brush up on your history, because they did some pretty horrible shit." "Take the money." "No." I grabbed the check and ripped it into shreds before I sprinkled it across the table. "Sorry to disappoint you, Father." The rage in his eyes was indescribable. A trapped inferno burned in his gaze, wanting to break free and incinerate everything it could touch. His temper had no place to go, so he had to bottle it inside, like a shaken bottle of champagne. It was strange to see your own father look at you and know he hated you. "I'm not your father." He rose to his feet and took the folder. "And you aren't my son." The gates to Dante's estate opened and I drove onto the property. He had an entire corner of the street to himself, allowing him the privacy that was hard to come by this close to the Duomo. I parked the car, then approached the courtyard, knowing he would come to meet me at his leisure. I didn't look for Scarlett, wasn't going to chase her anymore. Truth be told, I never had to chase anybody. I'd never wanted a woman who didn't want me in return, even if they were married. Her rejection probably heightened my interest, but now I was done. Heels tapped against the stone, and then Scarlett emerged. She wore skin-tight jeans on her nice curves and a top that was low-cut in the front. She rocked heels like they were flats, then dropped into the chair across from me. Her beautiful hair was straight, and her plump lips had a sexy shine. Okay, maybe I wasn't totally done. She crossed her legs and sat with her arms on the table, the curve of her shoulders subtly pushing her tits together and making them more prominent. "Hey." She tucked her hand under her chin, her red-painted nails contrasting against her fair skin. "How are you?" My conversation with my father had been over just 30 minutes ago, so I felt like hell. "Never better." I smirked and made it look natural because I could lie better than I could tell the truth. The last few years had been the roughest of my life, and they had given me skills I never thought I would have. "How about you?" She gave a shrug. "A lot better than I was this weekend." "You look better. Confident. Sexy." "I wanted to thank you for being a gentleman." I gave a chuckle. "Well, I'm a lot of things, but a gentleman isn't one of them." "You were to me." It was all ego, sweetheart. I deflected a fair amount of bullshit with my award-winning smile, but deep down I had a lot of pride. More pride than most men. That was probably why I'd alienated myself from everyone I'd ever cared about. Her green eyes studied me, subtly shifting back and forth. "Something on your mind?" "No." I hardened my stare, forced the gates to close. "Why?" "You just look different. It's your eyes." "I'm tired. Up late last night." "Doing what?" she asked, trying to catch me in a lie. "Drinking." I grinned. "My favorite pastime." She sat back in the chair and crossed her arms over her chest. The umbrella was positioned to put me in the shade, but she was in the full sun, and that seemed intentional. Any time I saw her, she was always directly in the sun, like the heat didn't bother her one bit. I waited for her to leave, but she lingered. I knew she hadn't ratted me out to her father. She'd had the chance when we first met, but she kept it to herself, and the reason was obvious, because she liked my attention. The attraction I felt the moment I saw her, she felt it too.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked. "Your father and I have business to discuss, as usual."
"I feel like that's all you ever do," she said.
"Discuss? I do a lot of shit behind the scenes," I said. "In the middle of the night, when you're dead asleep."
"My father never partnered with anyone before, so I was surprised when he agreed to this."
"If you want to stay in the game for the long haul, you've got to adapt. Your father knows this."
"And how long have you been in the game?"
I crossed my arms over my chest, surprised by her question. She never asked me anything, never struck up a conversation with me. I was the one who did all the talking most of the time, but now the tables had seemed to turn. "About 5 years."
"That's not very long."
"Feels like an eternity."
"What other businesses do you have?"
"I have another client who's an arms dealer. Getting his product through regulations is a lot harder than drugs, not as easy to hide, but I know all the right people to make that happen. It pissed off my parents to no end, but there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. They could rat me out, but I already paid off the police, and if they incriminated me, they would publicly eviscerate their reputation and their legacy."
"So you're more like a concierge?"
"I prefer liaison," I said. "I know all the big players and how to get shit done, and I know how to connect their partnerships, confidentially."
"That sounds complicated."
"I have the eloquence to maintain relationships with the elites, and I have the roughness to roll with the dogs."
"Interesting."
"What about you?"
"What about me?"
she asked, her tanned skin glowing in the sunlight. "What made you decide this is what you wanted?" She stared at me like she didn't quite understand the question. To be a part of this life. To embrace the underworld rather than run from it. It divided friends and families, made people terrified to associate with you. And since it was a dangerous line of work, that was a legitimate concern.
"I respect my father for what he's built. I want to be a part of it."
"You've never considered doing something above the table?" I asked. "Running a flower shop, working in a restaurant, doing something legal?" Her eyebrow cocked.
"Sounds like you're trying to dissuade me."
"You don't strike me as the kind of woman that can be dissuaded." When she set her mind to something, she didn't change it. In my limited time with her, I'd realized she was stubborn, like a man.
"And you'd be right."
"I just worry about you."
"Why?"
she asked.
"My father is a very powerful man."
"But when you're rich and powerful, everyone knows it, and everyone wants to take you down. You've got a target on your back. You have to look over your shoulder, even when you sleep. Your father makes it look easy, but I know he's got to stay several steps ahead of his enemies. Book an event he has no intention of attending just to throw guys off the scent. I do the same thing. Own several properties all over the place, so no one knows where you're staying. Tell some men you're going to one location, then go somewhere else just to flush out a rat." Her eyes were locked on mine, hanging on to every word. I meant what I said before. If there comes a time when it is you running the show, you're going to need someone you trust to watch your back. Others will see you as an easy opponent and are more likely to fuck with you. You need a man to keep the dogs away.
"And you're that man?"
she asked, but this time with a smile. I stared at her hard, almost lured back into the flirtation. "I'm just being honest with you. I'm surprised your father hasn't had this conversation with you. He must have a plan."
"He said his men and his allies will look after me in his absence."
"Once a king dies, so does the loyalty of his men," I said. "That's just how it goes. He overestimates his power beyond the grave. Do you even know how to shoot a gun?" She chuckled. "I'm serious."
"You think I'm my father's daughter and I don't know how to shoot a gun?"
My eyes narrowed, trying to discern a lie in her words.
"Would you like me to show you?"
She extended her hand across the table. The curiosity was too much to ignore, so I pulled my handgun from my jeans and slid it across the table toward her. She didn't fire the gun, but she did something more impressive. She dismantled it piece by piece, laid out all the components on the table along with the bullets that were in the barrel. Then she put it back together and slipped the bullets back inside before she slid it back to me. "Yes, I know how to handle a gun." The grin stretched my face as I shoved the gun into the back of my jeans. "My mistake. I can handle myself, Axel." "What else can you handle?" "What does that mean?" "I don't need a gun to kill you, sweetheart. I could choke her to death with a single hand. I could break her arm with a single twist. Her thin body had no chance against someone built like me." "Would you like me to show you that as well?" My jeans instantly felt snug. Just the thought, sexy. As enticing as that sounds, I don't think your father would appreciate seeing me raise a hand against you. "Who says you would have a chance?" Fuck, this woman drove me crazy. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. Her father emerged from the house, then approached the table where we sat. He was in dark jeans and a gray shirt, his body fit and tight from his workouts with his personal trainer. He was a handsome guy, and I knew he got pussy left and right. He just didn't show it in front of his daughter. "Do you mind if I have a word with Axel, sweetheart?" When he spoke to Scarlett, he was always genuine and charming, regarding her like the light of his life. He seemed incapable of the maniacal insanity he'd shown me last weekend. "Sure." She rose from the chair. "See you later." "See you later." I kept my eyes on him as she walked away. Dante took a seat, lit up a cigar, and his butler immediately came outside to cover the table with drinks and a small platter. Since he was hosting me like a guest, I assumed he wasn't angry, unless he was trying to poison me. Dante sat there for a while and enjoyed a cigar, watching me across the table. I led the conversation. "I'm having some issues with our American distributors, but I'll figure it out." "What are the issues?" "They've suddenly increased their fee. I think they want a bigger cut now that they see how well the product is selling. Your stuff is superior to other shit on the market, and now they want to invest." "We made a deal," he said calmly. "They get nothing." "I know." He gave a slight nod. "Good." He gestured to the cigar placed in front of me. I lit up and let the sultry taste roll around my mouth. There was nothing better than a good cigar and a stiff drink, especially after a hard fuck. He gave no indication that he'd snapped at me last weekend. He acted like nothing had happened at all, but I knew it was all pretend. He wasn't the forgive and forget type, but the grudge type. "Let's talk about the other distributors." We got into the nitty-gritty of it. We both had access to the reports, but he liked to discuss everything that had already been presented on paper. Even when business was good, it wasn't good enough. His sights were always set on the horizon. "I have a question." The discussion of business had concluded. He let the smoke slowly leave his mouth, his eyes locked on mine. "Do you think it's wise to select your daughter as your successor?" His eyes immediately narrowed at the question. "You wouldn't ask me this if I had a son, rather than a daughter." "Exactly." His elbow was propped on the armrest, the cigar in his relaxed fingertips. "She's a smart girl, but we both know the underworld is a horrifying place." "Let me worry about my daughter. You worry about business. Knowing how to shoot a gun isn't enough. I warned you to stay away from my daughter," he said coldly. "Was I unclear?" "But you didn't say anything about caring for her," I said. "And I do. She's smart and capable, but her perception of what this life is like is very different from reality. I just think she needs the full picture before she commits to this. Ryan left her because she wouldn't walk away from this life. Other guys have done the same thing. Before she turns down other opportunities, she should know the risks." He gave a quiet chuckle. "Opportunities, well, that's generous." I agree, Ryan was a spineless prick. "My men told me he cried, begged for his mother." He released the smoke from his mouth. "Definitely not an opportunity," he smirked. "Your concern for my daughter is greatly misplaced. I have big plans for her."
4. Scarlett. The driver pulled up to the palace. The 3-story villa beautiful in the glow of the lights and immaculate landscaping. People in cocktail gowns and tuxedos mingled in the front, greeting everyone they knew before they entered the party.
"Are you ready, sweetheart?"
My heart fluttered quicker than usual, but my expression remained as hard as ever. "You know I am." He grinned.
"That's my girl."
My door opened, and the valet helped me to my feet. My father was at my side a moment later, and he extended his arm to me. I took it, and together we entered the palace and stepped into the expanse of the party. Music played from the 5-piece orchestra, and the chandeliers sparkled. My father handed me a glass of champagne, and he immediately started to mingle with the guests he knew. He'd never been a conversationalist, but after working with Axel, he'd changed. He introduced me as his daughter, and more than once people assumed I was his girlfriend or wife, even though I was half his age. When we had a brief moment to step away, my father spoke quietly under his breath.
"Next to the bar, in a white tuxedo."
He didn't actually look in that direction, acting casual like we were discussing something else. "I see him."
"His name is Vladimir. He's Russian."
I can tell just by looking at him. Pale like snow, and with a hardened expression, he looked miserable. I suspected that was just how his face looked.
"You see the ring?"
he asked, taking a drink. It was unmistakable, an enormous diamond carved into a stone. And it was smooth, crafted by an expert jeweler. It was unlike any other piece of jewelry I'd ever seen. It sparkled even clear across the room. Yes.
"He expects to be robbed by a man, not a woman. So I'll speak to his woman. He knows who I am, and naturally, he's threatened by me. He'll watch me like a hawk, and he won't watch you at all. Are you ready?" I nodded. "It's okay if you aren't."
"Dad, I'm fine." He studied me for another moment before he gave a nod.
"I'll be right there, sweetheart."
"He looks pretty big."
"The bigger fighter doesn't necessarily win."
He grinned, then walked away. The plan was officially set in motion, and my father walked away to speak to Vladimir's woman, whom he'd forgotten about as he became absorbed in a conversation with someone else. My father approached the bar beside her, ordered a drink, and then began to engage her in conversation. She was tall, blonde, young, someone who shouldn't be interested in a man my father's age, but nonetheless, she was. It took a few moments for Vladimir to notice my father. He turned and stared, his dark eyes suddenly hard with a quiet anger. But he didn't intervene, which told me my father was right, that Vladimir was threatened by him. He didn't interfere, but he watched. I couldn't bump into Vladimir and take the ring. I couldn't do anything to make him look at me at all. Once he realized the ring was gone, he would trace all the moments since he'd last had it. And if I bumped into him, he would definitely remember me. I came up behind him, ordered a drink that I wouldn't touch, and waited for him to turn to face the bartender. When the bartender gave him another drink, he faced his body forward, hands on the bar, and acknowledged the waitress. But then his eyes turned back to his woman and my father, his left hand unattended. My heart was beating so fast. I almost chickened out. But then I moved fast, pulling out the tube of oil tucked next to my tit inside my dress, keeping it at body temperature. I squirted it onto his finger, just a few drops, and he was so preoccupied by his seething anger, he didn't notice. Then came the hard part, getting the ring off his finger. Thankfully, he was lean and limber, so he didn't have bulky knuckles like some men, like Axel. I grabbed it and pulled it off in one swift motion. I swapped it with the fake ring, the ring that would fool him for a short while, long enough that he would have a difficult time reconstructing the events that led to its loss. Once I had the ring, I grabbed the drink and immediately walked off, my heart racing so fast I thought I might pass out. I forced my head back and took a big gulp, needing the alcohol to take the edge off. I moved next to a crowd of people to blend in and look busy. In reality, I only looked at the painting on the wall, my back to him, making sure I didn't make eye contact at all. Because once he looked around, he would look for someone looking at him, and I wouldn't be caught doing that. I like that dress. I turned to see Axel beside me, handsome in a tuxedo, that charming smile plastered on his face. He must have seen my flustered expression because he said, "You look like you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. You just caught me by surprise." The ring was tucked inside my dress, the diamond cold against my flesh. "Who are you here with?" "My father." "I didn't realize he would be attending." He looked at the painting I admired. "This is the ugliest shit I've ever seen." I hadn't actually looked at the painting. I stared at it but didn't see a single color. All I could see was the bar and the Russian I'd just stolen from. Yeah. "You know who likes art?" "Pricks. My father loves art." "What a coincidence." He grinned. I couldn't tell whether he'd insulted my father on purpose or not. "Are you here with anyone?" "I told you I don't do dates." "Why?" "Because if I bring a date, I can't pick up a date." "Gotcha." "Is that jealousy I hear?" He watched me, eyes narrowed. That smirk still there. I looked at the painting and covered my expression by taking a drink. He continued to stare at the side of my face. "No denial. Interesting." Talking to Axel had slowed my heart rate, brought it to a quiet standstill. The redness left my cheeks and my skin felt cold again. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes," I said confidently. "Why?" "Your eyes look different." I turned to look at him head on. "Got a lot on my mind." "Saying you're tired is a more believable excuse," he said, "but I'll accept your answer." That cocky, knowing smile moved across his lips. "Enjoy the party. My old violin teacher is here. I should probably say hi." "You played violin?" "Yup, piano too. I was lame as shit." "I don't think that's lame." He looked at the painting again. "Good night, Scarlett." "Wait." He turned back to me, sliding his hands into his pockets as he regarded me. He kept several feet between us, like we were two strangers talking rather than two friends. "Yes, sweetheart?" All I knew was I wanted to talk to him, but I had no reason to. I had nothing of substance, no questions that needed to be answered. I'd brushed off his advances because of my commitment to Ryan, and that had ended up being a complete waste of my time. Axel was still off limits, violated the rules my father had set for the business. But the attraction that had always burned there suddenly burned hotter. "Have a good night." He continued to watch me like he knew that hadn't been what I wanted to say. He waited for more, but when nothing was forthcoming, he gave a nod and walked away. "You too." My father held up the diamond in the back seat of the car, examining its clarity as he rotated it left and right. Even the eyes had been carved out of the material. Every little move he made resulted in a spectrum of light. "Good job, sweetheart." He lowered the diamond and looked at me. The pride so deep it made me melt. "I knew you wouldn't let me down." He pocketed the diamond, then patted my hand where it rested on my thigh. I thought my heart was about to sprout wings and fly away. He smirked. "Fooled me." I had been utterly terrified to follow through with the plan. But when my father looked at me like that, it was all worth it. "Now what?" "We get the last ring," he said. "Then we'll be done." "And what will we do when we have these rings?" He asked me to do this, trained me to do this, but he never told me why. Eager to prove that I had what it took to oversee the company, and instead, I'd jumped at the opportunity. "You'll see." After a long week, I went out to the bar with some friends. My father had an assistant who handled a lot of things for him, but he didn't trust her with the financials for the business, so that was entrusted to me. If this was a legitimate business, then perhaps it would be more straightforward. But since everything was encoded and paid in cash most of the time, it was a lot of work. We sat at a table together, and none of us paid for a single drink because they were all sent over by admirers. Some of them were brave enough to come over, and the more we drank, the looser we became. And then it really turned into a party. One of the guys who'd bought me a drink pulled up a chair beside me. He was tall, dark, and handsome, a very good-looking man. He had a nice smile, too. But when his leg touched mine and his eyes took a peek at my goodies, I didn't feel anything. I knew it wasn't because of Ryan. It was because of someone else. We made small talk, but it felt forced. Because all he wanted to do was close, and I wasn't sure what I wanted. Screwing some hot guy felt like a good revenge plan against Ryan, but I didn't really care about revenge anymore. "Are you listening to me?" His deep voice broke through my reverie, and then his hand moved to my thigh. "Seems like you drifted off there." He didn't just put his hand on my thigh, but his fingers were slightly up my skirt, making himself right at home when he'd just met me a couple minutes ago. It didn't make me warm, excited, or wet. Just uncomfortable. I flicked his hand off my thigh. He sat back, clearly wounded by the action. "You know, there are plenty of other women here who'd love to talk to me." "You weren't talking," I snapped. "You were groping." "Wow." He gave a slight eye roll. "Whatever, bitch." He got up to leave. I stuck out my leg to trip him. He stumbled slightly and almost dove headfirst into the floor. But he righted himself, then looked at me like he might come back over and kill me. "Watch your step." I flipped my hair, then turned back to the table and took the drink that he'd spent his change on. "Fucking cunt." He raised his voice enough for it to be heard over the loud music and conversation. "What did you call her?" I turned back around when I heard another voice. Axel was there. Several inches taller than the guy who'd insulted me, but he was taller than most people, because he was at least 6'4". His blue eyes weren't pretty anymore. Just hard and utterly terrifying. The guy had to be at least 6 foot and didn't seem to be used to being the short one based on his hesitation. He took a step back. Axel could let it go, but he didn't. "Pussy, I asked you a question." Axel got in his face. "What did you call her?" The guy tried to walk away. Axel grabbed him by the shirt and yanked him close, using the guy's shirt like reins on a horse. "Answer the question." The guy tried to push himself off, but Axel's grip was so strong that I got him nowhere. Axel yanked him around, stretching out his shirt so much that the fabric started to come apart. "It sounded like you called her a bitch and a cunt." He jerked him hard, then dragged him across the floor back to where I sat in my chair. All my friends stopped talking when they realized what was happening. Axel forced him in front of me, on his knees, his face red with rage. "Apologize." The guy was silent in defiance. "Let me put it this way." Axel had him like a fish on a hook. "Apologize, or I take you outside to bash in your skull." The guy's head was tilted down, and he didn't look at me. "Sorry." Axel gave him a hard jerk. "Sorry for what, asshole?" "Sorry for what I said. Sorry for calling you a bitch and a cunt." "Fuck," he snapped. "Sorry for calling you a bitch and cunt. And what?" "You have a small dick." My eyes widened. The guy kept his head down. "Say it." Axel grabbed him by the neck and started to squeeze. "Say it, motherfucker." The guy seethed,
like he wanted to kill Axel but had no chance of succeeding. I have a small dick. Sorry. Didn't hear you. He tried to get to his feet. Fuck you! Axel slammed his fist so hard into the guy's face that it broke his nose and made blood squirt everywhere. Jesus Christ! The guy cupped his nose with his hand, then spat out the blood that dripped into his mouth. Say it. Loud this time. He spat out more blood. I have a small dick. Fuck, can I go now? Axel shoved him aside, then kicked him. Off you go. The guy stumbled as he got to his feet, blood on the tile. But he managed to pull himself up and shove through the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle. My eyes shifted to Axel, his muscular arms like sculptures on either side of his body. He watched the guy before he turned to me. And like nothing had happened, he pulled out the chair beside me and draped his arm over the back of my chair, publicly claiming me to shoo away all the other flies. You all right? My friends all looked at me, probably wondering how I knew him. I'm fine. Not the first time I've been called a bitch, and it won't be the last. That handsome smirk appeared on his face. I like that attitude. His eyes dropped down over my body, giving it a quick once-over without caring if I witnessed the entire thing. I like that dress. You always say that, and I always mean it. He leaned closer to me. Can I get you a drink? Sure. Your choice. He left my side and walked to the bar. And the second he arrived, the crowd parted around him, like he would start another fight if someone stood too close. The bartender was happy to serve him, ignoring the other customers who had already been standing there, and headed straight to him. Who is that? Shelley asked from beside me, ignoring her date. He works with my father. Do all men who work with your father fight for your honor like that? I smirked. He's shown his interest before, but I was with Ryan. Well, Ryan is gone. She glanced at him at the bar, and this guy is fine. I looked past her at his tight ass in his jeans. Oh, I know, girl. Go home with him. It's not smart to mix business with pleasure. It's not smart to let that man walk away. That's what's not smart. Axel got the drinks and then returned, putting down 2 old fashions. No vodka and cranberry? I asked. No Cosmo? He grinned. I've seen you handle a real drink, sweetheart. He took a sip and returned it to the table. His arm had returned to the back of my chair as he leaned in close to talk to me over the sound of the music. I'm not buying you a glass with an umbrella in it. He adjusted his arm. And when he did, his fingers brushed across my exposed shoulder. It was unclear whether it was on purpose or not, but it made goosebumps form on my arms. What are you doing here? Same thing as you, he said. Out with my boys. Picking up a date? Something like that. He took another drink before he returned it to the table. You sure you're all right? He didn't scare me. He grinned. I saw the way you tripped him. He nodded appreciatively. Atta girl. I wanted to punch him in the face. That would have been better. He withdrew his arm from the back of my chair. I'll let you get back to your evening. If some guy bothers you again, go with the punch. He rose from his seat, grabbed his drink, and then walked across the bar until he found his guys at a table, all smoking cigars, drinks across the surface of the table, beautiful women in most of their laps. I looked at my drink again, my lipstick stain on the edge. What just happened? Shelley asked. Axel had wanted me to dump Ryan for the longest time, but now that I was available, he'd lost interest. I knew it wasn't because of the chase, but because I'd dismissed him enough times. If I wanted something to happen, it would be up to me to make the first move. I think he gave up on me. You need to grab that seat in his lap before someone else takes it. Or sit on his face. He seems like he'd be into that.
I knew how disappointed my father would be if he was aware I'd made things complicated with one of his partners. And I knew how messy our relationship could get. But maybe it didn't have to be a relationship. Maybe it could just be a night. I looked over at him again, seeing him sitting there with his knees far apart, his arm over the back of the empty chair beside him, laughing at something one of the guys said. He never looked over at me, never wondered if I was looking at him. If he was playing hard to get, he fooled me. His gray shirt fit his hard body so well, tight across his powerful chest and arms, but it was loose over his firm stomach. I imagined him shirtless, all muscle, all strength. I pictured him flipping tires at the gym in nothing but sweatpants, sweat gleaming on his beautiful skin. I grabbed my drink and made my move. But just as I stood up, I saw another woman make hers. Her eyes flashed to me like she knew my intention and was determined to reach him before I could. She was blonde and pretty, wearing a dress as scandalous as mine. I should have gotten up sooner when I'd had a chance. She beat me fair and square, so I should drop back into my chair and let the drink he bought me soothe my aches. But I didn't give up on what I wanted, so I headed over there anyway. She glanced at me before placing her hand on his shoulder. "I'm Talia." "Axel." He extended his hand to shake hers. "Is the seat taken?" she asked, referring to the open seat beside him. "Not at all." He pulled it out further so it would be easier for her to join him. "Talia, that's a beautiful name." I arrived on the other side of him, moving my hand to his shoulder. He turned to look at me, and he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Like he'd really had no idea that I'd been watching him the last 5 minutes. "Is the seat taken?" Axel hesitated, because there was no open seat, other than the one he'd offered to Talia. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "What seat?" "This one." I moved between his open knees and sat right on his lap, my arm circling his neck, my tits right in his face. The grin that spread over his face was unlike any I'd ever seen. His eyes matched it, both excited and cocky. His arm wrapped around my waist, and he adjusted me on him, bringing me closer to his chest. His other hand slid up my thigh, slightly underneath my dress. "Baby, this seat is reserved. For you." After we parked his car in the garage, the elevator took us to the ground floor. He led the way and held the door open for me, revealing a grand entryway with a chandelier hanging in the center of the room. The floor was made of marble, and a large rug was in the center, a tall table with lilies directly underneath the chandelier. It was a lot more sophisticated than I expected. A set of stairs was on either side of the entry, both of them winding up to the next level. From the outside of the building, I never would have guessed the refinement of this place. His arm circled my waist. He guided me up the stairs to the second floor, down the hallway lined with windows that showed the city lit up in the darkness. The floors were carpeted, so my heels didn't tap and echo. My heart fluttered the way it had the other night when I'd stolen the ring. I was nervous and excited, driven by desire but terrified by the act. He led me to the end of the hallway through double doors leading to his master bedroom. When we stepped inside, it felt like its own apartment. A living room directly in front of us, all the furniture dark and classic, with masculine tones and energy. There was a large TV on the wall, a wet bar, and then down the short hallway, I could see a few details of his bedroom. A large bed on a dark rug. He went to the wet bar and poured a few drinks. I looked out the window, the Duomo in the distance, lit up in its grandeur. He turned with the 2 glasses and handed me one. It was another old-fashioned. The glass was cold to the touch, and my fingers felt the slickness of the moisture as I held it. I brought it to my lips for a quick drink, a splash of whiskey to calm the nerves. He took a drink as he stared at me, his eyes never leaving my face.
I can tell you're nervous.
You're wrong. He took another drink, finishing half of it in a few sips.
To be fair, you should be nervous.
He set the glass on the coffee table and sat down, taking up unnecessary space, as usual. I should. I took the seat beside him, my back against the corner of the couch. His hand made itself right at home up my dress, between my thighs. His warm fingers cupped the inside of my thigh before he moved high enough to brush against my panties. His eyes were down, like he wanted to push up the bottom of my dress so he could see what color thong I wore.
With how hard you're about to get fucked? Yes.
My heart gave a lurch, and the goosebumps flashed down my arm once more. His eyes were still angled down, and he smirked, seeing the distinct pebbles forming across my thighs and disappearing under the fabric of my dress. One of his big fingers slipped inside and hooked into my panties, grazing over my sensitive folds. And then he slowly started to pull them down, his strength making the fabric slide off my hips and down my thighs. He kept going, bringing them to my knees and letting them fall the rest of the way to my ankles. Black.
Exactly as I pictured.
I breathed normally, but to me it felt uncomfortable and uneven. Without seeing my reflection, I knew my cheeks were flushed with the rush of blood that had spread to different places. I was a confident lover, but now that Axel and I were alone together, I'd never been so unsure of myself. He was suave and sexy and powerful, and I was ordinary. He lowered himself to the floor between my knees and pulled his shirt over his head. He dropped it on the floor. And it was the first time I saw just how strong he was. His arms were bulky, with the different muscles packed together. Just a single arm was bigger than my head. His shoulders were ripped too, the skin tight over enormous striations of muscle. His chest was thick like the concrete that surrounded underground bunkers. His stomach was so firm, even when he was in a slightly seated position. Definitely the sexiest guy I'd ever been with. He slipped off my heels, then leaned into me against the couch, his hand sliding up my dress and pushing it high to reveal my pussy, perfectly groomed, because I'd had my wax that afternoon. He tugged on my hips and dragged me to the edge of the couch, his hungry eyes glued to my sex.
Fuck, that's a pretty pussy.
His arms scooped underneath my ass and back to cradle me into position before he dipped his head and kissed me. Kissed me like it was my mouth rather than my lower lips. I inhaled a sharp breath, because his warm lips against my aching bits were heaven. He kissed me again, opening my folds like he'd parted my lips in a kiss. He gave a throaty moan as he tasted me, as if feasting on me was his pleasure rather than mine. His tongue emerged, and his kisses became more aggressive, circling my clit before he sucked my folds into his strong mouth. All the nerves left my body as I was swept away on the tides of pleasure. Men had done this to me before, but it always felt like an obligation, a duty to do his part so that the pleasure would be reciprocated. But Axel kissed me like it was his honor to do so. My fingers dug into his hair, and I released a moan when his tongue hit me just right, when my body was lit on fire because everything felt so damn good. I started to rock my hips back into him, wanting him to take more of me, to keep making me feel good. I turned greedy, pulling his face into my pussy because I wanted everything he had. But he pulled away instead. I gave a cry of disappointment. He smiled as he moved over me, his lips shiny from my taste. Baby, I'd never leave you hanging. His eyes glanced to my mouth before he leaned in and kissed me. Kissed me as hard as he'd kissed my pussy, his hand moving straight for my hair and gripping it tightly. I just want you to come around my dick. My tongue accepted his, and I knew the taste of my own desire. My fingers were in his hair again, and my other hand planted against his chest, faltering slightly when I felt just how hard he was. It was like a mountain against my palm, permanent and unmovable. His powerful arm scooped me up from the couch and carried me into his room. He dropped me in the center of the bed and stepped away to undo his jeans and ditch everything below the waist. I unzipped my dress and got it off, sitting up with my tits out, the air suddenly cold against my skin. But when I saw that big dick, all my discomfort disappeared. I couldn't take my eyes away from it, following the trail of thick veins that extended from the base to the head. It was a nice dick, but it was also intimidating. He moved onto the bed and rose over the top of me, his thighs immediately separating mine in a rush to be inside me. His thick arms hooked behind my knees, and he opened me wide like he needed all the room to make this work. Then, his head pressed against me, like a square peg trying to shove inside a round hole. My head was in the clouds, but I managed to speak my mind. Condom. He held himself over me, his blue eyes burning into mine. I'm coming inside this pussy. He pushed a little harder, trying to get his massive head inside my tightness all fucking night. The heat that flushed through me was so scorching it made me break out in an instant sweat. The body on top of mine was so damn fine that I didn't care about anything except the impending ecstasy. You better be clean. He pushed inside 1 inch, and then another. The barrel of his length stretching me wide and making me wince. I would never hurt this pretty pussy. He gave another shove, getting himself a little deeper. Fuck. It hurt, but it felt so good at the same time. He gave another hard shove, and then he was in, my arousal lubricating the connection between our bodies. He was so thick that he stretched me wider than I thought I could be stretched. It was the biggest dick I'd ever taken, and I wondered how I would fit it into my mouth when he fucked me there, too. His thrusts were gentle and slow, his head just above mine, my body folded underneath his so our hips could be aligned. His head dipped and he kissed me, sucking my lips before he pulled away. Look at me. I had to tilt my head back slightly to meet his gaze, his big dick taking up all of me. I breathed and panted, my hands planted against his hard chest, my body rocking with his. He dipped his head and kissed me again, taking my mouth with authority, diving his tongue into my mouth to dance with his. Our breaths escaped our lips and interrupted our embrace as we started to move faster, as the sweat started to coat our bodies. He pulled away, then made good on his word, and fucked me hard. His pace wasn't interrupted by a desperation to edge himself. He plowed into me hard, tapping his hand against the headboard, demolishing my tightness with the wrecking ball of his dick. My hands gripped his arms, my favorite part of his body, other than the massive rod between my legs. And those beautiful blue eyes. God! I felt the start, the distant burn in my stomach, the heat that radiated through my limbs, the sweat intensified. I suddenly felt like a powerful ball of heat about to explode. Fuck! He pounded into me as he moaned, feeling my lithe body constrict around his. A few seconds later, it hit me hard, crashed into me, and knocked the wind out of me. My nails dug into his arms as I was caught up in the most intoxicating pleasure I'd ever known. It was potent enough to make tears spring to my eyes, to make the rest of my body numb so I could only feel the searing heat between my legs. Yes! His thrusts increased as he plowed into me, his dick slightly thicker than it had been seconds ago. His chest flushed red, and the sweat that glistened on his shoulders became more prominent. Fuck, this pussy. He released inside me with a sexy moan, shoving his dick farther inside than before, and making me wince when it went too far. His cum filled me with warmth, its weight so substantial I could feel it. He remained buried inside me as he breathed on top of me. His hungry eyes locked on mine now. Blue and beautiful, but hard as steel. This pretty pussy is mine now. It was the middle of the night when we finally crashed. I was so tired I could have slept through the afternoon, but the smell of something delicious made my eyes snap open. It smelled like pancakes, and bacon, and eggs. I propped myself up and looked out the open door to the rest of his quarters. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear something.
Anything else, sir?
No, Axel said. Thank you. Footsteps sounded, and a door opened and closed. I lay back down, tempted to go back to sleep. But once I knew there was hot and fresh food in the other room, it was hard to think about anything else. My body ached as I got out of bed. My core sore, my legs stiff. But my pussy ached most of all because of the massive dick that had been there the night before. One of his t-shirts was at the edge of the bed, so I pulled it on before I walked down the hallway, unsure where my panties had ended up. Axel was seated at the dining table near the window, shirtless, his arms covered in prominent veins that stretched up the sides of his neck. On the table in front of him was a breakfast that looked like room service. White plates covered with silver domes, bottles of syrup and ketchup placed on the table. Axel was typing on his phone, but he put it down when he realized I was in the room.
Morning, pretty.
I stilled at the nickname.
A nickname that sounded cute on the surface, but had a much different meaning.
He smirked when he saw my reaction.
Hungry?
I wasn't, until I smelled it. I took the seat across from him and helped myself to a mug of coffee. He removed the silver covers and let me help myself to whatever I wanted. There's so much food. He grabbed his phone again.
Wasn't sure what you liked.
Well, I looked at the oatmeal, the French toast, the pancakes, the bacon and sausage, and the scrambled eggs. I eat anything, so I've got a lot of work to do. I loaded a couple things onto my plate and started to eat. He set his phone aside and grabbed a few pieces of bacon and some eggs. He ate across from me, his eyes on me the entire time. Despite how pretty his eyes were, they were intense. Something so beautiful could also be so menacing. What? I asked, growing uncomfortable with his stare.
You look beautiful in the morning.
I look beautiful when I'm dead tired and still wearing last night's makeup? He didn't flinch.
Yes. He brought his mug to his lips and took a drink. Or maybe it's just because I know that pussy is packed with a night's worth of cum.
He set down the mug, a cocky look in his eyes. Are you always this possessive with a one-night stand?
No.
His answer was immediate, his certainty ironclad.
But this isn't a one-night stand.
Excuse me?
I spoke clearly.
He took a bite of his bacon and ate it as he stared me down. Last night I'd given in to my weakness and thrown myself at him. Watching him turn that grown man into a pussy had been a serious turn-on. I'd dropped my ass into his lap to chase away his other admirers, and I'd felt his hard dick against my cheeks immediately after I sat down. But it was an impulse. A lapse in judgment. Look, I just wanted to get whatever this is out of my system. Now I have. He took another bite of his bacon as he stared at me.
Whatever you say.
I meant what I said before, that I don't want to make things complicated.
It didn't feel complicated last night.
He took another bite.
Do you usually let one-timers come inside you?
I stilled at the question. It's none of your business if I do.
You don't, pretty. But you let me come inside you because you wanted me so bad. So what happens in a couple days when your pussy aches for more? You think another small dick is going to do the job? Guess again. You're the one who dropped your ass onto my dick and staked your claim. Don't play games with me. I'm not playing games. Then let's cut the bullshit, he said. I have obligations tonight. But tomorrow night, I'm coming to your place. You're going to cook me dinner, then come on my face. Any questions? I stared at his words, picturing myself straddling his face as we lay on my bed, that powerful mouth doing unbelievable things to my aching body. I had been thoroughly satisfied last night and was ready to walk out of there. But he just reminded me of everything I would leave behind. No. No questions. He reached for his mug and took a drink. Good.
5. Axel. Can we talk about this in person? No. I slid the phone into my pocket, then got into the car. You think you can just dump me without explanation? We weren't together, so I'm not dumping you. I started the car, and the headlights brightened the underground garage. You wouldn't need to break things off if there wasn't something to end. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Sorry for being considerate. So did you meet some other hot thing? I didn't bother responding and drove off, leaving the garage and driving down the one-way streets to her apartment. I didn't ask for her address because I knew where she lived. Then the music died when the call came in. I should have taken care of this yesterday, not right before dinner. I took the call. Yes, Kayla. That's how you talk to me now? What do you want from me? I kept my voice normal and didn't snap at her, because in truth she hadn't done anything wrong. Answer my question. What does it matter? I deserve to know, she snapped. We've been doing this for years. Yes, there's someone else. And you're serious that fast? She asked incredulously. No. Then I don't understand. I don't understand it either, Kayla, I said quietly. But I'm not available right now, that's the bottom line. I don't want to ignore your text messages and dodge your phone calls. I don't want to ghost you. I'd prefer to be straight with you. She was quiet. I continued to drive, hoping that would be the end of it. Well, good luck. Yeah, thanks. She hung up. I drove the rest of the way, then parked on the side of the street. Her apartment wasn't luxurious like it should be. Despite the fact that her father had appointed her as his replacement, he didn't pay her a salary to reflect that. It wasn't low-end either, just not flashy. I walked to the door and let myself in, anxious to get inside and see those beautiful eyes burn the second they met mine. She had a good poker face, but I could read all the subtleties of her expression so well after studying it since the moment I met her. I knew she wanted me, and I loved seeing just how much. She stepped out of the kitchen to see who had entered her apartment. You don't knock? I ignored the question and walked over to her, my arms snaking around her slender body until I squeezed her fine ass in my big hands. My mouth dipped to hers, and I kissed her, pulling her into me at the same time. Her protest immediately died away, and her arms hooked around my neck, her lips hungry, like she'd been thinking about me long before I'd walked through that door. I pulled away and noticed the smell of dinner in the air. Smells good. It took her a moment to recover, her eyes still in a slight haze. Roasted chicken and potatoes. My hand struggled to leave her waist. Impressive. She stepped back into the kitchen, then pulled out the serving dish from the oven. The chicken was browned on the outside, steaming with all the juices, the potatoes in the pan along the edges. It looked like it belonged on the cover of a cooking magazine. Where did you learn to cook? It's something I've always been good at. She pulled out another pan, revealing roasted Brussels sprouts. Well, chefs aren't born, they're made. I guess I've always been interested in it. Folding the pages of recipes I like, trying new things. She pulled out a couple plates from the cupboard, then grabbed the silverware. I reached out my hands. I'll set the table. She hesitated before she let me take everything. I moved to the small dining table, big enough for just 4 people, and set the table for us to sit across from each other. A bottle of wine was on the counter, so I opened it and poured 2 glasses. We'd never been on a date before, but we moved in rhythm like we'd lived together for years. She placed the hot dishes on the linens in the center of the table, then sat down, having a sip of her wine before she did anything else. I sat across from her, and despite how hungry I was, all I really cared about was the way she looked. She wore makeup, but not a ton of it because she was a stunning woman. A paradox because she was so gorgeous but had no idea of that truth. She wore a casual summer dress, dark blue with thin straps over her shoulders. Her hair was in soft curls, and I hoped she hadn't spent too much time styling it, because I was about to destroy it when dinner was over. I let her serve herself first before I dumped the food onto my plate, slices of juicy chicken with the golden pieces of potatoes. When I had my first bite, I nodded in appreciation. You can fuck, you can cook, what else can you do? She smirked as she looked at me. Well, I didn't do much of the fucking. You'll get your chance, pretty. Her smart eyes studied me. You're really going to call me that? All I did was stare. I guess that's a yes. She took a bite of her food. We descended into tense silence, both of us eating as we stared at each other across the table. There was still a little light out of the window, the sky a beautiful combination of gentle colors. It blanketed her face in the most exquisite glow. So, how was your day? I shrugged. The same old shit. What does that mean? Work never sleeps. You never take a day off. I shook my head. I'm too busy for that. So all you do is work? She asked. Other than drink and fuck, yes. My father doesn't work like that. He does, I said. You just don't realize it. Even if he's sitting there at dinner with you, he's thinking about a bunch of other shit in his mind. Just as I was doing that very moment, ignoring the emails and texts that vibrated my phone in my pocket. He seems present to me. Because he was a two-faced psychopath. You two are close. You aren't close with your parents? My parents wished I'd never been born. No. A memory seemed to come back to her because her eyes deepened. I remember you mentioning that now. Then there was pity, a deep wave of it. And don't feel sorry for me, I hate that shit. It's called empathy. Whatever, I snapped. I don't want it. What happened with your parents? She asked gently, her voice tiptoeing around me. I hesitated before I answered, choosing to focus on the savory meal she'd made. My eyes were down, thinking of the best way to phrase it and keep it veiled. They disowned me. Why? She asked. This was the most open conversation we'd ever had, but I wanted her to be open, not me. They're assholes, I'll leave it at that. It was clear she wanted to press me further, but she allowed me to dismiss it. I'm sorry. What happened with your mother? She was never mentioned. There were no photographs in the house. It was as if Dante had given birth to her and raised her entirely on his own. You won't tell me what happened with your family, but do you expect to pry into my drama? I'm not prying, I said calmly. You don't have to answer. She took a few more bites of her food, her eyes down on the table. My parents weren't in a relationship when she became pregnant with me. They were young, as you probably figured out. My father and I are only 19 years apart. She used her knife to cut into the chicken and took a few more bites, handling herself with the eloquence of a queen. She wanted to abort the pregnancy, but he didn't. Why? He had been a 19-year-old kid at the time. Why would he take on that responsibility? He has strong beliefs about that sort of thing. So he raised you on his own? Yep, she said. She gave birth to me and he took me home. It was hard to believe that Dante had a child at such a young age, but he still managed to build an enviable empire. As much as I despised him, it was impossible not to respect him. How did he manage that? My grandmother was still alive, so she helped out a lot. When his business became successful, he was able to afford help. I had a nanny for about 10 years, but he didn't push me on her and forget about me. He always made time for me. Always came to all my games, always helped me with my homework. After a long day of work, he would spend the evening with me. And after I went to bed, he was back at work. She pushed her food around during her quiet reflection. He's never made me feel like an unwanted child. Not once. Not ever. A pain formed in my chest. A complexity of emotion that I couldn't digest. I resented her for having the unconditional love that hadn't been given to me. And I was also disappointed that her father was such a prominent figure in her life, and she would always choose him above all else. I can tell he's a good father. I never felt out of place around my friends, not having a mother. He somehow managed to be two parents at once. All I've ever wanted to do is make him proud because I'm so proud of him. That's why you want to run the show. Now I understood her desire to be in this dangerous game, because it was what her father wanted, and she wanted to be whatever he wanted her to be. Their closeness was so potent that it could be seen with the naked eye. Even when they were in different buildings across town from each other, their attachment was visible like a string. You couldn't have one without the other. That was the moment I knew we would never be anything more than this. A secret. A dirty fucking secret. I love the fact that he didn't dismiss me from the role because I'm a daughter instead of a son. He's not a misogynistic prick. He's never involved himself in my personal life or had an issue with my adult relationships. I nearly scoffed. I want to prove that his decision was the right one. But do you actually want this? I asked. Or do you just want what he wants? Why wouldn't I want it? She asked before taking a drink of her wine. Like I've said before, it can be dangerous. My father's never had an issue. That he's told you about. I was certain there were times when things got rough, when shit went down, but she was tucked into her bed, oblivious to the knives and gunfire. She had no idea how many lives he'd taken just to exert his power. You can disapprove of my decision all you want, Axel, she said coldly. I don't care. But I did care. Deeply. If you weren't in this line of business, what else would you be doing? I don't know. I'm curious. I finished my food, the delicious taste still on my tongue. It was one of the best meals I'd ever had. Coming home to a home-cooked meal like that every night would be a great treat. What about a chef? She smirked. You liked the food then? Fuck yes, I did. I grabbed another piece of chicken and dropped it on my plate. I'll eat your cooking anytime. And I'll eat you anytime, too. I grinned before I took a bite of the chicken, still warm and juicy. Her soft smile slowly faded as she swirled her glass. It'd be fun to attend culinary school in Paris or here in Florence. Make my own recipes and open my own restaurant. That wouldn't be a bad career option. The hours would be rough, but the satisfaction might make it worth it. There was a missing page to this story, because I couldn't understand how a protective father would allow his beloved daughter to run an empire that filled the streets with blood. She would always have a target on her back, and I couldn't imagine him wanting that for her. There must be more to the situation, but Dante chose to keep that information to himself. I can see it, wearing a white chef's jacket, black lingerie underneath. She released a chuckle. I like wearing lingerie, but not at work. All my muscles tightened as my interest was piqued. You do? Yeah, I like to wear it underneath my dresses before I go out and watch his reaction when I undress. She gave me a playful smile across the table, her fingers pinching the stem of her wine glass. Fuck. My eyes moved to her dress, wishing I could see what was underneath. You better be wearing some tonight. I guess we'll have to see. She dismissed my advance by taking another drink of her wine. Her cheeks had turned crimson, either because of the tension or because she'd had too much to drink. Whatever the reason, she looked beautiful. She barely had a chance to carry the tray to the kitchen counter when I moved behind her. I pressed my chest into her back, pinning her against the cabinet, and I felt her back rise with the deep breath she took in reaction. My head dipped toward her cheek and I grabbed the front of her neck, my fingers pressing into her jawline, holding her in place as I yanked up her dress to see that fine ass. The black lace of a strapless bodysuit was visible, a pattern of roses sewn into the material. It was a beautiful color against her skin, and I immediately released a quiet moan in satisfaction when I saw it. Oh, you put this on for me. I forced her face farther my way, making her meet my gaze. She swallowed. Yes. That meant she'd put it on and anticipated my reaction. Anticipated how hard my dick would become at the sight of her. I pressed myself into her back just so she could feel how much this turned me on. My fingers slid between her cheeks and curled toward her front, wondering if this was crotchless. My fingers landed on her bare flesh, warm and soft, already wet like she'd been thinking about fucking me since the moment I'd walked in the door, and probably even before that. My eyes stayed on hers as I watched her breathe harder than before, both excited and nervous. I forced her eyes to remain on mine as I slipped a finger inside, her moisture greeting me in a flood. She sucked in a breath. My cock twitched. I slipped another finger inside her and started to thrust gently, to let her arousal soak into my skin so I could taste it later. Her eyes glazed over in desire but continued to meet my stare, her breaths growing more labored. My thumb brushed across her bottom lip as I stared at her pretty mouth, wanting to kiss those lips but also fuck them. She released a moan when I curled one of my fingers around to rub her clit. She had an instantaneous reaction, her core tightening when the pleasure vibrated through her body. I wanted to kiss her, but watching all the stages of desire move across her face was so addictive. Her sassy attitude disappeared, and she melted right before me, her pussy a puddle in my hand. I cradled her face to mine and kissed her, and the second our lips touched, it was fire. Her hips rocked with the movements of my fingers, pressing her clit hard into the finger that gave it pleasure. Her kiss was sloppy because of her desperate breaths, her tongue uncoordinated, but it was so sexy knowing I was the cause of her loss of coordination. I should have carried her to the couch a long time ago, but her kiss and her pussy felt so damn good that I didn't want to leave. My cock would slide into that glistening pussy at some point, and the anticipation made me so damn hard. One of her hands balanced her against the counter, while the other hand cupped the back of my head, holding on as she kissed me, her fingers fisting my short hair. With her lips against mine, she begged, "Fuck me." I moaned against her lips before I slipped my tongue inside, claiming her entire mouth before I unsnapped my jeans and tugged them down far enough to let my cock come free. She was taller than the average woman and wearing heels, so that made it possible for me to push my head through her entrance and slide right in. She released a gasp when she felt me, and that was when I shoved my fingers into her mouth. Suck. She immediately sucked on my fingers, tasting herself as I fucked her against the kitchen counter, my other arm wrapped around her chest and her shoulder. I kept her tight against me as I thrust, my dick sliding through the desire that dripped all the way to my balls. She moaned, her lips growing slack around my fingertips. My lips hung next to her ear. "I love the way you taste, Birdie." She returned to sucking my fingers, her pussy clenching right around my dick. She was already prepared to blow, the slickness and the tightness paramount. Her hips bucked against mine, taking my dick with the same enthusiasm as I gave to her. "Come all over my dick, pretty." I pulled my fingers from her mouth and pressed them against her clit. I rubbed her nice and slow, giving her hard pressure that made her body start to buckle. Her moans were loud now, echoes that reached the next apartment. She pushed into my hand and shoved her ass back against me, wanting my hand but also my dick. She gripped my forearm for balance, and then she came with a shudder. "Fuck," she groaned through gritted teeth. "Yes, yes." I forced her face back to me so I could watch, my dick immediately hardening at the redness of her cheeks, the tears in her eyes, the way her lips parted with her unstoppable moans. I edged myself as best I could before I released with a loud moan, filling her slit with the first load of the night. She continued to come around me, her nails nearly drawing blood as she gripped my forearm as hard as she could. Then she gave another shudder as she let herself fall back against me, my big dick still deep inside her, allowing my powerful arms to catch her body so she could catch her breath. I grabbed her chin and turned her face toward me so I could kiss her again. My mouth claimed hers as my dick throbbed in its favorite paradise. Against the kitchen island, I kissed her like we hadn't both just reached our high. I squeezed her against me, pulled that ass harder onto my dick, gripped her like I didn't want to let her go. She cupped the back of my head as her kisses turned breathless, swept away in the same current that pulled me under. We made it to her bedroom at some point. There was a queen-sized bed, a mattress that was already too small for me if I slept alone, but I didn't mind sharing the space with her, having her on top of me, her naked body tucked under the sheets that covered her to her tits. My fingers gently traced across her back, her skin so soft like the touch of a rose petal, and I could feel the definition of her muscles, too. My fingers dipped into the indentation over her spine and I moved down to her ass. She lay with her cheek against my chest, satisfied by the sex and relaxed by my touch. It was dark outside, and since the bedside lamp had never been turned on, it was dark in the bedroom, too. I'd wanted her the moment I'd laid eyes on her, but I'd never imagined I would want her even more after I'd had her. The hit was supposed to cure the itch, but it only ignited a fiery addiction. Beautiful women were a dime a dozen, but to have this kind of chemistry, that was uncommon. That was deeper than looks. That was our souls crushing together and setting on fire. I've almost fallen asleep like 3 times. She released a heavy sigh, as if she wanted to get up but didn't have the energy. Then fall asleep. I've got dishes and laundry. That's tomorrow's problem. She chuckled. Not everyone has a butler like you do. Her father lived in a mansion, and she was in an ordinary apartment, without security as far as I could tell. It made me question his judgment. I adjusted her on top of me, both of my arms cradling her to me, my mouth resting against her forehead. She released a quiet sigh and closed her eyes, like she'd never been so comfortable. I could stay there forever, watching the sunrise hit the windows in the morning, and once the warmth filled the bedroom, take her again on top of the sheets. She released another sigh, then righted herself. I knew it was over. You should go. Her eyes were elsewhere as she said it, like she didn't want to see my disappointment. Why? You know why. Her eyes were still on the window, the curtains closed and blocking the view of the city. My arm propped behind my head, and I continued to look at her, admiring the curves of her beautiful body, the way the light cast a glow over her beautiful, tanned skin. A more beautiful woman I'd never seen. I feel like we need to have some boundaries, since this is, you know. The only boundary we need is the mutual understanding that this needs to stay between us. Whether I sleep over or not doesn't really matter. Whether we go to dinner or not doesn't really matter. All that matters is the oath we make to each other. She raised her chin and looked at me, her eyes absorbed by my words. I thought you'd try to push for more. If her father were out of the picture, I would. Why? She was quiet for a while. You chased me for a long time. And now I have you. Not forever, but for now, and that's enough. She stared at me with an unreadable gaze. So this will be our dirty little secret. When we see each other in public, behave normally. Or maybe we shouldn't speak at all. That would be a dead giveaway, I said. Act normal. She gave a slight shake of her head. If he finds out, I'm dead. I almost laughed because I was the one who would be dead. Then let's make sure he doesn't find out. It's risky. I like risky. I grabbed her arm and gently tugged her toward me. She smiled before she returned to my chest. My arms surrounded her and my lips grazed her hairline. She softened against my chest like a cat curling up in my lap. My head was propped against the headboard and my chest lifted her every time I took a breath. She smelled like fresh flowers and sweat and dinner, the most intoxicating scent. Why does your father have this rule? To never mix business with pleasure? Yes. Honestly, I'm not sure. A long time ago, he mentioned someone had betrayed him, and that ripped him apart. Never gave me the specifics on what that meant, but perhaps that's where it started. I'd wondered what had happened, but I would never find out, not unless he told his daughter.
Up until last week, I'd thought Dante at least respected me. But he hated me just the way my parents did. I was just a means to an end. I want to sleep over. She smiled. Why? Because morning sex is my favorite. I'm way too tired first thing in the morning. Can't even string together a couple of words. Don't worry, pretty, I'll do all the work. Just lie there and enjoy it.
6. Scarlet. I was dead asleep when I felt the mattress shift with his movement. I was maneuvered onto my back, and I then felt my knees being pinned back. A fiery ball of heat smothered me, and then I felt it. That gigantic dick. I released a raspy gasp when I felt him, my eyes opening only slightly to see him above me, his mountainous body blocking out the ceiling as it anchored me to the mattress. He slid fully inside before he moaned against my lips. Fuck. My eyes were still heavy as I planted my palms against his chest, feeling my thighs and hips stretch as he folded me underneath him to his desired angle. Then he started to rock, nice and slow, taking his time like he was in no hurry to finish. Every touch was explosive, so much more sensitive than it had been last night, because my mind was still in the haze of dreams. He moved further over me, his chest right against me, and I kissed him as he rocked into me. The second my lips touched his skin, he gave a moan. We rocked together, moaned together, our bodies touching and igniting with every thrust. It felt so good when he was on top, when he did all of the work so I could lie there and enjoy it, his powerful body tensing and coiling, all of the muscles moving together in a beautiful mosaic. I was still half asleep, but the oncoming orgasm didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. And the closer it approached, the more intense it became. My hands went to his bulky arms, and I gripped the thick muscles as I felt myself drift away on the most exquisite high. His dick was so big it usually made me sore, but it also always did the job. Made me come so easily because he invaded every single inch of my little body. My nails scratched down his arms as I finished, my moans cracking because my throat hadn't woken up just yet. He came an instant later, shoving himself deep inside me to finish, making me wince and twitch because he liked it. His seed dumped inside me, joining all the loads from the night before. And then he remained buried between my legs, dropping his head to kiss me hard on the mouth. Morning, pretty. Morning. He gently pulled out of me, then left me in the bed. I watched him walk to the bathroom and shut the door. A moment later, the shower started to run, and steam escaped from the crack under the door. I rolled over and went back to sleep. When I woke up, he was already gone. He didn't leave a note, but I woke up to a clean kitchen because he'd done all the dishes. We were just two people hooking up in secret, and he already had me in bed, so there was no reason to try to impress me. But he did impress me. Since I was in a good mood, I whipped up some mini quiches, then headed to my father's house. I usually went over there most days to work on paperwork, because profits were coming from several different places, and if I didn't stay on top of it on a daily basis, it could easily snowball. I let myself into the house, and then entered his study. No one was allowed inside except me and his butler. I set the platter of quiches on the surface, then sat behind the desk to pull up his email. Overnight, the inbox had exploded, and there were all kinds of reports sent by his contacts. I got everything from him because he didn't want me to interact with anyone directly. I forwarded everything to myself and was about to leave when the door opened. "Morning, sweetheart." My father walked inside, wearing his workout pants and a gray shirt, his fit body filling out his clothing well. There was still a sheen of sweat on his forehead and his neck, but he smiled like he wasn't remotely uncomfortable. "What's this?" He looked down at the plate. "Mini quiches." He grabbed one and took a bite, giving a nod in appreciation. "These are good.
You picked them up at the bakery?
No, I made them.
They're good, sweetheart.
He took another one and popped it into his mouth. Thanks. I left his chair and walked around the desk. I just came to get today's numbers. I'll work on this and have your numbers in a bit.
Let's sit and have some coffee.
It's okay, Dad, I said. I know you're probably anxious to shower.
I look that bad.
He looked down at himself, seeing the sweat stains around his neckline and underneath his arms. No, I said with a laugh. I just don't want you to feel obligated.
All right, he said as he watched me walk out. Leave those quiches.
I grinned. You got it. My father sat across from me at the dinner table. After a long day of both of us working, we had dinner together in the parlor. If it was just the two of us, he never lit his cigars or drank his scotch. He stuck to wine and clean air.
How have you been?
What do you mean? You saw me yesterday and the day before.
I meant with the falling out with Ryan.
Oh. I realized I hadn't thought of him at all. Ever since I'd seen Axel at the bar, Ryan had left my mind permanently. That relationship had lasted a couple months, but now it was as if it had never happened. I'm fine. Haven't really thought about him, to be honest.
Good. He took a drink of his wine. He's not worth thinking about.
What about you?
You know me, all work and no play.
Well, maybe you should think about getting a girlfriend.
He smirked like it was a joke. Me? A girlfriend?
Why not?
I'm a little old to have a girlfriend.
You're in better shape than I am,
and you're almost twice my age. He chuckled. Thank you, sweetheart. I meant mentally. Having a woman is a lot of work, and I'm not sure if that's something that interests me.
So you like being alone?
Alone? He asked, his head cocked. I'm constantly surrounded by people. I don't feel alone. I have you. And you're the only thing that really matters. I felt the warmth in my chest. I just want you to be happy. I am happy, sweetheart. I'm rich, powerful, healthy, and I have you. No complaints.
I watched him across the table, a man who was warm on the outside but complex underneath. He was only kind to me. But I knew there had to be more to him to run an empire like this. Can I ask you something?
Anything, sweetheart.
You've always said not to mix business with pleasure. Where does that come from? What made you feel this way? He stilled at the question and watched me, his eyes slightly narrowed.
Why do you ask?
His tone was totally different now, going from friendly to hostile in a nanosecond. The warmth of our conversation had been immediately iced. I just remember a couple years ago you mentioned someone betrayed you. I've always wondered what happened that night and if that's the reason you don't trust people.
I don't trust people because everyone is always out for themselves. And I would trust them less if they weren't out for themselves.
His eyes hadn't left my face. And since I'd provoked him, he hadn't blinked, not once. So, what happened? He continued his stare, his dark eyes devoid of their usual affection. Sorry, forget I asked, I said quickly. I didn't mean to upset you. I hardly ever saw my father angry. I'd been an adult for a while now, so he didn't reprimand me like he had when I was a kid. But this kind of anger was different from the anger I was used to. He took a breath and slowly released it.
You just caught me off guard, sweetheart. I'm not angry with you.
Really? Because he seemed angry.
The incident you're referring to happened 7 years ago. You'd officially become an adult and went to university, and I had a professional relationship that deepened into something more. At least I thought it had.
His chin dropped and he looked at the table.
I met her through mutual contacts, and in my naivete, I didn't think about all the possible consequences. Basically, I ended the relationship when it became more trouble than it was worth. And she decided to burn those professional relationships to the ground. I lost my distributors and connections. Her brother was so pissed off, he marked me as his enemy. Permanently. I was stunned in my silence. I never knew this. Another reason I'm not interested in having a relationship. He shook his head. To this day, it's still a problem. I changed distributors a few times, but they weren't as reliable. And then I decided to give Axel a try. Even though he's not ideal. Why isn't he ideal? I blurted, knowing I shouldn't show too much interest. My father studied me for a moment. Because I don't like him. My heart clenched before it dropped. I wanted to press for more information, but I feared too much curiosity would tip him off. Keep your personal life separate from your professional life. That's the moral of the story. I think anyone in any industry will tell you the exact same thing. I'd just walked into the kitchen when my phone lit up with a message. I miss you, pretty. I heard his voice in my head as I read the message. Then I remembered the way his thick arms felt wrapped around my body. The way they cocooned me in their warmth. He had such a powerful kiss. The one that stole my breath and made me gasp for air. Are you talking to me or my pussy? I could picture the smirk on his face as he read that. Both. I typed a message back, then deleted it. My father's words had haunted me ever since he'd spoken them. The guilt was constricting, because if my foolish mistakes affected him, I'd feel like shit. Speak your mind, pretty. He must have seen the 3 little dots and expected a message, but then they disappeared instead. I felt like a coward for doing this over text. But we'd only slept together twice, so we weren't serious enough to warrant a face-to-face conversation either. I've given it some thought, and this is a bad idea. We should stop before it gets complicated. I stared at the screen and waited for the 3 dots to appear. They never did. I expected pushback, an argument, maybe even a dick pic, but nothing happened. I should be relieved that it ended so easily, but a part of me felt disappointed. I continued to raid my kitchen and look for something to eat. I hadn't been to the market in a while because I'd been too busy, but I was also too cheap to order out. There was only a carton of milk in the fridge and a box of cereal in the cupboard, so I decided to eat a 4-year-old's lunch. I sat on the couch and ate in front of the TV. And out of nowhere, the front door flew open. I grabbed the gun strapped underneath the end table and jumped to my feet, pointing it straight at the intruder who'd barged into my apartment. But it was Axel. And he wasn't the least bit startled by the gun. He shut the door behind him, then walked up to me, his blue eyes livid. You think a text will get rid of me? He took the gun out of my hand and set it down on the end table. And as sexy as it is to see you point this at me, make sure the safety is off next time. How did you know? Because I do. He stared me down with a burning hostility. Welcome to an adult conversation, where we speak face to face like fucking grown-ups. He moved closer to me. You got something to say to me? I immediately stepped back, intimidated by this version of Axel that I'd never met. He was charming, with a smile that made my panties melt right down my legs, a brightness in his eyes that sparkled on the darkest night. But now, he was someone else entirely. He remained in my face, his angry eyes flashing back and forth between mine. That's what I thought. He grabbed the front of my shirt, then tugged me into him, forcing our lips together for a crushing kiss. Then he abruptly let me go. Now undress for me. He dropped onto the couch, knees wide apart, still pissed off. Now, you don't get to boss me around. I just did. He snapped his fingers so I would get on with it. Don't you dare snap your fingers at me. You want to shut me up? Then sit on my face. I fell silent. Because anytime that sexy mouth was on me,
I was in paradise. He fucked me better than any man ever had. At first, I thought it was just a fluke, that it was hot because it was new. But he delivered every single time, all night long. He looked me right in the eye, then snapped his fingers. I was in my pajamas, wearing silk pajama shorts and a camisole. It was deep purple and shiny, barely covering much because it was so warm in the summertime. I didn't wear makeup because I'd washed it off the second I got home. But Axel continued to look at me like I was the finest piece of ass he'd ever seen. No one had ever looked at me like that. I grabbed the camisole and pulled it over my head, revealing my tits to the air. My nipples immediately hardened in response. And then the bumps formed down my arms. My hair fell down over my shoulders, messy after getting snagged on the silk. He sat back, the anger leaving his eyes at the sight of me. One arm moved over the back of the couch, and he released a quiet breath as he looked at me, like he was finally relaxed after a long day. I untied the drawstring of my shorts and let them come loose, dropping down to the floor. All that was left was a white thong. He stared at it, his handsome face hardening at the sight of me. "Show me that pretty pussy." I stepped closer, sliding my fingers into the waistband and slowly pulling them down. Our previous argument had disappeared in the tension between us. He stared at my naked body, and I imagined his shirtless chest. Sex was different with him because I knew the game would always be won with a home run. It made me excited in ways I hadn't been before. Sometimes it was fun and sometimes it was disappointing. Once my panties were to my thighs, they slipped the rest of the way and dropped to the floor. He stared at my pussy, stared at it like he hadn't already seen it many times. His hands grabbed onto my hips, then tugged me toward him, getting me up on the couch and standing over him. He guided one leg over his shoulder, and then supported me with his strong arms before he kissed me, giving me a mouthful of tongue right from the beginning. I released a gasp as I nearly lost my balance. His arm steadied me, and he continued to kiss me, to suck my lips into his mouth, to swirl his tongue around the source of all my pleasure. His big hands gripped my cheeks, and his powerful jaw shifted and moved to take me. I'd never had a man want to kiss me so much, who asked me to sit on his face every time he saw me, who worshipped my body rather than fulfilled an obligation. That alone was sexy enough. He guided my leg off his shoulder before he stood up, scooping me with him and taking me to my bedroom. He stripped off his clothes quickly, dropping his shirt on the rug and then his jeans. When he was gloriously naked, he lay flat on my bed, then guided me to him. "Come on, pretty." I straddled his face with my thighs, then sat right on his mouth. His thick arms curled around my legs, and he continued his hard kiss, taking his time sucking and kissing, making love to my sex more than any man ever had with his dick. There was no rush, like he could do this all night, like he wanted to do this all night. When I couldn't come anymore, he rolled me onto my back and slipped between my thighs. His hard dick was anxious, having waited for its chance for the last 20 minutes, ready to claim what it was due. No. My hand planted against his chest. Despite his desperation, he actually listened to me and stopped his movements entirely and looked at me as he waited for me to say more. It's my turn. My palms were stroking his hard chest, the feature I loved the most. Baby. He grabbed the base of his dick and slid inside my wetness instantly, releasing a quiet moan when he felt me. "It's my honor to fuck you." He grabbed my thigh and adjusted me underneath him, putting his dick at the deepest angle before he thrust into me as hard and fast as he could. My fucking honor. We lay there in the dark for a while, our breathing slowly coming back to normal. I hadn't closed the curtains, so we could see the view of the city. the alleyway outside my apartment, and the people who passed on the sidewalk as they ate their gelato. Axel kissed my shoulder and locked his arm over me, tugging me closer to him. For only being a fuck buddy, he was very affectionate. He could just leave after getting his dick wet, but he chose to stay and sit in silence with me. But that silence was interrupted by the obnoxious growl my stomach made. It sounded more like a burp. He grinned and pressed another kiss to my shoulder. No dinner tonight? All I had was cereal. Why? I'm out of groceries and too lazy to go to the market. Let me take you out. It's okay, it's past 10, and everything is open until midnight. I already took off my makeup. And you look beautiful without it. I rolled my eyes. Are you hungry? I'm always hungry. He kissed my shoulder again. Come on, let's get some pizza. I love pizza. He left the bed and started to dress. You make it sound like a bad thing. Because I shouldn't eat pizza. I got out of bed and rubbed my hand across my stomach. He smirked like it was a joke. The second I eat carbs, I look pregnant. Well, I'd like to see that. He was fully dressed in his black jeans and t-shirt, and the only sign of messiness was his tousled hair. I fisted it as I ground against his mouth, wanting more of those powerful lips. We left my apartment and walked down the street until we found a pizzeria. There was nobody in there, so we picked a table and sat together. He ordered a beer, and I ordered a water. What do you want? I usually get the margarita. He handed over the menu. We'll split the margarita pizza. The waiter walked away, and the cooks got to work in the back. Soon afterward, more people started to file in, like they'd all run out of groceries and needed more than cereal, too. Axel was relaxed in his chair, his muscular arms folded over his chest, his eyes on me across the table like he hadn't already stared at me all night. His stare had been overwhelming at first, but I was getting used to it. He could handle intense eye contact for long periods of time, but I could barely meet someone's gaze for more than a few seconds. Do you always stare at people like that? Only those I like. And hate. I wonder which category I fall under. A ghost of a smirk moved onto his lips. I don't fuck people I hate. My eyes moved around the pizzeria, the sounds of conversation growing louder as people started to chat. But it still felt as if we were the only people in that little shop. We'd had a long night doing dirty things, but I suspected when we returned to my apartment, he would make another move. When I texted you earlier, he released a sarcastic chuckle. You're going to start this shit again? I just think we need to talk about it. His eyes moved elsewhere. His intensity shattered. Whatever you say, baby. I asked my dad why he felt so strongly about the whole thing. His eyes immediately flicked back to me. And he told me he was seeing this woman a while ago, met her through mutual contacts, and for whatever reason it got ugly and she made his life a living hell. Damaged his business and gave him a lot of grief. That's why he doesn't mix the two anymore. You don't think asking him that question will draw his attention? I've always been curious anyway. The waiter came over with our pizza and 2 plates. I grabbed a piece and put it on my plate. He either wasn't hungry or had lost his appetite with the conversation because he didn't touch it. I would hate it if this, whatever this is, affected his business. Why would it? He asked in a bored voice. I don't know. Sex makes things complicated. Sex is the most uncomplicated thing there ever was, he said calmly. After I'd sent that text that we should cool things off, he was at my door in less than 10 minutes. When I tried to end things, you stormed to my apartment. Just because I wanted to speak to you directly doesn't mean I would take out my anger on your business. Your business has nothing to do with the two of us. That would be immature and petty. And I'm neither of those things. His eyes were hard again, staring me down with the intensity of the sun. You're the immature one for trying to break things off in a fucking text message. We aren't serious enough for a conversation. When we fuck the way we do, I'd say that's serious enough. His eyes were elsewhere again. His mood had turned foul. It blasted from him like heat from a furnace. I took a few bites of my pizza, but truth be told, I wasn't all that hungry anymore. I just think we should come up with some boundaries. If this is going to continue, we need to set expectations. It sounds like you're the one who needs the boundaries, he said. Because I've done the friends with benefits thing before without complications. Not my first time and it won't be my last. We fuck until it gets boring. And then we move on. Simple as that. He turned back to look at me. I can handle that. The question is, can you? He'd chased me so long that I didn't expect him to be so detached. A part of me wondered if he wanted something more, but it seemed I'd been wrong about that. Do a lot of friends with benefits relationships involve cuddling and sleepovers? Would you rather me pull my pants back up and just walk out? He cocked his head slightly and looked at me, eyebrows lifted. Because if you want me to be an asshole, I can be an asshole. No, I said quickly. I'm just saying, what are you saying, baby? He asked, his head still cocked. Give it to me straight. I just want to make sure that you understand this isn't going to ever be something more. His expression remained hard. And why do you think that's a concern? You hit on me a lot. Have you looked in a mirror? He asked. You're fucking gorgeous, Scarlett. My dick was hard the very first time I saw you. I felt the heat flush into my cheeks. He spoke loudly enough for others to hear, and I was embarrassed by that, too. After a moment, he spoke more calmly. I'm not going to fall for you, Scarlett. If that's your problem, then we have no problem. Although I'm insulted that's such a hang-up for you. It's nothing personal. It feels pretty fucking personal, he snapped. What's your aversion to me? I didn't want to say, so I looked away. Scarlett. I ignored him. Answer me. I was forced to look at him again. My father told me he doesn't like you. His expression didn't change, just as hard and angry as before. What was the context of that statement? He said he'd had to change distributors because of that previous relationship, and he'd never found a suitable replacement. I said that he had you, but then he said he didn't like you. I felt bad for saying it, but he'd forced me to share it. He didn't say a word. All he did was stare at me. I told you I didn't want to make this complicated. You think I give a shit your father doesn't like me? He asked with a head shake. It's not going to stop me from making millions with him. The feeling is mutual, sweetheart. Life goes on. But I appreciate your explaining the context of our situation. That the reason we can never be more is because your father doesn't approve of me. That's not the only reason. I kept my eyes down, not wanting to continue this conversation. Because you don't shit where you eat, he said coldly. Yes, I know. We sat there together in silence, the pizza cold, because we'd spent our time locked in a heated conversation rather than eating. Our evening at the apartment had been passionate and searing, and now it turned to charred ash. I'm sorry. He didn't respond for a while. You have nothing to be sorry for, baby. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. His eyes found mine, slightly incredulous. You didn't hurt my feelings. He did a good job deflecting insults and giving out I don't give a fuck vibes. But I saw the way his eyes changed when something troubled him. It had only happened once before, but I could read it. And I could read it now. Yes, I did. And just know I feel terrible about it.
7. Axel. They closed down the bar and kicked everyone out. It was just me, sitting at the table alone with a stiff drink in my hand. It was the middle of the night, so everyone had ended their day, but mine had just begun. My men blended in with the shadows in the corners, hardly noticeable because they didn't make a peep. Headlights filled the bar momentarily as the SUV pulled up right in front. I relaxed in my chair and watched. Guys emerged out of another car, all armed unnecessarily, and then the back door to the SUV opened and revealed him, Theo. But most people referred to him as the Skull King. In dark jeans and a dark brown leather jacket, he stepped out and slipped his phone into his pocket. One of the guys opened the front door for him and he entered, his presence filling every corner of the room. I held up my glass to him. Long time no see. His eyes were like barrels that housed bullets. He dropped into the chair across from me. One of his guys helped himself to the bar and made Theo a drink. He set it on the table and dropped into an empty chair at one of the distant tables, watching us. Theo took a drink, then relaxed into the chair. How's business? Don't be coy, man. You know it's good. He took another drink, then licked his lips. How's the partnership with Dante? I gave a shrug. Let's just say I'm not a fan. He smirked. Seems like a prick. More like an egomaniac. Aren't we all? He asked before he took a drink, relaxed in the chair like we were two old friends. We sat in silence for a while, just looking at each other across the table. My arm was relaxed on the table, my fingers curled around my cool glass. He doesn't care for me. Why? You're making him money, aren't you? He doesn't like me on a personal level. Does anyone? He quipped. I gave a shallow smirk. Oh, you got me there. What happened? He thinks I want to fuck his daughter. Now he smirked. And you deny that? I never answered the question. You couldn't keep that discreet? I chuckled. If you saw her, you'd have a hard as fuck time being discreet, too. At first, I thought she was just a mistress. Had no idea she was his daughter. A subtle grin was still on his face as he took a drink. Her boyfriend dumped her at a party, and all I did was comfort her, and he went apeshit on me. Did you actually comfort her, or just try to fuck her? She was the one who suggested we cross the street and hook up at the Tuscan Rose. And you said no? He asked incredulously. I gave a subtle shake of my head. I'm not a fucking rebound. I grabbed the glass and took another drink. I'm too good for that shit. Anyway, he took me into a private room and lost his shit. Threatened me to stay the fuck away from her. I reminded him that she's a fucking adult and she can sleep with whomever she wants, but that just made it worse. You don't say. That's when he told me I'm not good enough for her. My voice fell flat. I didn't care what Dante thought of me, but the message bothered me all the same. My reputation had been destroyed overnight, and it would follow me around for the rest of my life. Theo's eyes dropped momentarily, staring at his glass. And she basically told me the same thing. He stared at his glass for a while. So you are fucking her? I looked out the window, seeing his SUV sitting there, purposely blocking the window in case there was a hit. I suspect he's going to try to fuck me over. Theo rested his curled fingers underneath his chin. Once he has his ducks in a row, he'll try to dispose of me. You think he's that stupid? I think he's that arrogant. I finished off my drink, then slammed the glass down to get his guy's attention. He made another glass and set it at the table, taking the empty one away and leaving us to speak again. You think he knows about the two of you? Probably. And you don't care? She's the one who came on to me. Dropped that fine ass right in my lap and chased away my admirer. Felt my hard dick underneath her and knew she wanted to see it in the flesh. And not as a rebound. You're risking a good business relationship for pussy. He's the one risking the good business relationship, I snapped. He had it out for me when I'd only treated his daughter with respect. Had already decided to eliminate me just because I stared at her for too long. She's a grown-ass woman and can pursue whatever relationship she desires. This medieval bullshit is ridiculous. He studied me for a moment. You like her? Of course I like her, I declared. Have you listened to anything I said? I misspoke, he said. You care about her? Deeply. I held his gaze as I chewed the inside of my cheek. You're a good man, Axel. If she thinks you aren't good enough for her, then she's the one not good enough for you. I chuckled. I'm a good man? Look at us. I raised my glass and gestured to the room. We push drugs on the streets and kill anyone who stands in our way. Not exactly upstanding citizens. A good man isn't defined by how he earns his money, he said simply. He's defined by his honesty and his integrity. You have both of those, Axel. Anyone who says otherwise obviously doesn't know you. Fuck Dante, and fuck her too. She's just under his thumb. What's with the sick, codependent relationship? I took a drink. Well, he's the father of the year. Raised her as a single dad. Not only does she love him, but she feels gratitude too. She owes him nothing. I guess her mother wanted an abortion, but he wanted to keep her. If he hadn't done that, she wouldn't be here right now. So she does feel gratitude. I'll never compete with that. If her father disapproves of me, that's the end of it. It's fine. Why would you want her father's approval if you're just fucking? I stared at my glass. I was open to the possibility of something more. He stared at me but kept his thoughts to himself. I'm not anymore. I took another drink. I'd closed my heart permanently when she said those words to me, that we had no future because her father didn't like me. I would never be more than a fuck buddy. He's selected her as his successor, and that worries me. She's smart and has decent reflexes, but she's too sheltered to know what a life like this is really like. She's in way over her head, and I don't understand why a loving father would want his only daughter to have a target on her back. That is perplexing. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, I said. He told me he had plans for her. Maybe he'd use her as a pawn in a bigger scheme? I fucking hope not. Maybe his love isn't as selfless as it seems. I dropped my gaze to my glass, and we sat in silence for a while. What do you think his next move will be? I think I know exactly what it's going to be, and he's going to regret the day he crossed me. I didn't text her for a few days. Our last conversation had pissed me off, and I was still pissed off. But I couldn't avoid her because I had to stop by the house and meet with Dante. I stepped onto the estate and checked in with one of his men, who notified the butler that I awaited his presence. I stood in the parlor and looked out the window, seeing the garden outside and the uplighting. It was evening, so Scarlett might not be here, but sometimes she was around when I least expected it. Footsteps sounded behind me. Axel. I turned and forced a neutral stare as my eyes connected to Dante's. Good evening. He wore dark jeans and a gray shirt, his arms muscular like he hit the weights every morning. He was 15 years older than me, but his physical fitness was comparable. His eyes were kind and there was a slight smile on his lips, but I knew it was all bullshit. Ready? Yep. I headed to the door, but Dante stayed behind. Do you mind if Scarlett joins us? I turned back around and felt like I just walked into a trap. Not at all. I thought it was best to give her an introduction. He turned back toward the arch that led to the parlor, and she appeared a moment later, wearing a leather skirt with a silk blouse tucked into it. She wore stilettos too, but she walked in them like they were flats. She had her father's height, nearly 6 feet in those heels, but she was still shorter than both of us. She was fucking beautiful, as always. Fuck. This was going to be a rough night. Her green eyes found mine, doing her best to regard me with indifference, and failing. I slid my hands into my pockets and regarded her with a nod. You sure you're up for this? Because it'll be a snooze fest. It's fine, she said with a smile. It's part of the job. Exactly, sweetheart. Dante opened the door for her and let her go first. I trailed behind, my hands still in my pockets, and watched him open the door so she could get into the back seat of the SUV. He treated her like she was his date, not his daughter, and I wondered if he did that for my benefit. He got into the front seat with the driver. I took the other seat in the back beside Scarlett, the center seat empty between us. I spent my time looking out the window and fighting the temptation to look at her legs in that skirt. Oh, she had such nice legs, especially when they were wrapped around my head. My mind drifted to thoughts and memories, and I wondered what panties she wore. Fuck. I had to get my shit together. 15 minutes later, we arrived at the abandoned cafe in the market district. There was a closed sign on the window, and some people continued to walk along the streets with their crepes and gelato. I was annoyed that Dante had decided to bring her to this. It was no place for a woman. Well, a woman like her, at least. We checked in with the host and then were guided down the stairs until we reached a door. A bouncer was there with a cigar in his mouth, and he let us pass when he recognized us. We entered a smoke-filled room, a table in the center with men seated with poker chips in front of them. There were 2 stripper poles, both occupied by topless women spinning around to the loud music that played over the stereo. The couches were taken by men who watched the private show, bills across the carpet and the dance floor. "Dante!" Julio rose to his feet and greeted him with a handshake. "You came to party?" He smiled. "Business is the only party I'm interested in." Julio shifted his gaze to Scarlett. "And you brought your own entertainment?" "This is my daughter, Scarlett." Dante's smile disappeared. "She's learning the trade." I was pissed she was even in this situation, with the scum of the underworld. Dante's arrogance was obnoxious, because he should keep his beautiful daughter far away from pigs like this. He was powerful, but not invincible. "Oh," Julio nodded slowly and stiffened. "I see. Welcome, Scarlett." She shook his hand with a smile. The scene didn't seem to bother her at all. Her poker face wasn't that bad. She didn't cough at the smoke. She didn't stare at the naked women. In fact, she helped herself to a drink, making herself a scotch like everyone else. I still didn't like it. It was hard to focus on greeting everyone when she was all I cared about. I shook hands, made myself a drink, and just to keep up appearances, tossed a couple bills on the stage and received a smile in payment. I grabbed a cigar and lit up before I dropped into a chair next to Dimitri. "How'd you fare?" "Lost 8,000 to this asshole." He nodded toward Julio. "I hear he cheats. I'm starting to wonder the same thing." He nodded toward Dante and Scarlett, who talked to others across the room. "What's her story?" "She's Dante's daughter." "I know, but why's she here?" he asked as the cigar remained in his mouth. "With an ass like that, she belongs on stage, not here in the crypt." It took all my strength not to say anything, not to react, to just sit there and do nothing. I took a big drink of my scotch and let the booze do its work. My eyes watched her move across the room, watched her carry herself like she belonged there. Then she did the unexpected, pulled out a couple bills from inside her bra and walked up to one of the strippers. She shoved a wad of cash inside her G-string, then walked away. Every man in the room froze at what she'd just done. If I was hard, so was everyone else. She smirked as she walked to the table, knowing she had everyone's full attention. She took a seat at the table, away from me like she didn't know me. She grabbed one of the cigars and lit up like she'd done it several times before, even though I'd never seen her smoke. One arm was crossed over her stomach, while the other elbow was propped on her wrist. She closed her eyes as she savored the taste of the cigar, then released the smoke from her mouth. I love the smell of cigars. Was this the same woman I was fucking? Dante took the seat beside her. Let's talk numbers, gentlemen. They all gathered around the table and we began our discussions, the women still dancing even though no one was watching. I'm not happy with this month's numbers. He surveyed everyone at the table. And I want to know who's responsible. The dip was minimal, Julio said. I don't care how minimal it was, Dante snapped. There shouldn't be a dip at all. His charismatic energy was gone, replaced by the ruthless authoritarian who insisted he never had enough money. Even all the money wasn't enough. I told you costs were going to rise, Julio said. The police need a bigger payout if they're going to crane their neck away so hard. If they want their families to live, then they don't need a higher payment, Dante said simply. My eyes immediately shifted to Scarlett, surprised she wanted to be involved in a business like this, to make threats to innocent people, even if they were a bluff. But she smoked her cigar like this was fine. If anything, our costs should be declining, Dante said. You guys are the street rats. You're selling drugs on the street, not pushing piles across international lines. Your distribution costs should be stable. It's not that simple, Julio said. It is that simple, Dante said, raising his voice slightly. If you're skimming off the top, I will find out about it. And you know what will happen when I find out about it? He looked at Julio head on, the veins in his temple starting to pop. "Remember Tate? That's what will happen." Dante had stuffed him in a full oil drum, kicked him over the edge of a dock, and then shot the barrel, making it explode while he was trapped inside it. My eyes shifted to Scarlett, wondering if she knew what her father referred to. She had no reaction, so it was hard to know. The room went silent, taking the threat seriously. "Julio and Dimitri would never skim off the top," I said. "I've been working with them a long time, and they're honest criminals." Dante turned his gaze to me, blanketing me in his ferocity. "Honest criminals? Interesting paradox. They wouldn't betray me by betraying you. If profits have declined, it's because production costs have risen and they've moved less product. That's all. I wouldn't let Dante torch my existing partnerships, not when I could attest to their goodness." "So you vouch for them?" Dante asked. "Personally?" "Yes." "So if they do fuck me over, you're the one who ends up in an oil drum?" This meeting hadn't been about him and me, but it had suddenly turned into that. His hatred for me seeped through his tone and poisoned his words. "Sure," I said. "Why not?" His eyes narrowed on my face. Dante stared at me hard for several seconds before he turned back to Julio. "I want next month's sales to be better. Do you understand me?" My eyes shifted to Scarlett to see her reaction. Her tough exterior was gone, her eyes were less confident, and she looked straight at me. Her gaze lingered for a moment before she turned away and lifted the glass to her lips for a deep drink. We returned to the estate and exited the SUV. Scarlett turned to walk inside, but she stopped when she realized her father had decided to walk up to me instead, his face just inches from mine. My eyes shifted to her behind him to let him know she was there. "I'll be in shortly, sweetheart." He turned to give her a smile, to pretend that he was this wonderful man who wouldn't hurt a fly. She walked inside. He turned back to me. "What the fuck was that?" "What?" I said seriously. "You undermined me. You insulted my guys. Did you just interrupt me?" "Yes, I did. I'm not your bitch, Dante. I'm your partner, and you better start acting like it." He stared at me, his anger sheathed in silence. "You came to me because you needed to solve your distribution problems. I've solved them. If you don't like this partnership, then perhaps we should dissolve it and you can find someone else to fulfill your needs." It was a threat, because we both knew he had no one else but me, at least right now. "I know you run your business differently than I do. Lead your men with fear rather than respect. But that's not how I do things. I trust my guys and they trust me. Just because we're doing business together doesn't give you the right to walk in there and piss on everything you don't like." He swallowed all of this with an ice-cold stare. "Do you understand me?" His silence remained. "And that's no fucking place for Scarlett. What the fuck is wrong with you?" One of his eyebrows cocked. "You think I'd let anything happen to my daughter?" "I'm starting to wonder if you care if anything happens to your daughter. Because if I had a daughter, she'd be far away from this shit. I wouldn't parade her around like some sick trophy." "But you don't have a daughter, Axel. You don't have a wife either." His tone dripped with coldness. "Because you have nothing." His eyes narrowed, knowing he was digging the knife into the wound. "Nothing, asshole." I stared him down, managing to hate him more than I had before. "You know the only reason she wants this is because you want it." He said nothing. "You have her under your thumb and you know it." Again, he said nothing. "She's going to get killed, or worse, and you know it." "My daughter is not your concern, Axel." She was my concern, but I couldn't fucking say it. Dante gave me another hard stare before he turned to walk away. "Get off my property." It had been days, and I hadn't spoken to Scarlett. I hadn't spoken to her for days before that, either. I wondered if our arrangement was over and she was trying to ghost me. But she couldn't ghost me because I was already ghosting her. I spent my mornings sleeping and my nights wide awake, but my bed was empty, except for me, and my thoughts were filled with a woman who wasn't there. I was on the couch in my bedroom in front of the TV when she texted me. We haven't talked in a while. I stared at the message and read it at least 5 times. Now I could ghost her, ignore her until she got the hint that I'd lost interest. Come over. The second I read the message, the hairs on my arm stood upright. A flush moved through my chest and stomach, and all I could think about was getting hot and sweaty with my dick inside that soaked pussy. Your messages are on red. I liked people to know when their messages were read. That way they wouldn't blow up my phone to get my attention. All right. Good night, then. Her dots disappeared. I tried to focus on the TV, but all I could think about was her. Those green eyes and the way they showed every thought that passed across her mind. She had the perfect lips for kissing, and I bet they were perfect for sucking, too, not that I'd had the pleasure. There were many reasons to ignore her and move on, but none of those reasons seemed good enough right now. I'm coming, baby. I walked through the door that she always left unlocked. She was on the couch, wearing a teddy, garter, and stockings. Her lacy bra had her tits pushed up together like deviled eggs on a platter. I stopped when I spotted her, the breath leaving my lungs at the sight of her. Whenever I looked at her, a monster inside me was unleashed, and all I wanted was to be inside her, to listen to her gasp when she felt me invade her homeland. She rose to her feet, standing in heels, her long hair down her shoulders. My previous anger died away as if I never felt it in the first place. I crossed the room in a couple steps, then fisted the back of her hair like reins to a horse. I tugged her head back and kissed her so hard on the mouth I was certain I would bruise her, but fuck, she drove me crazy. My hand snaked to her ass and I gripped one of her plump cheeks before I hiked her thigh to my waist. Her hands dove underneath my shirt to feel my bare skin, to feel the muscles that I worked hard to maintain every morning in my private gym. She slid them farther up, pulling it over my head entirely so she could see me. I lifted her into my arms and carried her into the bedroom, her body like a pillow in my arms. Her arms hooked around my neck and she kissed me harder than I kissed her, like she'd been thinking about me longer than just today. I pinned her at the foot of the bed, kissing her as I held her in my arms, her kiss so tantalizing that I didn't want it to stop. She was good at it, hard when necessary, then soft when she needed to take a breath. She turned her head to take my mouth, cupping the side of my face with the depth of affection long-term lovers showed. A single arm could hold her weight, so I lowered her to the bed as I bore her weight and mine. It was a soft landing, and she hadn't taken her lips from mine all the while. She reached for my jeans and yanked them loose in desperation before she shoved them over my ass. Fuck, she wanted me. Her thong was crotchless, so I folded her underneath me with my jeans and boxers at my thighs and slid inside her, squeezed by her tightness and smeared in her pleasure. It took one thrust and then another to push farther inside, to enter the paradise I couldn't resist. Once I was fully sheathed, I felt the surge of heat that instantly made me sweat. The pleasure was indescribable, skin to skin, mouth to mouth. She moaned like she felt it too. Her palms flattened against my chest as her hair stretched out behind her on the bed. Those emerald eyes were already wet with anticipation because she knew I would make her come. I would always make her come. You missed me, pretty. Her enthusiasm was immediate. Yes. I can tell this pretty pussy fucking missed me. Yes. With my pants halfway down, I thrust into her, already weak by her tightness. I ground right against her clit because I needed her to release quicker than usual. After days without her, I didn't have the same tolerance I had before. The second I was inside her, all I wanted to do was let go. But she was even more hard up than I was because she came right away, so fast it made me wonder if she'd gotten started before I arrived, and that her fingers weren't doing the job that only my dick could do. Her nails dug deep into my arms as she released the sexiest moans, suppressed cries, wet tears that streaked down her cheeks like diamond rivers. It ruined her makeup, but I liked it better. I came inside her with a grunt, forgetting just how good this felt until I felt it again. That didn't seem to be enough for her because she kissed me with the same hardness as before, like that was merely an appetizer. Fuck, I said against her mouth. You really did miss me, baby. She lay on one side of the bed while I lay on the other. Pieces of her lingerie had been ripped away through the night. Now all she wore was the garter belt, the straps dangling around her because they didn't have the stockings to attach to. She seemed to drift off more than once, waking with a jolt like she knew she couldn't be asleep. My arm scooped her and pulled her back toward me, bringing her face to my shoulder. There were bumps on her arms, so I knew she was cold. She settled into me right away, like her favorite teddy bear. "What's for dinner?" I asked, my lips brushing her hairline. "Why do you ask me?" she asked in a raspy voice. "Because you're the head chef here." She grinned against my chest.
"Wish I had my own chef to make me food."
He's got an attitude.
"How does he have an attitude when you're his boss?"
"Who said I'm his boss?" I asked with a laugh. "He's in charge of the food, so he's the boss if you ask me." She chuckled.
"I like that attitude."
"He's very particular about what he serves, based on what's available and in season, so I don't have a lot of say in what we eat. Not that I'm complaining, because it's not like I have to prepare it and clean up afterward."
"That breakfast was good. Oh, those biscuits were divine."
"Come over on Friday night. We'll have breakfast together on Saturday morning."
"I'm not sure what I want more, the food or you."
I looked down at her as a grin stretched across my lips. We both know that answer. She lifted her head to look me in the eye.
"The food?"
I chuckled before I tugged her into me, kissing her hard on the mouth. "Let's order something."
"What time is it?"
she asked.
"It's gotta be
1:30. She released a loud sigh.
"Oh, everything's closed."
"Don't worry, baby." I grabbed my phone and fired off a text message. "I'll get you fed."
"How are you going to do that?"
I set the phone on the nightstand. "You'll see." I propped my arm underneath my head and looked at her, my fingers sliding through her soft hair. She was on her side, her body propped on her elbow, her beautiful body on display. She held my gaze, her fingers gently moving across my chest.
"So, how have you been?"
"Fine. You?"
"I can tell you've been angry with me."
"How?"
"I can just tell."
The playfulness in her eyes slowly disappeared. Now she looked serious, reflective. "Forget it."
"How can I forget it when you're ignoring me?"
"Ignoring you? I'm here, aren't I?"
"But you didn't want to be here until I gave you a reason."
My fingers paused in her hair as I regarded her. "What do you want me to say, pretty?"
"The truth."
I gave a quiet sigh. "Oh, you're your father's puppet, and I think it's bullshit that you allow it to happen."
"How am I his puppet?"
"I don't care if he doesn't like me, so why do you?" Our reunion had been playful and sexy, and now it had gone to shit again. Her eyes shifted back and forth between mine, empty of an answer. "Form your own opinion of me."
"I do have my own opinion of you."
"Then it differs from his. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me to come over tonight." She watched me for several long seconds.
"This is one of those instances where I feel like I'm missing something. Like I'm lacking context. This seems to be a trigger for you, and I don't understand why. You say you don't care if he doesn't like you, but you clearly do."
I released a sigh, turning my head away. "It's complicated."
"I'm a bright girl. Nothing is too complicated for me to understand."
I didn't want to tell her the truth. It made me look defensive, made me look like a liar. I'm just tired of people thinking they know me, when they don't know me at all. They're quick to believe a lie, but slow to see the truth. Some days it doesn't bother me, but other days it kills me. My eyes were elsewhere, so I couldn't see her reaction. Not that I wanted to see her reaction.
"What lie do people believe?"
I didn't want her to know. It'd destroy this relationship, and she'd run off. Her father would mention it at some point, and she would believe him without hesitation, and then she would ghost me. I'd rather enjoy our time together, until that time came. Doesn't matter. To my surprise, she didn't press me on it.
"I saw you two arguing. What were you saying?"
Doesn't matter.
"Is it because he accused you guys of stealing?"
I turned back to look at her. That's a really offensive accusation, and my guys don't deserve that. If Dante doesn't trust my guys, then he doesn't trust me, so he should find someone else to work with.
You can't control what everyone else does.
But that loyalty has been built from nothing, and it counts for something. She continued to stare at me. Your father and I have very different business philosophies. He believes keeping everyone on their toes gets the job done, but it just creates mistakes and distrust. I prefer to build relationships.
If people don't fear you, they'll cross you.
If people like you, they won't cross you, I snapped. Not everything has to be violent. Your father is going to get killed if he doesn't learn that, and you're going to get killed too if you go down this path. She stilled, like I just threatened her. Just because he's decided to be part of this world doesn't mean you need to as well.
My father has been in business for a long time. His approach obviously works.
But he's not invincible. None of us is. And that kind of arrogance is why people get killed. She looked away, withdrawing her affection.
I don't need a man to look after me, Axel. Your concern is unnecessary and unwelcome.
I know you don't want this.
Why?
She looked at me, her eyes hard.
Why do you think that?
Because you're too good.
Good?
She asked incredulously.
I'm sleeping with my father's partner. I don't know where I earned this good girl reputation.
That's not how I mean it. I just think you have too good of a heart to do what's necessary to maintain your position in a violent industry. Your father threatened to kill the families of cops to get them to comply. You think you could ever do that? She was silent, her eyes immediately dropping. Exactly.
What about you?
Her eyes lifted again.
You must make threats like that all the time.
I've never threatened a cop or their family. I've never threatened or hurt an innocent person. Now, a player in the game, totally different story. Anyone in my world is fair game, but the people who choose to live outside the game are spared my wrath. I know we don't know each other very well, but I can't see you being ruthless the way your father is. You have too good of a heart. She looked away again. I know this isn't what you want. You just want your father's approval because you think you owe him, when you don't owe him shit. Yes, he's a good father, but that doesn't mean you need to meet his expectations.
What does it matter to you?
It matters because I fucking care about you, I snapped. Jesus Christ, why else would it matter to me? If I had a daughter, she would be nowhere near this shit. She wouldn't have been downstairs in the basement around men your father barely knows, smoking cigars and shit. She left the bed altogether, yanking open a drawer to her dresser to pull out a t-shirt. She shoved it over her naked body and hid her curves from view.
I think you should go, Axel.
Because I said what you don't want to hear? Get used to it, baby, that's life. She turned her venomous stare on me.
No, that's not how relationships work.
When you're in a relationship with a real man, he's going to say what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. I got out of bed and faced off with her. And the only reason you're reacting this way is because it's hitting too close to home, and you don't like the way that feels. Her eyes remained furious.
Leave.
No.
I'll pull out a gun and shoot you.
Do it, baby, it'll just turn me on. Her anger mixed with shock.
You're fucking crazy.
You make me crazy. She turned away. I grabbed her by the arm and shoved her against the wall, harder than I meant to. I pushed into her and grabbed her by the neck, forcing her gaze on me. She breathed hard but didn't fight. You know how easy it would be to snap your neck right now? She breathed harder. I don't want that to ever happen to you, baby. I relaxed my hold on her throat. I don't want anything to happen to you. Ever. After she held my stare for a while, she dropped her gaze.
Listen to me.
I stared at her eyes as they avoided me.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Drop it.
I said nothing, knowing that my warning had fallen on deaf ears. She was too close to the truth to see it. The love she had for her father blinded her to the truth, blinded her to her own feelings, and it was going to get her killed. I released her altogether. Fine. She remained against the wall, her guarded eyes on me.
We can't see each other if this continues to be a problem. You said it would be uncomplicated, but every time I see you, it's even more complicated.
Complicated because I give a damn. I'll shut my mouth then. My phone vibrated on the table, so I stepped away to check the message. It was my delivery confirmation. I opened the front door and found my butler there, holding the bag of items my chef had prepared. He was in sweatpants and a t-shirt, and he didn't hesitate when he saw I was buck naked. Kept his eyes locked on mine. "Thank you. Have a good evening, sir." He turned back down the hallway. I carried the bag to the table. Scarlett stood there with both eyebrows up her face.
"He just brought that to you?"
"Yes."
"And you answered the door naked?"
He's seen me naked several times.
"Why?"
I smirked as I started to set the table. She seemed to form her own guesses and said nothing more. I set the containers on the table. It was a petite steak with greens for me, and hers was my chef's spaghetti, which was exquisite. She sat down and admired it.
"Wow, this looks good."
"It's the best spaghetti I've ever had."
"Oh, now I'm really intrigued."
Our fight seemed to be forgotten in light of the food in front of her. She grabbed her fork, spun it around the pasta, and took a bite.
"Damn, this is good."
Now you know why he's the boss. I walked back into the bedroom to retrieve my boxers before we sat down. I opened the container and ate my steak, the two of us eating our meal in the middle of the night when everyone else was asleep. Now it was the way it had been before the fight, the two of us enjoying each other's company in comfortable silence. Every time I took a bite, I looked at her, thinking she was beautiful with that messed up hair and makeup. I liked it when she looked roughed up like this, like she'd spent her night rolling around in bed with me. Her eyes lifted to mine sometimes, and then she smiled. It made me forget all the bullshit, just like that.
8. Scarlett. I sat in the armchair in front of his desk while my father worked on his monitor. The system was more than password protected. It required his thumbprint and a secondary secret passcode to override the thumbprint. So the thumbprint was just a trick. And at that point, the entire system would shut down and require a manual reboot. He wore trousers and a collared shirt, the sunshine coming through the window behind him. I waited until he finished processing all of my reports. It was a lot of data, so sometimes I sat there in silence for an hour, often more. His assistant walked inside, a woman just a few years older than me. She wore a pencil skirt with her blouse tucked into the waistband. She had an ass like a nectarine, and tits that seemed perky without the aid of a bra. I was a straight woman, but I'd noticed her goodies a long time ago. My father hardly looked at her. "Dante, I spoke with Kyle and arranged a dinner for you two on Tuesday night. I also got those box seats at the opera." "Thank you." His eyes remained on the screen. She hesitated in front of his desk, like she hoped for more enthusiasm than that. "Is there anything else you need before I go?" "No." She hesitated again before she turned and left the study. "Good night, Scarlett." "Good night, Hannah." The two of us got along well, and I imagined we could be friends, but I didn't want to make things complicated with my father. He seemed to regard her only professionally, but Axel insisted he was sleeping with her. I didn't know what to think, and I'd rather not think about it at all. My father clicked on his mouse furiously before his eyes finally shifted to me. "Check your numbers again. €9,322 is missing. Small enough that we wouldn't notice, but also small enough that it could be a clerical error." "Oh, let me look through everything again." I opened my laptop once more and got back to work, even though it had been a long day and I was eager to go home and have a bath. With this many numbers being pulled from so many sources, there's a good chance I messed up somewhere. "But you can't mess up, Scarlett." My eyes lifted to meet his. His stare was hard. "In this game, there are no mess-ups. You understand me?" I remained still, surprised by the way he spoke to me, when he never spoke to me like that. Ever. He didn't backpedal and kept up the stare. "I'll make sure it doesn't happen again." He nodded in satisfaction.
Just remember that if you mess up and don't catch it, someone's going to die. Your work matters.
Great, more pressure. I just said it wouldn't happen again.
The harshness in his eyes receded. I apologize. I just have high expectations for you.
I know.
I'm leaving for the weekend. He announced it without preamble. Be back Monday morning.
Where are you going?
Croatia. I have a meeting.
It's beautiful there. Have fun.
We'll see.
He powered down the computer.
Send me your new report through the encryption service. I'll check them on the plane.
Sure. He rose from the desk and walked past me. Dad?
Yes.
He turns back to me. Everything all right? You seem to be in a foul mood. His eyes remained glued to mine for several seconds, just watching.
Yes, sweetheart.
There was still a bite to his voice, but he forced it to leave his throat.
I have tickets to the opera when I return. Would you like to join me?
Sure. I was soaking in the tub when his text appeared on my phone.
Where are you?
In the tub.
Let me rephrase my question. Why aren't you here?
I didn't realize we had plans.
Don't play dumb with me. We're supposed to have breakfast together tomorrow morning.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Soak in my tub. With me.
That was the only thing that could entice me to get out of this tub, that big, sexy man. Will there be spaghetti?
Whatever you want, pretty.
I dried off, then headed over to his place, an entire building that had a great view of the Duomo from his master bedroom. When I pulled behind the iron gates, there were men stationed on the property, but they didn't look at me after I checked in. I parked my car in his underground garage and took the elevator to the bottom floor. The second the doors opened, he was there. Standing in his gray sweatpants without a shirt, his hands in his pockets, a playful smirk on his lips. It was hard not to stare because, damn, those sweatpants were snug. My heart fluttered like the wings of a butterfly at the sight of them, at his chiseled arms and soft blue eyes. There was a shadow across his jawline, stubble that looked rough to the touch. My insides squirmed like this was the first time I'd come over. His arm circled my lower back, and he brought me in for a kiss. My hands immediately felt his hard chest, and his skin was warm like bath water. He grabbed the bag over my shoulder and carried it for me. Come on. We went upstairs to his master bedroom, the place the size of a large apartment in Florence. He set my bag on one of the couches.
The bath is ready.
You know how to draw a bath? I asked in surprise.
I said the bath was ready, not that I did it.
He scooped his fingers into the waistband and pulled his sweatpants down along with his boxers, and showed his dick that was already hard. I forced my eyes up so I wouldn't stare.
You can look at it, pretty. You know I love to look at yours.
He stepped into me, his big hands moving to my hips and gripping me hard. His head dipped, and he kissed the corner of my mouth before his fingers slid under my top and slowly pulled it over my head, revealing a lacy white bra. He looked down at me, right into my cleavage.
You look good in white.
You look good in nothing. A subtle smirk moved to his lips as he unfastened my jeans, getting them loose before he tugged them down, getting the matching thong off my ass and down to my ankles. I stepped out of everything, including my shoes, and then his fingers effortlessly unclasped my bra and let it come loose. He pulled me to him and pressed a hungry kiss to my shoulder.
You're fucking beautiful.
His big hand squeezed one of my cheeks before he scooped me up in a single arm. My arms circled his neck, and I kissed him as he carried me into his bedroom, and then the bathroom, which was also enormous. It had a shower with 2 heads and a tub that looked like a spa. He gently set me on the floor.
I love how tall you are.
Really? I've always hated it. When I wore heels, I was even taller, having the height of a man. That limited my prospects in the dating pool, because I needed a guy to be taller than me, but also most men weren't interested in a woman taller than them. But Axel was so tall that even when I wore heels, he was still taller than me.
"You're perfect," he said. "For a man like me, at least."
He stepped into the tub first, then sank under the water. Candles were lit. Rose petals were sprinkled across the water, and there was wine, champagne, and a cheese platter. I stepped into the warm water, then moved between his thighs, leaning back against his hard chest for support. He was warmer than the water, so it was like lying on a heating pad in winter. I relaxed into him and was immediately cocooned in his strong arms, the muscles bulging and sexy. I closed my eyes and rested against him. Infinitely more comfortable here than I'd been in my apartment. This is nice.
"You're sexy in bubbles."
Psh, you're the sexy one. I'd hooked up with a lot of hot guys, but my God, none of them were as hot as Axel. The first time I saw him, my throat went dry like the Sahara Desert, but my lady bits swelled like a tide. That tension pulled up my stomach every time we were in the same room together. It made me hot on the coldest night. Made me fidget when I'd normally be still.
"Yeah."
The grin was in his voice.
"I've been getting a lot of compliments today."
You're arrogant enough, you don't need more compliments.
"Trust me, it could be worse."
His arms wrapped around me, warm like a blanket. The cords traveled up his forearms to his biceps, popping out of the skin like rivers on a map.
"And every night we're together, it definitely gets worse."
Why? After a pause, he spoke.
"Look at you." I rolled my eyes. "I'm serious."
I don't have low self-esteem. And no, I look good in a short dress, but you're in a whole different league, Axel. His head dipped to kiss my shoulder.
"This is news to me."
Come on, you know you can have anyone you want.
"I could say the same for you."
I gave a quiet chuckle. I don't know about that.
"You know I wanted you the moment I saw you."
But I'm sure you hit on every beautiful woman you see.
"Actually, I don't," he said. "Too busy for that."
Too busy to get laid?
"I get laid regularly. There's not much incentive to chase pussy when I already have it."
You do? I asked, feeling the jealousy.
"I have my regulars. You know, repeat customers."
I said nothing, refusing to unleash my jealousy. So that means I took one of their spots? He chuckled.
"What?" "Calm down, pretty," he said. "You took all of their spots."
Relief and embarrassment swept through me. I thought you didn't do the date thing.
"I don't. But you do monogamy?" "I don't do that either."
Then I don't understand.
"Why would I sleep with other women when I can barely keep up with you?"
He kissed my shoulder again.
"I'm not a gentleman. But I'm not going to go bareback in someone and then stick my dick in someone else. That's disrespectful."
I didn't think I'd care if he slept with someone else. But based on the way my heart raced, I guessed I did.
"And I know you aren't sleeping with anyone."
How do you know? I asked.
"Because you just said how sexy I was." He grinned. "Many times."
I chuckled. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. His arms pulled me closer, and he rested his chin on my head.
"Too late, pretty."
We sat in silence, the warm water so relaxing. His place absolutely silent. I could hear the traffic outside my thin windows, but here there wasn't a peep. It would be easy to fall asleep and stay asleep.
"You said you had a rough day."
My eyes opened, and my hands moved along his chiseled forearms as they remained locked over my stomach. I think I messed up on my reports, and my father was a bit short with me. He's not normally like that, so I think he has something on his mind.
"It happens."
But he told me it should never happen.
"That's unrealistic. He can expect perfection out of his men, but he shouldn't expect it out of you. It's not like he's paying you much."
Excuse me?
"I just think if you're that involved in the business, you should be compensated for it."
Who says I'm not?
Well, your apartment doesn't reflect that. Wow, that's rude. I didn't mean it like that, he said with a chuckle. I just think he takes advantage of you, is all. Someone else in your position would easily be making $1 million a year. What's your salary? I didn't answer. I have $1 billion coming my way eventually. Yeah, in 40 years. I'd rather not talk about my father. Whenever he came up, it always caused problems. Axel didn't like him, my father didn't like him either, and I was stuck in the middle. Axel turned quiet. All we did was fucking fight, and I wanted to omit the fighting. I'm sorry you had a rough day. I let a sentence hang in the air. How was yours? It was fine. I was distracted the whole time. By what? Knowing you were going to come over tonight. Now the smile on his lips was back. You know, when we first met, I imagined you would work out by lifting those big tires from tractors and shipping trucks. I didn't know what possessed me to say that, but it tumbled out. I do that. You do? I asked, surprised my fantasy was true. You want to watch me? I was too embarrassed to admit it, to say that would be the biggest turn-on in the world. I'll show you, baby. But only if you touch yourself while you watch. I kept my eyes on his forearms, feeling the heat flush my cheeks at the thought. Like this. One of his hands moved, inching down my tummy to the apex of my thighs. His fingers moved to my sex, and made contact underneath the bubbles, lightly rubbing my aching clit between my lips. I inhaled a breath as my back arched instinctively. My pelvis tilted, grinding into his fingers just the way I did with his face. His lips were close to my ear. Such a soft, pretty pussy. His big fingers easily overpowered my flesh, twice the size of my little clit. My thighs squeezed together as my nails clawed at his forearms. His deep voice continued to whisper in my ear, saying dirty things no one else could pull off. I love this pussy. His hand forced my thighs open so he could rub me harder. So fucking perfect. I ground against his hand, my quiet moans echoing off the ceiling, growing louder as he rubbed me harder, as his movements turned circular just the way my own fingers did in the privacy of my bedroom. I can't wait to fill it with all the cum I've saved for you. One hand moved to his muscular thigh, and I clawed at it as my hips started to buck. I panted and moaned, and then I felt the fireball right in my stomach, the explosion that made everything white hot and good. The still water formed waves as my body jerked suddenly over and over, and I came so hard against his fingers. I love making this pussy come. I arched my back and finished before I collapsed against his chest. My breath's heavy, sweat on my forehead when I barely moved. He pulled his fingers away, then returned his arm to its place across my stomach. Warm and satisfied, I wanted to lie there and fall asleep in his arms. But his rock-hard dick was against my lower back, like a rod against my spine. I'd gotten off good, but he had the kind of dick that could make me come again. So I left the warmth of his arms and turned around, supporting myself with my palms against his chest. His hands immediately gripped my ass, and he guided me where he wanted me. His beautiful eyes focused intensely. There was no playful smirk on his lips. He looked hungry, even angry. He propped his heavy dick up and guided me down, sealing my pussy around his fat dick. Once he fit his way inside, he released the sexiest moan. Like he really did think my pussy was perfect. I gripped his shoulders and arched my back, moving up and down and rocking my hips, taking his big size over and over, slow. His hands gripped my ass and forced me to match his pace. I want to enjoy this. We sat across from each other at the dining table. His butler had brought dinner in and set the table while we were in the other room.
I didn't even realize he was there, but he probably heard us fucking through the closed door. The spaghetti was even better than last time, because it was fresher than when it had been delivered. Sprinkled with Parmesan cheese and basil, with just the right amount of olive oil in the sauce. He ate grilled chicken with sautéed vegetables, a boring meal compared to mine. I would be so fat if I lived here. Eating all this delicious food brought right to my bedroom. He smirked before he took a bite. You don't eat anything fun. You mean carbs? I wouldn't look like this if I did. That sounds like a terrible life. You're here, aren't you? I think I would still be here if you ate carbs. He smirked and took another bite. We'll never know. His phone was on the table beside him, and it kept lighting up every couple seconds. He ignored it like it wasn't there, but after so many disturbances, he silenced it. You don't have to ignore it because of me. If it were an emergency, it would be a phone call. He ate with his thick arms on the table, his shoulders like a mountain range. Have you talked to that punk-ass bitch? What punk-ass bitch? That ex of yours? No, I said. Why would I? Curious to see if he wanted you back. That's not going to happen. We were never very serious in the first place. We had a good time together. But he wasn't possessive of me the way Axel was. He had been borderline indifferent sometimes. He hadn't been obsessed with making me come. Not even really that concerned about it. I'd thought that was normal. But then I started to sleep with Axel, and now I knew what I should expect. What about you? What about me? If you broke things off with your regulars, they must be upset. Oh, they are. His chicken was tender enough to slice through with just his fork. He didn't even need a knife. Way to be humble about it. He smirked. You asked a question and I answered it. Humility doesn't build empires. It doesn't earn money. All it shows is insecurity. How? People are humble because they want to be liked. And if you want to be liked, that means you're insecure. I'd rather be arrogant than insecure. I stilled as I processed that. You should take that advice. My eyes moved back to my food. So what did you tell them? That I'm unavailable. And they didn't ask why? No, they did, he said. But I don't owe them an explanation. What if you can't get them back once this is over? He stilled at the question, sitting back in his chair as he stared at me. That's a problem for another day. We returned to eating in comfortable silence. Utensils tapped against the dishes. It was quiet, the apartment absolutely silent, the open window showing the lights of the beautiful city. Have you ever been in a relationship? Yes. He spoke immediately, like that answer was obvious. Like a serious one? Yes. His answer was quick again. It was a couple years ago. How long were you together? About 2 years. Why did it end? He seemed to have lost his appetite because he stopped eating. She wasn't right for me. So you ended it. Should have ended it sooner. A lot sooner. His tone was different now, clipped and annoyed. I felt bad for stepping into unwanted territory. I'm sorry I mentioned it. It's fine, he said. It wouldn't be right to ask you questions about your life and not expect you to ask questions about mine. He grabbed his fork and started to eat again. Have you been in a serious relationship? Define serious. You loved them. Then no. Really? He asked in surprise. My relationships have all been a couple months here and there. As I said before, it never gets serious because I tell them about the family business and then they opt out. Can't see a future with someone associated with that kind of life. And that's never made you reconsider your career prospects? He asked, his tone hardening. Even if I did, the association is still there. My father is still a notorious criminal. And no one wants him as a father-in-law or a grandfather to their children. So I may as well embrace the family business, since it's going to affect my personal relationships anyway. His eyes remained hard. And I haven't dated anyone from this world because I'm not supposed to mix business with pleasure. So I can't find anyone that way either. I'll probably be alone for the rest of my life, hopping from bed to bed, and they'll go off to marry someone more suitable. He watched me, his dinner abandoned. Anyway, I dug my fork into my spaghetti. That got heavy. He stared at me like he wanted to say something, but words weren't forthcoming. I ate my spaghetti, but the tension never dissipated.
Have you ever spoken to your mother?
No.
No idea who she is?
I shook my head. I've never asked my father.
Why?
I shrugged. She didn't want to be a mother, and that's her right. Why would I show up on her doorstep and bother her? What's she supposed to say? I could blow up her entire life. She probably kept my existence secret, and her husband has no idea she already had a child.
Is that actually the reason?
He asked. Why wouldn't it be?
Maybe you didn't want to hurt your father's feelings.
I continued to spin my fork in the pasta. He was more than enough. So I don't need to meet the person who didn't want me. He studied me, thoughts behind his eyes that never reached his lips. His heavy body was on top of mine, thrusting into me with slow and purposeful strokes, his powerful arms keeping my legs pinned apart so he could take me at the angle he wanted. It had already been hard and fast in the past, but now he took a slower pace, trying to draw it out and make it last longer instead of hitting the finish line as quickly as he could. My hands worshipped his body as he did all the work. He bedded me so good, it was like I'd paid for it. Everything about him was perfect, from his ripped body, to the size of his package, to the brightness in his gorgeous eyes. His eyes were on mine, possessive in his stare, his dick claiming a land that had been stained by lesser men. His head dipped, and he caught my lips before his tongue moved into my mouth. He kissed me as he rocked, as he ground right against my clit. "Axel," I spoke into his mouth, right in the middle of our kiss because it was just too much. He was so big that my arms couldn't hook behind his shoulders to scratch his back. I could only reach his chest, and my nails moved down like it was a chalkboard. He gave a sexy groan. "Pretty, I can feel it." He could feel how tight I became, how close I was to slipping over the edge and plunging headfirst into the oblivion only he could provide. My hands gripped his arms because I needed something strong to hold on to. And then I let go. Our kiss was interrupted by the moans that couldn't be suppressed. I cried against his mouth as my body gripped his dick like an iron fist. He'd made me come so many times, but every time, it was still a rush. A jolt that stopped my heart. I'd never been with a man who was so reliable. He deepened the angle and made me wince as he prepared to release. He always liked to come inside me with his dick as far as it could go, disregarding the discomfort it caused me when he hit me that deep. In fact, he seemed to like it. Loved that his big dick hurt me. "You want it, pretty?" "Yes." I would never complain, no matter how much it hurt. Not when I also loved it. He positioned himself farther over me and released, giving a sexy moan as he claimed me all over again. I knew it wouldn't fit with the other loads he'd given, and in the middle of the night, it would leak out across the sheets just like it did in my apartment. I had to do more laundry because of it. Had to invest in another set of sheets since I went through them so fast. We lay side by side in the dark, the curtains closed over the window, the only light coming from the bathroom down the hallway. We were both hot and sweaty, but I preferred his shoulder to the pillow, so I snuggled into his side. His arm scooped me close rather than pushed me away. No matter how tired and sweaty he was, he always preferred to be skin to skin. His lips brushed my hairline, and he held me like I was more than just some woman he was fucking.
Did he make you come like that?
The question pulled me out of my relaxed state. Who?
That worthless ex of yours?
For someone who claims not to be insecure, you mention him a lot.
I already know your answer, he said. I just wanted you to know you settled for less than what you deserve.
The conversation died and we fell asleep. My body turned into his body so warm, I hardly needed the sheets on top of me. He fell asleep before me because his breaths changed, slowed and deepened, and then all his muscles relaxed fully. When I opened my eyes again, it was morning, the light coming through the parted curtains. I was exactly where I was when I fell asleep. Axel and I so close together, we were practically one person. He must have already been awake and waiting for me to stir because he kissed my shoulder and then my neck, his hard body immediately making its way on top of me. Not even going to say good morning first? He folded me underneath him and guided himself inside me, making me gasp when I felt him. Good morning. It wasn't slow and easy like last time, just a means to an end, our bodies coming together for one purpose only. It wasn't hard to come with him, but it was still easier first thing in the morning, when my mind was still out of it. I came as I kept my face buried in his neck, and his final pumps were almost immediately afterward. He rolled off me unceremoniously and walked into the bathroom. The shower turned on a moment later, just as it did in my apartment. I fell back asleep. When I woke up again, it was to the smell of breakfast wafting in from the other room. It was like the last time I'd stayed there, having a slow morning after a fast-paced night. I left the sheets seeing the mess I made, or he made, I should say. I helped myself to one of his dressers and found a clean shirt to wear. My essentials were packed in my bag, so I grabbed a new pair of underwear, then quickly brushed my hair before I went into the bathroom and did my morning routine. I brushed my teeth, washed away all my old makeup and put on a new face, and then walked into the main room. Axel was on the couch in just his sweatpants. I wished he could wear those all the time. They left nothing to the imagination. He was watching a football match, and when one of the teams scored a goal, he cursed under his breath. Motherfucker. Smells good. I walked to the table, seeing the fancy silver dishes covering everything to keep it warm. Axel left the sitting area and walked to me, starting the morning by giving me a kiss and grabbing my ass at the same time. Hungry? I'm always hungry when I'm over here. He pulled out the chair for me. I sat down and watched him pour me a cup of coffee, adding a splash of cream like he remembered from last time. Then he sat across from me and pulled off the lid on his plate, showing a plate full of eggs, bacon, and sourdough toast. When I pulled off my lid, I found a huge stack of chocolate chip pancakes, hash browns, and scrambled eggs mixed with shredded cheddar cheese. I can't believe you wake up to this every morning. He relaxed in his chair and looked at me as he sipped his coffee. Me neither. My cheeks flushed with heat, and I looked down at my food again. We ate in silence, the comfort between us at a new level. That spark we shared was still there, always burning in the background. But there was something else. Like trust? Or friendship? I wasn't sure what it was, but it was nice. I want to slip back into the tub and take a nap.
You're welcome to stay as long as you want. You don't have plans? I have stuff to take care of later, but that doesn't mean you have to leave.
Be careful, I warned, or you'll have a squatter.
He grinned. As long as you're squatting on my face, that's fine with me.
I arrived at my father's estate, then approached the main doors. I was in a black gown made of satin, the material reflecting any light that came near. It had one sleeve that covered my entire shoulder in an elegant fashion, and the dress was tight around my waist and hips. My hair was pulled back, and diamond earrings my father had given me hung from my lobes. My father entered the parlor and crossed the room, handsome in his tuxedo.
"Hello, sweetheart."
He gave me a one-armed hug and a quick kiss on the cheek.
"You look lovely."
"Thank you. How was Croatia?"
"The weather was beautiful, but the company was shit."
"Can't have it all, right?"
"I suppose not."
He opened the door and let me step out first before he joined me. His driver pulled up, and we got inside before he drove off. My father was unusually quiet and kept his gaze out the window. "Did you get the numbers I sent you?"
"Yes."
He turned back to look at me, all of the warmth out of his eyes. "I'm sorry I messed up before. I'm not sure how I missed that column." He didn't brush it off. His stare remains cold.
"An apology is a waste of time. Just don't do it again."
I didn't interpret that as an apology is unnecessary. I interpreted that as, I don't want to hear excuses for your shortcomings. You know, I've been doing those numbers for a long time and never made a mistake. He looked out the window again.
"Let's not discuss work. We're going to the opera."
"And that would be fine, but I can tell you're pissed off." He let out a sigh before he looked at me again.
"You really want to do this right now?"
"I think you're overreacting."
"Scarlett, you want this job?" he snapped. "Then you can't make a mistake."
"Well, I'm pretty much doing the work for free, so maybe you should appreciate the fact that I do it at all." I didn't know what possessed me to say that. To fire off on my father without any thought to the consequences. His eyes widened by my rebuttal.
"Excuse me?"
"Just something you should keep in mind before you snap at me. You belittle me for the one time I'm not perfect, but never compliment me all the other times I do things right. I'm the only person you trust to see these numbers. So maybe you should be kinder to me about this."
"Be kinder?" he asked quietly. "Sweetheart, you want this job? You think I make mistakes?"
"I bet you'd make a mistake if you did paperwork all day. It's called human error, and I'm human."
"What has gotten into you? I've never heard you speak to me this way,
"And I've never heard you speak to me this way," I shot back. "If anything, I'm doing you a favor doing all that shit for you on a meager salary. So you've got a lot of gall to berate me for it when I'm basically doing it for free." He stared at me for several seconds, like he couldn't believe a word I just said. I couldn't believe I'd said it either. But now I had to hold my ground.
"You want more money? Is that what this is about?"
"I'm not asking for more money, but I'm asking you to have some perspective. Just remember that I do a lot for you because I want to. And it's pretty fucked up to give me shit the one time I mess it up, that's all." He stared for several seconds before he looked out the window again.
"You're right, sweetheart. I apologize."
Now he sounded like himself again.
Genuine and open. "I've just got a lot on my mind, and shouldn't have taken it out on you."
"It's okay," I said quietly. "Let's just forget about it."
"Are you sure?" he asked. "I understand if you're no longer interested in attending the opera with me."
It was hard to stay angry at my dad, especially when he looked at me like I was the light of his life. I'm sure, Dad. It's water under the bridge. We sat together in the private box on the balcony and watched the opera. There were seats behind us, but my father booked the entire balcony so we didn't have to share the space with anyone. Our drinks were constantly full because the server only had 2 guests to wait on. My father had been taking me to the opera since I could remember. It was hard to understand a word they said, but the emotion was unmistakable. Powerful voices reverberated through the theater, and everyone seemed mesmerized by the performance. The curtains closed, and then intermission arrived. I'm going to powder my nose. I headed downstairs and was able to beat the crowd of women who had the same idea. I did my business, washed my hands, and then looked at my appearance over the sink. "You're fucking beautiful." His deep voice played in my head, serious but with a hint of playfulness. I continued to stare at myself, the smoky eye makeup on my lids, my lips painted a dark red. I didn't mind my appearance, but I didn't know how it earned his obsession. He made me feel like the only woman in the world, and we weren't even serious. Men hit on me left and right. I got catcalled down the street, and I knew I had something to offer. But no man had offered anything of value. The bathroom became crowded, so I returned to the balcony. My father was on the phone, slipping right back into work the second he had the opportunity. "Just get it done." He finished the call, then slid his phone back into his pocket. "Work never sleeps, huh?" "And neither do I. Are you enjoying the show so far?" "I always loved the opera." He sat with his legs crossed, and he sipped his glass of wine as he looked at the audience below. Everyone was up, hitting the restrooms or getting a drink at the bar. The beautiful music was interrupted by a cacophony of conversation. "You sounded angry." "It's the only way to get stuff done." His mood was totally different now. He was back to his coldness, looking out at the audience instead of at me. This would be the time when he would ask me about my life, when he would tell me an interesting story or something he'd learned about art. But it was as if he didn't want to be there. If you need to take care of something at work, I understand. "I don't need to take care of anything." "Then why is your mood so foul?" I blurted. He gave a slow breath, his chest rising with the inflation. "Axel is a thorn in my side." Now his voice was quiet, packed with silent rage. I felt a lot of things all at once: terror, disappointment, discomfort. I swallowed and did my best to keep a straight face, even though my father didn't look at me. "Why?" There was a long pause. A really long one. So long it made me wonder if he knew about us. Then he turned to look at me. "Because I don't like him." The warmth and affection in his eyes were long gone. He stared at me like he expected me to say something, like I should know exactly why he felt that way. I work on the numbers every day, and I already see an improvement since the last time we spoke. He did as you asked and lowered costs and got the profits where you wanted them to be. I don't understand the problem. The more time I spent with both men, the more I recognized the differences in their styles. My father exerted his authority, but Axel didn't need to make the same effort. It was obvious his men viewed him as a friend, not a boss. He stared for several seconds, blinking rarely. "But I know who he really is." I had no idea what that was supposed to mean. If you're unhappy with him, then let him go. Find someone else. The prospect of them ending their business relationship actually gave me a jolt of excitement. Because then we wouldn't have to be a secret. We could be something more. If we wanted. That seemed to make my father angrier. "We made a deal, and he needs to keep his word." My father was always clear and eloquent, but he was making little sense right now. And he is keeping his word. By getting the profits up like you asked. He gave an annoyed sigh. "You aren't making sense, Dad. Everyone I'm associated with is guilty of something. We're all criminals. We're all above the law. But there are certain criminals I can't tolerate. And he's one of them. I didn't realize the truth until after I'd already hired him. And now I'm stuck with a man I don't respect." My heart started to pound harder, turning into a drum when it had been butterfly wings just a second ago. I kept my face slack, tried to force an annoyed expression so it wouldn't be obvious that I cared. "What truth?" I asked. "What could he have possibly done to bother you so much?" Now I had to sit there and act like I didn't really care whether he answered or not, but fuck, that was hard to do.
My father stared me down, his expression livid. He served a 2-year sentence in prison for assault and rape. There was no way I could keep a straight face now. My face tightened in shock, and I felt my insides grow tangled. What? He should have served 10 years. But he paid his way out of his sentence. Still in shock, all I could do was stare. Drugs, theft, prostitution. All of that is fair game. But crimes against women like that, I can't tolerate it. It hits differently because I'm a father, and I just can't abide it. I don't want you ever alone with him. Guilt exploded inside me, thinking about how I'd spent my weekend, locked within his sexy arms, coming around his dick over and over. How long have you known this? Shortly after we started working together, and you just came across it? An associate mentioned it, so I looked into it. Just look up his name and you'll find it all online. Alexander Moreau is his real name. He studied me, eyes focused on me with razor sharpness. As if the ball was in my court and it was my turn to speak, he continued to look at me. But I had no idea what to say. Thanks for letting me know. I opened my laptop at the dining table and stared at the search bar. I typed it in. Alexander Moreau. But I didn't hit enter. Something held me back. Guilt. Or something. I closed the laptop instead and stared blankly at the wall, my heart still racing in my chest. Then I glanced at my phone beside me and texted him. Are you busy right now? It was 11 in the evening, so pretty late for a random text. His response was immediate. Never too busy for you, pretty. I stared at the screen for a while, thinking about my next move. My heart was in my throat and my stomach at the same time. I could just break things off and not get into this at all. Might be the easier option. But that didn't feel right. Can you come by? Be there in 10. I'll bring a pizza. I'm not hungry. But you'll be hungry in a couple hours. I highly doubted that. I sat there in my silent apartment and waited, replaying the conversation with my father over and over, picking apart his words. Axel hadn't only been accused of heinous crimes, but he'd actually been found guilty of those crimes and served time behind bars. That was a fact. And I was sleeping with him. I should have been disgusted. I should have texted him and told him to stay the fuck away from me. But I just couldn't believe it. He walked through the door a moment later wearing black sweatpants and sneakers, and a gray t-shirt that fit his sexy body so perfectly. His eyes quickly swept across the apartment until they found me, sitting alone in the dining room. He set the pizza box on the counter as he drew close, his eyes taking in my appearance with appreciation. Damn. I really like that dress. He gripped the back of my chair and leaned down to catch my lips. I kissed him back automatically, muscle memory. He took the seat across from me. Where did you go tonight? The opera. He gave a slow nod. Fancy. I sat back in the chair, my arms automatically crossing over my chest. Now that he was across from me, I felt so uncomfortable. He watched me, and slowly the brightness in his eyes faded and he turned serious. He cocked his head slightly as his eyes narrowed. I guess you won't be hungry in a couple of hours. I swallowed. At least you're facing me like a man this time. Axel, we had a great weekend together. Talk about whiplash. Now his arms crossed over his chest. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something. The anger left his eyes, and now he just looked confused. I'm listening. When I was at the opera with my father, he mentioned something about you. It only took a second or two for the confusion to pass. He looked angry again, and he gave a slow nod. Of course he did. He seemed to know exactly what I spoke of.
And how did this come up? Said something about work being bad, and he didn't like you. He rubbed his fingers across his jawline as his eyes dropped to the table. Then he smirked, like he knew something. Then he told me that you went to prison. For rape and assault. My voice cracked slightly as I said it out loud because it hurt me to say those words. His eyes lifted to mine. Yep. That's true. You don't deny it? I can't deny facts, he said simply. I was found guilty of those charges and went to prison for it. But did you do it? His eyes narrowed once again, and now he looked baffled by that question. What did you just say? His voice had deepened in anger. It looked like he might stand up and start yelling. I swallowed, nervous around him for the first time. I'm sure you already looked it all up. Why are you asking me that? I didn't look it up, I said quietly. I almost did, but I wanted to hear it from you. He sank back in his chair and he just stared at me. Stared at me like he didn't know if he should speak, or walk out, or throw the chair. What did you just say? I know we don't know each other very well, but it just doesn't seem like something you would do. I was probably the dumbest girl alive, wanting to believe a fantasy rather than the truth. But something didn't feel right to me. This man had the biggest smile, had the gentlest touch, made me feel only good, never bad. His eyes shifted back and forth between mine, and his face hardened, his cheeks tinting red as if his blood surged with anger. He inhaled a slow breath and then released it, the cords in his arms popping even more now. Are you serious right now? I think so. The silence was shattered by a laugh. A laugh that was big and unexpected. I can't believe this shit. Maybe he was crazy. Maybe he had multiple personalities. Maybe the man I knew had never been real. What? He suddenly went quiet, his eyes on another part of the room. Then he gave a shake of his head. You're the first person who's ever said that to me. His eyes found mine again, dim and defeated. I can't believe it. Now he looked emotional, like my words really meant something to him. I'm honestly in shock right now. We've been sleeping together for, what, a month? And you see me better than my own parents? Could you tell me what happened? He was quiet for a long time, like he wasn't sure if he wanted to share this story. I told you I was in a relationship a few years ago. It was more than a relationship. I was married. Unfounded jealousy shot through me. Before we got married, I had her sign an ironclad prenup. Not just to protect my assets, but the assets my family and I share through our inheritance. She was a bartender when I met her, which was fine. But when I decided to leave her, she couldn't handle returning to that kind of lifestyle. She knew our relationship was going to shit before I asked for the divorce. So she started planting things ahead of time. Audio recordings of us fighting. Doctor's visits for non-existent issues, all kinds of stuff. So when I told her I was leaving her, she threatened to make my life a living hell. And she made good on that threat. I don't understand how you even got into this situation. It's complicated. He said it with a sigh. But I think she wanted my money more than she wanted me. How can that be possible? Look at you. He didn't crack a smile. Remained forlorn like I hadn't said anything at all. Why did the relationship deteriorate? She spent my money like crazy. Cars, clothes, shit like that. Which isn't a big deal. But then she started to buy shit for her friends, like cars and boats. And it started to become clear she only wanted a sugar daddy instead of a husband. I'm happy to be a sugar daddy for a sexy lady.
but I'd like to be aware that's what I am to her rather than being misled. I'm sorry. The Axel I knew had a good heart and didn't deserve someone taking advantage of his kind nature. You didn't deserve that. I think I did, he said. I should have seen through the charade well before I did. You shouldn't have to live your life seeing the bad in people instead of the good. That's no way to live. I'm pretty critical of people on the streets, but on a personal level, I'd rather not be that way. He gave a smirk, a painful one. Lesson fucking learned. So when you left, she made good on her threat? Yep. And I had no idea the amount of effort she'd put into it. I'd assumed no one would believe her. At least not the people who actually knew me. She sued me for damages, so I ended up paying her a fortune. I think that was her endgame. If she didn't get any claim to my assets, she was getting something. And she did. She got my money and her revenge. His eyes were out the window, arms still crossed over his chest. Silence passed, and he seemed to be lost in the memories of the past. I was found guilty on all counts and given a 10-year sentence. But behind closed doors, we agreed it would only be 2 years because of good behavior. I was overwhelmed by the story and didn't know what to say. So you and I have a big problem. His eyes shifted back to mine. What? Your father knows about us. Why do you say that? He just randomly brought this up at the opera. He asked incredulously. Does he tell you personal shit about his other guys? No, he fucking knows. And he's hoping this will end our relationship so he doesn't have to get his hands dirty. I think he would speak to me directly. He threatened me to stay away from you. I suddenly felt a draft in the room. When? The night your boyfriend broke it off. He said it casually, like it wasn't a big deal. Took me into a private room and went full psycho on me. Told me he'd kill me if I came anywhere near you. Ironic, considering the fact that my only intention was to comfort you that night. Why would my father do that? He breathed a sigh. Because he believes I really did all those things. And if he actually believes that, then it makes sense why he hates me so much. I'm making him a lot of money, so he can't get rid of me. Not without hurting his business. Therefore, this is the only card he has right now. I'll talk to him. No. That will just make everything complicated. Then what do? We do a better job at hiding it. He's obviously watching your apartment and he's watching mine. My father wouldn't spy on me. He smirked. I'm sorry to break it to you, sweetheart. We don't even know if any of this is true, I said. He may not have a clue about us. He does. I refused to believe my father would play games. We tell each other everything. There's no reason he can't come to me directly and tell me how he feels. If he doesn't like a guy that I'm seeing, would you stop seeing me? I stilled at the question, put on the spot. He watched me, his eyes hard. I don't think you would. So then the two of you would only grow distant. You would hide me from him, so you wouldn't have to deal with his disapproval. If my father really didn't like someone, I would respect that. Really? Now his voice was weak. But in this case, I would tell him all this stuff about you isn't true, and he would convince you otherwise. Even though you actually know me and he doesn't know me at all, he snapped. Trust me on this. Let him think the seed he planted has blossomed into a thorn bush. Let him think I'm gone. We'll be able to carry on our relationship without his interference. And my business relationship with your father will improve. I already felt guilty for sneaking around with my father's associate. But we were knee-deep in this now. It would be hard to waddle our way out. Trust me on this, he repeated, seeing the hesitation in my eyes. I'm not really the kind of person to sneak around, neither am I. But I'm not letting you go. The stare he gave was potent, all-consuming, powerful. No fucking way. You've stood by my side when everyone else turned their fucking backs on me. He shook his head. I'm not letting you go. My dress dropped to the floor, and then his lips were on mine, kissing me harder than he ever had, his big hand gripping my ass and giving it a hard smack before he grabbed my thong and yanked it down. His shirt was tugged over his head, and then he cupped my face, backing me up to the bed as I tugged down the front of his sweats to reveal that big cock with the oozing tip. He lifted me onto the edge, then dragged me close, shoving himself hard inside me with a victorious moan. Fuck, pretty. His hands gripped the backs of my thighs and pinned them toward my ribcage as he thrust into me, his big body towering over mine, all of his muscles flexing and shifting as he moved to fuck me hard. My hands clutched his hips, and I stared at the mountain of muscle. The enormous man who could turn me on with just a single look. I was a tall woman who was always teased for my height growing up, but he made me feel petite. I tugged my body back into his as he thrust into me hard, both of us working to fuck, to take each other as hard and fast as possible. It was an itch that couldn't be scratched, a desperation that couldn't be quenched. I broke out in a sweat almost instantly, and his chest tinted red with the heat. He was the one who came first, grunting as he forced his big dick as far as it would go. It was the first time he'd left me hanging, and I shouldn't be disappointed, but I somehow was. But then he moved again, his dick as hard as it had been a moment ago, and kept going. Like there hadn't been an interruption. He brought the pizza box to the bed. Here you go, pretty. I smiled, then opened the lid, taking a slice that was still warm and biting off the corner. Nothing better than pizza after sex. I prefer cigars. I've never seen you smoke one afterward. I'm not going to smoke around you. Why? Disrespectful. But don't you do it with other women? His arm moved behind my shoulder to support me, since the headboard was made of solid wood. You know you're different. I took another bite and chewed, feeling the warmth of his words. He stared at the side of my face and watched me eat. Where did you get this? Same place we went to last time. You know, where we fought in the middle of the restaurant. I smirked before I took another bite. Bad atmosphere, but good food. He sat there and watched me, falling into silence. I started to get self-conscious with how much I was eating, so I cut myself off and closed the lid. Thanks for the pizza. Thank you for the trust. I'd said my words half-heartedly, but he'd said his with depth. I don't know if it was trust. It just didn't match your character. That's called trust, sweetheart. His hand moved to my hair so he could turn my face toward his. And it means the world to me. His eyes were so bright in their intensity. With a hard expression, he stared me down, and his big thumb moved to the corner of my mouth as he cradled my face. Then he leaned in and kissed me softly on the lips, far gentler than he'd ever been. I felt like I could float away on a cloud. He pulled away, his eyes disappointed. I should go. You don't want to sleep over? No, I do, he said quickly. But I can't. Why? Because your father's men are watching this building, and if I spend the night, it's not going to look like we broke up. I've got to storm out of here like you just ripped my heart out of my chest. He pulled his hand away from my face and let me go. How are we going to do this? If I were being watched, how would we ever be together? Don't worry about it, he said. I'll handle it. Are you going to jump off a helicopter and land on top of my building? He grinned. That'd be pretty sexy, wouldn't it? I think the tire thing is sexier. His arms wrapped around me and tugged me to his chest. I can't wait to watch you touch yourself. He dipped his head and kissed my shoulder. But really, how are we going to do this? I can escape my apartment without being seen. And I can smuggle you out of here. Sounds complicated? No. It'll be fun. He kissed me again before he left the bed and put on the clothes he'd shed. I put on something from my dresser, then walked him to the door. Both of his hands dug into my hair, and he kissed me like he'd just gotten there. Kissed me with more passion than any other man had ever shown me. Good night, baby. Good night. I watched him go and shut the door. Then I missed him.
9. Axel. I sat in the armchair, the room stuffy with cigar smoke, the music so loud that every word of conversation had to be shouted. I spotted Theo when he made his entrance, 2 guys following from a short distance away. When he found me, he took a seat, a small round table between our chairs. The girls danced on the stage in front of us, bills sticking out of their panties, their tits out. Once he sat down, the topless waitress walked over and took his drink order. He pulled a cigar from the inside of his jacket and lit up. What happened to your girl? We're still together. Really? He watched a girl bend over right in front of him, spread her cheeks on the way up. Then she strut back to the pole to do a fabulous spin. Well, you fooled me. I've got to keep up a pretense now. Why? Long story. I nodded toward the rear. Let's head to the back. We headed to the private area where the high spenders came to play. It came with a monthly membership for the most loyal patrons. That's why the hottest dancers were back here. We took a seat, the music at a more manageable level, the women in heels that looked like glass. They spun around the poles and flipped their bodies upside down, doing it all effortlessly, their arms toned from the physical demand. 2 girls came over to give us lap dances. No thanks, I shooed them away. We're here for business. They moved on to the next client. Just because you're pussy whipped doesn't mean I can't get a lap dance. He set the cigar between his lips and looked at the brunette who'd walked away. Come on, you know they're lame. A woman grinding on your dick is not lame. When you're in a crowded strip club, it is. Besides, I prefer free lap dances. Money tight, he teased. I prefer the kind of sex you don't have to pay for. Then you aren't paying the right price, or the right woman. He relaxed his arms on the armrests with the cigar between his fingers. What pretense? Dante's having me followed. Why? He knows I hesitated before I continued, making sure I used the right words to describe it. He knows I'm seeing Scarlett. If he knew, wouldn't your head be off your shoulders right now? He still needs me, so he can't fuck things up. He acts like his daughter is everything to him, but she's taken a back seat to his money. I drew the smoke into my mouth and let the scent settle on my tongue. As long as he still needs me, I'm untouchable. But that will change. So what pretense are you trying to maintain hanging out at a strip club? I want him to think we stopped seeing each other. Back to my bachelor ways. Why do you care if he knows? He told Scarlett about my prison stint, I said sourly, so he'll do something else to turn her against me. If he doesn't know about us, then we can continue our relationship without interference. I don't want anything to ruin this for me. Hold on. He pulled the cigar out of his mouth. She knows everything and didn't take off. I nodded. She believed me. No fucking way. I didn't have to convince her. She said it didn't seem like something I would do. There were no words to describe how much that meant to me. That there was someone in my life who really saw me, who didn't believe all the lies and actually let me speak the truth. You know how fucking nice that was? I hadn't tried to be in a relationship since my divorce, but I knew if things got too serious with anyone, they would figure out my secret and take off, so I never really bothered. But then I saw Scarlett, and I was hooked. I'd never intended to get remarried anyway, not after the bullshit I went through, but it was nice to know it was an option. This woman is making me feel some shit. I need to see this girl. I had pictures of her on my phone, but I would never share. You do realize that Dante will always be a problem, right? Don't remind me. Just kill him. Yes, that will go over great with Scarlett. She doesn't have to know it's you. I shook my head. I wouldn't betray her like that.
And I know she would be heartbroken if she lost him. I don't ever want her to be heartbroken. There was no real way I could be with Scarlett, even if her father and I parted ways. My past was my future, and he'd specifically told me to stay away from her, and I'd ignored that request. There was no way it would ever work, which was a shame because holy fuck did I like this woman. You want my advice? Not really. You know you do. He put the cigar back in his mouth. Well, I hate your advice. Because you know it's right and you don't want to hear it. He released the smoke through his mouth. There's no scenario where this works out, so don't waste your time on it. Sneaking around with her, hanging out at strip clubs, pretending to be somewhere you aren't, it'll never go anywhere. I stared at the floor. If you get your kicks from fucking your enemy's daughter, then keep doing it. It's not like that. I'm just saying, if it doesn't mean anything to you anyway, then no harm done. But if it does mean something to you, it's gonna punch you in the gut or get you killed. No woman is worth that. It'll be worse than your divorce. I released a painful chuckle. My marriage was never as good as this. He studied me, the cigar held between his fingertips. End it, Axel. You're already balls deep in this woman. You don't want to get any deeper. My parents couldn't tolerate a one-on-one interaction, so whenever we met to discuss our business ventures, it was always in the presence of lawyers, and sometimes even security. Like that would stop me. They lived outside Florence in the countryside, having a sprawling estate covered in olive trees. The land had been in my family for generations, so we'd been in the olive oil business for hundreds of years. The land continued to be fertile for us, the olive trees still producing after all this time. The place used to be special to me, my childhood, but now the air was heavy with resentment. I passed through the gates and then approached the magnificent double doors before I was ushered inside. They were seated on the patio, and I crossed the expansive room as I walked toward the back of the house. There were pictures on the way, my parents on their wedding day, pictures of their travels, pictures with their friends. I was nowhere in sight. It was as if they'd never had me. I stepped outside, both of them sitting at the table under the umbrella with a lawyer on either side. There was a lone chair across the table, reserved just for me. Beautiful day, huh? I took my seat and looked at the two of them. They ignored what I said. If I wanted to be a dick, I could bring my whole entourage with me and make them shit their pants. But I was still courteous to them, even though they'd never been courteous to me. My dad never made eye contact with me, treated me like he'd never taught me to ride a bike or dropped me off at school every morning. Supposedly, your parents were the only people who would ever love you unconditionally. They were the only people you could always count on, but in my case, that was all horseshit. My father didn't hate me, but he was indifferent to me, and that was worse. He didn't wake up in the middle of the night from the stress of our estrangement. The quiet moments when he was unoccupied weren't spent pondering the status of our relationship. If I were to die the very next day, I wasn't sure how he would feel about it. My mother was a different story. She didn't want a relationship with me either, but she would at least look at me sometimes. I could tell our estrangement bothered her, even though she never called or texted. I suspected my father had made the decision to disown me and she was forced to obey it. But she didn't have enough love for me to fight it either. Their butler set the table with the cheese board nobody would touch, and he served water glasses all around before he opened a bottle of wine and served my father first, and then the rest of us. I knew it was for their lawyers, not for me. I looked at the olive trees across the patio, the pool I used to swim in as a kid, the hot tub where I had my first kiss. My bedroom had been gutted and turned into a guest bedroom. The hallway that led to the bathroom had been stripped of the pictures of me. There had been open spots for a while between the other photos, but then they were replaced with other, more preferable memories. The lawyers led the meeting, giving an update about the numbers for the month. We had a few employees who helped us maintain all of our assets, but everything was submitted to these lawyers, who reviewed all the details before payment was issued. It was completely unnecessary, but my parents were so distrustful toward me that they wanted a lawyer to handle every single aspect of the business. We also have this for you. The lawyer handed me a large manila envelope that was clearly stuffed with papers.
You've been served, Mr. Moreau. My heart was supposed to plummet into my stomach, but I chuckled instead. All right, then. I set the packet to the side and would deal with it later. The lawyer stared at me, surprised I didn't open it. Because the Moreau estate is a public brand, it's fair to say that the brand has been tainted by your criminal associations, and it's in the best interest of the family to remove you from your seat. You want to get rid of me that bad, Dad? My eyes were reserved for my father, so he grabbed his glass and took a drink without looking at me. I've been nothing but agreeable to this process. I cause no problems. I do my part. We don't even speak. I've caused no issue with the business whatsoever. Sue me if you want, but my guys will just bury you in paperwork for the next 5 years before you get into a courtroom. And when that day comes, I'll win. Because by then, I'll have been out of prison for nearly 10 years without a single criminal offense recorded. Fucking waste of time. Mother looked at me for just a second before she looked away again. My father said nothing. You can take down all my photos to erase my memory, and you can erase me from every other aspect of your life, but you can't erase my last name. We're family whether you like it or not. I'm your son whether you like it or not. If I had a son, he wouldn't be a rapist and a wife-beater. Now he looked at me. The first time since this meeting began. I told you I didn't do it. That's not what the jury decided. The jury was wrong. You served 2 years in prison. I didn't do it. I'd said it so many times, but it was useless. There were times when it bothered me so much I felt like giving up. Being disowned by your own father for something you didn't even do was a pretty shitty feeling. How could my own parents question my integrity when a woman I'd known for a month saw through the bullshit immediately? How the fuck did that make sense? We're done here, my father said. Bury us in paperwork, I don't care. This could take 20 years and it wouldn't. You think you'll be alive in 20 years? I asked incredulously. With all this bitterness in your heart? How can you treat me this way? I'm your fucking son. Your only fucking son. If you remove me from ownership, then what? You have no other kids? You'd rather it be given back to the government? Or charity? Than let it fall into my hands? I'm leaving all my earthly possessions to your cousin, Antonio. I released a laugh. No offense to Antonio, but he'd run this shit to the ground. At least he's not a criminal. I'm a criminal because you made me into one, Pop. Of course, blame your parents for everything. Never take any responsibility for your own actions. If you already think I'm a criminal, then I may as well be one, I snapped. You already have such a low opinion of me that it doesn't matter what I do. I may as well be fucking rich and have a good time. Stop cussing in my house. Fuck off. I got to my feet and knocked over the chair with the force of my movements. Both of my parents flinched like it was the end, like I would pull a gun on them and shoot them or something absurd. Fucking ridiculous. I stormed off and left the table, leaving the packet behind. I hadn't seen Scarlett in almost a week. I was busy with a bunch of bullshit. She was busy too. But I also thought it was smart if we avoided each other for a short while to convince Dante that the relationship really had fallen apart. I was on the couch in my sweats, still pissed off even though it had been nearly 8 hours since I'd met with my parents. A game was on the TV, but I didn't give it much attention. I drank my scotch and enjoyed my cigar, utterly miserable with no solution in sight. There was no way I could prove I was innocent, never changed my parents' opinion of me, so I didn't even try. And that just made everything worse. My phone lit up with a text message from Scarlett. I just heard a helicopter fly by. I'd normally grin, but I didn't have it in me. Hope it's you. Sorry to disappoint you, baby. She was the only light in my life right now. But she was also a source of darkness because there was no option for this to be more than a fuckathon. When am I going to see you? I don't know. What about now? I'm busy right now. Maybe it's just because it's through text, but I feel like you're different. She was right on the money, reading through the lines. It's been a long day. I'm here if you ever want to talk. I'm not good at talking. I disagree. I rested my head against the chair and released a heavy sigh. Hope you feel better, babe.
Fuck. She just called me babe, and I liked it. Her messages stopped. I sat there alone, smoke filling the room, the game still on the screen. Her door was unlocked, as always, so I let myself inside. She was on the couch in a silk camisole with matching shorts, dark blue, a perfect color for that beautiful tanned skin and dark hair. In her hand was a pint of gelato, which she ate straight out of the container. She stilled when I entered her apartment unannounced and quickly covered it with the lid like she was embarrassed she'd been caught. I opened the drawer in the kitchen and pulled out a spoon before I sat with her on the couch. I popped the lid back open and dug my spoon inside, scooping the pistachio gelato into my mouth. I haven't had gelato in forever. She smiled as she leaned into me, pulling her knees to her chest as she hooked her arm through mine. It's my guilty pleasure. Thought I was your guilty pleasure. I got a scoop and held it to her mouth. Her eyes turned playful before she parted her lips and took the gelato on her tongue. Back and forth we went, taking turns eating straight out of the carton, both of us eating our feelings. When it was empty, we placed our spoons inside and set it on the coffee table in front of us. The TV was off and a couple lamps were on, but most of the light came from the city through the window. Her hand slid underneath my shirt and rubbed over my chest, her head resting against my shoulder. She smelled like a fresh shower, like she'd rinsed off after a long day at the office with her father. Her feet were between my knees, her toenails painted black. I turned into her, smelling her hair, the smell of roses and lavender. She didn't burden me with questions. She just sat there with me. My fingers started at her ankle, then moved up her shin to her knee, her legs so soft and smooth. Everything about her was perfect. How was your day? Ordinary. How's your father? We haven't talked much because he's been busy, but he seems normal, she said. How did you get here? I walked. Really? I nodded. I'm sure they're only watching the main gate and watching the cars that come and go, not expecting me to take the side gate into the alley of the next building. I feel bad you walked all the way here. I didn't mind. I needed it. Needed the fresh air instead of the smoke of a cigar. I've never seen you like this. Like what? I asked. So quiet. You haven't smiled once. That pulled a grin from my lips. There you go. She leaned in and kissed me on the cheek, then sprinkled kisses along my hard jawline, her hand moving across my chest at the same time, showering me in affection she'd never given me before. Our relationship was different now. I could feel it, and I liked it. Her hand cupped my cheek, and she turned my face toward her, bringing my eyes to her face. Her fingers continued to feel my jawline, to feel the coarse hair that was rough to the touch. Again, she didn't ask me anything, just stared at me, her eyes so loving and confident. Fuck, she gave me chills. No woman had ever done that. When all that shit went down with my ex, I assumed my parents would see right through it. And at first they were on my side, but only hesitantly. When my ex released more evidence, they quickly turned on me. They disowned me, and it's been that way for years now. Her entire body stilled when she heard all of that, her eyes widening in shock, then narrowing in pity. Jesus. I met with them today because we have a family business that's been in the family for generations, and they're always searching for a loophole to get rid of me. Last time, my dad tried to buy me out. This time, he decided to sue me. How could they not believe their own son? I don't know, I said quietly. They raised me, they know me. I've never demonstrated that sort of behavior ever. Was never disciplined for wrongdoing. The worst thing I ever did was sneak my high school girlfriend into the house for a sleepover. And even if you did do it, they should stand by you anyway, she said. There's nothing I could ever do to make my father turn his back on me, to stop loving me. That's how it should be. And their treatment of you is just wrong. I stared at the blank TV screen, seeing our dark silhouettes in the reflection. It is what it is. I'm sorry, Axel. I continued to stare at the screen because it was too hard to look at her. The emotions were like poison seeping into my organs, slowly making me sick and weak. It's shitty, but there's nothing I can do about it, so... Have you tried talking to them? They won't even look at me, I snapped.
I tell them I'm innocent, and it's like they don't even hear me. They look at me like I'm crazy. They tiptoe around me like I'll hurt them. Now I'm in a life of crime, so they detest me even more. But I don't care." She was quiet for a while.
"Is that why you got into the game? They already thought the worst of you, so you may as well be the worst?"
"Yes, partially. But they also said I was an insult to their family lineage and I didn't deserve any ties to the family estate. So they said they would do whatever they possibly could to remove me from those assets. The threat scared me because I've lived a billionaire lifestyle and wasn't sure how I would manage without my family's wealth. So I decided to get into a high-earning career. The connections were already there, so I decided to use them. Now I don't need their money, but I refuse to go away just to piss them off." Her hand continued to rub my chest before it stopped over my heart. Her eyes were on the side of my face, and she stared like she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Her fingers started to move again, lightly touching my skin.
"It's both of your parents?"
I can tell it's mostly my dad, but my mom goes along with it.
"How long has it been this way?"
About 5 years.
"And in all that time, there's never been any kind of reconciliation?"
No. Every picture they have of me has been taken down from their walls. They get together with other members of the family for holidays, and I'm not invited. I'm not sure how my aunts and uncles and cousins feel about everything because I've never really asked. But because my parents have taken this stance, they've all just gone along with it.
"That's unacceptable. Honestly, it's senseless."
I think they're embarrassed. By cutting me off completely, it will somehow preserve their untarnished reputation. Which is bullshit, because our ancestors are guilty of worse shit, but whatever. She dipped her head to my shoulder and held me close. Both of her arms were wrapped around me. "You've only known me well for a month, but you believed me without hesitation." My hand moved up her thigh, feeling her smooth skin, the warmth of her beautiful flesh. I didn't have to defend myself, I didn't have to do anything, you just knew. An ache throbbed inside my chest. It was warm and good, but it was so intense that it hurt. I tried to will it away with my mind, dwarf it in size by ignoring it.
"I've never been with a man who makes me feel the way you do."
My hand stopped on her knee and I turned to look at her.
"They don't make me feel beautiful. They don't make me feel secure. They don't make me smile."
Her eyes remained on my shoulder as she deflected my gaze.
"I've told you to stop before, and you listened. You could have taken advantage of my sorrow that night, but you didn't. You came to my defense when you could have just walked away. The man I know is incapable of doing such horrible things."
I was wrapped around this woman's finger, and I fucking knew it. From the beginning, I told myself this would never be anything more than a hookup, but deep down I knew I wanted more. I'd wanted more from the moment I saw her, and I knew I would always want more. But how would I get to keep her? We lay in bed together, her lithe body wrapped in my strong arms. It was the first time we were together in bed without fucking. My heart was too damaged by the shitty day, and feeling her in my arms was the best consolation. She fell asleep against my chest, her hair across my stomach. When bumps formed on her arms, I pulled the sheets higher up her body to keep her warm. I was so relaxed with her, but I still couldn't fall asleep. There was too much anger inside me. Sometimes I wanted to punch my father in the face and break his jaw. I was never violent toward people unless they warranted it, and sometimes I wondered if he'd warranted my wrath. A part of me pointlessly hoped there would be a reconciliation someday, but I knew that would never happen. I didn't fall asleep until morning when the sky turned from black to a dark blue. Then my eyes opened almost immediately after I closed them, seeing the bright daylight peek through the closed curtains. I squinted at the light, and then I felt the exhaustion behind my eyes because I'd only slept for a few hours. I tapped the screen of my phone, seeing that it was 11. Then I realized what had woken me up: the aroma of breakfast. I lay there and listened to the hot pans heat the oil in the kitchen, the sound of her opening and closing cabinets, moving dishes, using the sink. The sound was relaxing, so I just listened to it, knowing my baby was making me breakfast. The only woman who had ever made me breakfast was my mother.
I eventually got out of bed, took a shower, and then walked into the kitchen in just the sweatpants I was wearing when I came over here. Once I stepped into the kitchen, I could really smell it. It was breakfast crepes, scrambled eggs with Gruyere cheese and sautéed mushrooms and zucchini. She also had bacon and croissants. I had looked at it all in amazement before I looked at her. You did all of this? She was in her pajamas with a little white apron tied around her front, her beautiful hair in a loose bun.
I don't have a secret butler hidden in the closet.
Well, you're way hotter than my butler. I grinned as my arm circled her waist, and I pulled her into me, squeezing her ass as I kissed her, feeling my mouth still stretch in a grin that I couldn't suppress. You didn't have to make me breakfast, baby, I said when I pulled away.
We always have breakfast when we do sleepovers.
I could have taken you out. She squeezed my arm.
I thought you liked my cooking.
I do, but...
Then shut up and eat it.
She rose on her tiptoes and kissed me before she turned back to the stove. I grinned as I watched her. I like it when you tell me to shut up.
Good. We're going to get along just fine then.
She turned back to the stove and flipped the bacon.
Fix yourself some coffee.
I walked to her coffee maker and brewed myself a fresh cup. It was an expensive machine, probably the most expensive thing in the apartment, and it was clear she didn't settle for less than the best when it came to her morning caffeine. I made my cup of coffee and sat at the dining table, watching her move around the kitchen and finish breakfast. It was a pleasant sight, her little shorts riding up quite a bit. She set the plate of croissants on the table for us to share, then served our meals. We both had a breakfast crepe with a side of bacon. She opened bottles of jam and honey and set them on the table, too. I sliced into the crepe with my fork and took a bite. Oh, fuck. She smirked as she chewed her own food. How did you do this?
I found the recipe online.
Anyone can follow a recipe, but that doesn't mean it'll taste as good as this.
I mean, I add a couple of other things, and I'm pretty generous with the butter.
And you made these? I took a croissant and smeared the jam across the surface before I took a bite, the outside flaky and the inside warm and soft.
Yep.
You should open a restaurant or something. She smirked, then cut into her food. I'm serious.
It's not as good as your chef's cooking.
This shit is better. I'm not just saying that.
Because you're always eating diet food. This is not diet food.
Baby, you've got a gift for food, and you're wasting it by... I silenced myself before I let the conversation head into a bad territory. A territory that would put distance between us, that would lead to another argument I didn't want to have. Never mind. She let it slide and ate her food in silence. Thank you for this.
You're welcome, babe.
I stilled when I heard her call me that again. It was nice, like sunshine on a spring day, a hot pie out of the oven on Christmas. My father said I was no son of his, and she basically called me hers. Babe?
What?
She asked, immediately defensive.
You call me baby, among other things.
I'm definitely not complaining, I said with a grin. I like it. Her eyes moved down to her food, but there was a smile in her stare. I really like it. The smile on her lips widened, but she kept her gaze averted. You cook for me, call me babe. Pretty sexy.
I'm glad you don't think I'm clingy.
She lifted her chin and looked at me before she grabbed a croissant from the dish between us. You are clingy, I said, but I like it.
10. Scarlet. I really don't want to do this. I looked at myself in the mirror, seeing the black dress fit me so tight it was like a second skin. Axel was propped up in my bed, naked. It'll be over before you know it. No, it'll probably be the longest night of my life. The longest night of your life will start when you come home, he grinned. I'm about to go on a date with another guy, and you're totally fine with it. I turned around to look at him head on instead of using the reflection. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal? I asked incredulously. I'd lose my shit if you were going on a date with someone else. He smirked. Oh, I know. I scoffed. Asshole. I grabbed my heels and slid them on. He got out of bed and came up behind me. You know why this doesn't bother me? I clasped the bracelet on my wrist. Because I'm not threatened. The guy will be hard for you all night. But then he'll go home and jerk off
while I get to fuck you until you cry. Everyone wins. Everyone? I asked. What about the guy? I'm wasting his time. He should feel lucky he gets to take you out for dinner. I rolled my eyes. I'm serious. I'm not letting him pay for my food. I'll pay my half. Good luck with that. He chuckled. This is such bullshit. I grabbed my clutch and walked into the main room. He followed me, his boxers on. Baby. I ignored him. I'm sorry, but this is how it has to be. I turned back around and faced him. I'm only doing this once. Once is all we need. Your father will see that you're dating, and he'll stop having me followed. We can fuck in peace. Fine. Have fun. He kissed me and grabbed one of my ass cheeks. Shut up. I pulled away and walked out the door, his chuckle following me. I met the guy at the restaurant. He was some guy I'd met on a dating app. I'd picked him because he seemed the least like a douche out of all the candidates. Before I'd started fucking Axel, I'd had no problem exploring possibilities, getting dressed up for dates, meeting a guy at a bar and seeing where it went. But now it seemed so pointless. Every guy I'd been with felt like a loser. Ryan was the biggest loser of all, and I wasn't sure what I'd seen in him in the first place. His spine was made of jelly, and he didn't speak his mind. He chose to keep his cards to his chest, always, only admitting the truth at the last possible minute. This guy told me about his job as a real estate agent, selling apartments in the city. He talked a lot, so that made the night easy. Because I just had to sit there and pretend to be listening when I honestly couldn't care less. All I had to do was get through the dinner, then go home to Axel. Axel said he would make it up to me, and I thought I knew what that meant. Enough about me, he said. What about you? I had no desire to make a good impression. I work for my father. He's a drug dealer. The guy laughed before he took a drink. Funny. I'm being serious. He continued to smirk, but once he studied my eyes for a moment, the laughter stopped. You're being serious? Yes. I just told you my father's a cop. I hadn't been paying attention. Go ahead and tell him. I don't care. Now the guy went quiet, focusing on his drink and hardly looking at me. The date was officially ruined. The guy was ready to bail. Fine by me. He got the waiter's attention. Check, please. Yes, please. When the waiter came by, I dropped my card on the table. Let's split it. Great! The guy took the card without complaint, happy he didn't have to pay for my dinner. Then we sat in silence and waited for the tab to return. I walked in the door and immediately tossed my clutch on the entryway table. Axel was sitting on the couch in nothing but his sweatpants as he watched the game on the TV, his upper body bulging with strength. The guy I'd just gone out with was scrawny in comparison. If he tried to pick up a tire, he'd get crushed by it. How'd it go? I slipped off my heels, then threw them across the room and into my bedroom. Not doing that again. I walked into the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of wine from the top of the fridge. I uncorked it and poured myself a glass. That bad, huh? I walked into the room as I took a big drink. Was there not wine at dinner? None that I wanted to drink. I sat on the other couch, blaming him for my uncomfortable night. Come on, baby. Don't be like that. I pulled my knees to my chest and opened the food delivery app on my phone. I'm ordering a pizza. You want anything? Didn't you just eat? My eyes flashed in his direction. He raised both of his hands in surrender. Damn, this was a bad date. I ordered a pizza, then set my phone aside. He asked for the check the second the food came. We didn't even eat. Why didn't you take it to go? Because I ordered a salad. Why did you order a salad? Axel. A grin moved over his lips. Sorry. It's done now, all right? I looked at the TV, even though I didn't give a shit about sports. You must have been a bad date, though. He told me his dad is a cop, so I told him mine is a drug dealer.
He burst into a short laugh.
Oh, baby.
I didn't like him.
What did he do?
I shrugged. He's not you. He watched me, his smile slipping away as his eyes softened. I used to go on dates all the time, used to be excited to get dressed up and see where it went. But now it felt like a chore. Getting to know someone new every couple of weeks seems like a lot of effort. He continued to watch me.
Now you know why I don't do dates.
You only do fuck buddies.
Yep.
And that's what I am to you? I asked, trying to keep the sting out of my voice. A long-term fuck buddy?
He smirked. You know that's not true.
Then what am I to you? I repeated.
Come on, baby.
Why won't you answer the question?
Because once I do, it'll have a label. And then it'll get complicated. And you didn't want complicated, right?
My father would never like Axel, would never accept him as a suitable choice. And then he would judge my character for jeopardizing work for good dick.
But if I had to put a label on it...
He sat with his forearms resting on his thighs, massaging his big knuckles with his large fingers.
I'd say you're my lady.
I hadn't been convinced that my father was spying on either one of us. He wouldn't invade my privacy and break the trust we had between us. But after the weekend passed and I showed up for work, he was in a much better mood than he'd been in for a long time. And my date had just happened on Saturday.
Hey, sweetheart!
He kissed me on the cheek before he sat across from me. It was the middle of the day, so he asked if I wanted to have lunch with him in his dining room. Most of the time he worked through his lunch or went out to meet associates, but his docket seemed to be open today. Hey! His butler immediately brought our salads, lightly mixed with tarragon sauce to moisten the leaves. It had cherry tomatoes, grapefruit, and grilled prawns on top. A basket of freshly baked bread was served with it. My father never ate much when he was around me, always sticking to a healthy diet to keep a trim waistline. I knew he started every morning with a good workout in his private gym, running a couple miles before he lifted weights. His dedication showed. He looked 10 years younger than he was, so it was understandable when people assumed we were dating rather than father and daughter.
How are you?
He asked, after he finished his bite. Fine. Nothing too interesting going on in my life, except sleeping with a man who had served 2 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and worked with my father on a daily basis.
Are you seeing anyone?
I didn't want to believe Axel was right, that my father would do something heinous like that, but the question made me suspicious. Why do you ask? If he was lying, he was the best liar I'd ever seen. He acted completely natural, kept his eyes locked on mine as he answered,
Ryan has been gone a while. Thought you might be ready to jump back in.
He took another bite of his salad, sitting perfectly straight at the table, one forearm resting against the corner of the table. I had a date on Saturday.
How'd that go?
It was also suspicious because he didn't ask me about my dating life often. He seemed to stay out of it as much as possible. I just assumed it made him uncomfortable. My fork tossed everything around and mixed it together, my eyes down.
That bad, huh?
It's hard to find a good man, you know? My eyes stayed down because Axel popped into my mind. That handsome smirk that sent a rush down my spine. Whenever he smiled like that, it reached his eyes. A beautiful spark in that blue gaze. He was affectionate and warm, treated me like a lady. Maybe I was an idiot for believing he was innocent, but the man I knew wouldn't do any of those things.
I wouldn't know, he said with a slight chuckle. But I know what you mean.
I lifted my gaze and chewed my bite. What about you?
What about me?
You aren't seeing anyone? His answer was immediate. No.
I told you I'm not interested in that.
Maybe you would be interested if you found the right person.
Do I strike you as lonely? He asked. No, I just think it can be a beautiful thing. How would you know? He stabbed his fork into a prawn. Axel and I hadn't even eaten out together at a restaurant. Never been on a date. We spent our time locked behind doors having a secret affair. I guess I don't. He's not watching us anymore. Axel's message popped up on my phone. How do you know? I just do. I still didn't want to believe it. Let me take you out tonight. Hopefully our date goes better than the last one you had. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Ouch. Guess I'll have to step it up then. If you want to get laid, yeah. He sent a couple laughing emojis. Come on, pretty. You know that's a guarantee. We'll see. Oh, I like a challenge. I'll pick you up at 7. I wore a strappy black dress and heels, pairing it with gold bangles and a gold necklace. I usually wore my hair straight, but I curled it for the occasion. Axel always looked at me like a piece of eye candy, but I really wanted him to eat his heart out tonight. For my last date, I'd put in the least amount of effort possible. He invited himself inside, dressed in black jeans and a button-up with the sleeves pushed to his elbows. Of course he looked drop-dead sexy, with the shirt fitting tight over his forearms and shoulders. But he was the one who looked me up and down, then released a low whistle. Damn. That's one fine piece of ass right there. He moved into me, his arms circling my waist before both of his hands palmed my ass. His head dipped to kiss me, catching my lips as he squeezed my ass harder. I'd never been with a man who described me that way, who made me feel so desirable. Sometimes they said I was pretty or I looked nice, but they didn't say the types of things that Axel blurted. His hands moved to my dress and started to tug it up as he backed me farther into the apartment. Nope. I swatted his hand away. He pulled back, a playful smirk on his lips. Damn. You're going to make me work for it. Yep. And if you don't want to end the night inside of your hand instead of me, you better step it up. His smirk remained, like he knew damn well that was an empty threat. My baby means business. He gave me another kiss before he grabbed my hand and walked me out of the apartment. His car was downstairs, an expensive sports car with a shiny paint job. The second he started the car, the engine was like a roar, and then he took off. With one hand on the wheel and his eyes on the road, he grabbed my hand and held it in his lap. I'd never done that before. Had a man need me so badly that he wanted me in the car, even if it was just my hand. I knew this would end badly at some point, but I couldn't stop now. I was fully invested in Axel, completely locked in with this man. All the consequences of this would be paid in full, and I'd gladly wipe out my savings. We arrived at the restaurant and handed the car over to the valet. He checked in with the hostess and was given a table in the corner near the window. A candle was lit in the center on the white tablecloth, along with the little vase of red roses. Axel pulled out the chair for me, and when the waiter arrived, he ordered wine for the table. You drink wine? I asked. Occasionally. I've never seen you drink it before. I had it the night we first met, when I had dinner with your father. Oh, you're right. I remember because I noticed the way your lipstick smeared against your glass, and it made me think of other things. I felt a smile pull at my lips as the color burned into my cheeks. A little inappropriate. Pretty, that's tame compared to the other thoughts I've had. His smirk was gone, and now he was serious. His eyes hardened in that intense expression he wore right before he kissed me and pinned me to the bed. The stare continued endlessly, the potency just as strong at the end as the beginning. I cleared my throat and looked at the menu. What looks good? I usually get the gnocchi, but the lasagna looks good. Axel spoiled me with food all the time.
bringing me pizza, and having his butler prepare a 4-course meal for breakfast. I had to watch my waistline, but I couldn't turn down pasta. I guess the lasagna. When the waiter returned, Axel ordered for us both. My lady will have lasagna, I'll have the Florentine steak. He handed over both of the menus. Then it was just the two of us again, looking at each other over the candlelight. Axel looked handsome. His jaw freshly shaven, his dirty blonde hair combed back. There were shadows under his jawline from the candle, giving him a more rugged look. I have a question. He cocked his head slightly, inviting me to speak. Why didn't you make a move that night when Ryan broke up with me?
I told you why. I'm not a rebound.
Even if I'd slept with you, you wouldn't have been a rebound, and you know that. He stared at me. The chemistry was always there between us. The desire was always there. I just needed a reason. A reason to go against my father's wishes. A reason to break the rules.
You were upset that night, he said. I respect you too much to take advantage of you. And the last thing I ever want to be is a regret. It could ruin a potential future. As enticed as I was, I didn't want to risk the long-term payout for a short-term gamble.
I stared at the candle between us. You make it sound like you've always wanted something long-term.
Because I have, he said. Look at you. You think a one-night stand would be enough?
He shook his head.
I knew the first time would be a hit. And then I'd need another hit, and then another. Now I'm a full-blown addict.
My eyes lifted to meet his. Well, looks like you're getting laid tonight. He smirked.
They haven't even brought us bread yet.
I guess we can just go then. He stared at me for a while, continued to stare even when he took a drink of the wine.
It'll be worth the wait.
His hard stare remained on me. Like the glow on my face from the candle was as enticing to him as his appearance was to me. Relationships had come and gone, but none of them had substance like this one did. And it wasn't even a relationship. You're nothing like I thought you would be. He cocked his head slightly, pressing for more information. I assumed I would just be a challenge. And once you defeated that challenge, you would be on your merry way. He continued to say nothing. But you're sweet.
How does that saying go? He asked quietly. Never judge a book by its cover.
I guess so.
Now that you know who I am, would you have dumped Ryan sooner?
Yes. That relationship lacked this intensity. It lacked joy, too. Now that I knew how a relationship could really feel, I wasn't sure why I'd stayed with Ryan as long as I had. He smirked. All of my relationships seem pointless now. It was easy to settle for less than what you deserved when you didn't know any better. I'd never met someone like Axel. Someone who could be so serious and sexy, and then make me melt with his handsome smile. He was a gentleman when he should be, and then not a gentleman when I didn't want him to be. Can I ask you something?
I already know what you're going to ask me.
You do?
He nodded. You're going to ask me about my ex.
How did you know?
Just a hunch.
A painful smile moved onto his lips. You could have any woman you wanted. I'm just surprised you ended up in that situation. He was quiet a long time, trying to figure out what to say.
Once she learned information about me from mutual acquaintances, she targeted me. She realized I wasn't like other guys. Don't take myself too seriously, go with the flow, don't overthink things. So she went for it. She wanted my money, and she got it. My friends tell me I needed to learn that lesson, not to give people the benefit of the doubt, always to be suspicious of people. But that's just not who I am.
I felt my lips soften in a smile. I'm glad you didn't let that change you, because I love who you are. His eyes remained on mine, hard and serious. What happened to her? He gave a shrug. No idea. I don't keep tabs. And was she your only serious relationship? Pretty much. Your parents liked her? Not at first, actually, he said. She was a bartender, so they weren't impressed with that. But she charmed them just the way she charmed me. That was probably why they believed her story over mine. Because she built that reputation with them. They still shouldn't believe her over their own son. He gave another shrug. It is what it is. She single-handedly destroyed your relationship with your parents. How can she live with that? He gave another shrug. I think she lives with that just fine. I gave a subtle shake of my head. She's lucky you haven't killed her. Ironic, isn't it? He said with a smirk. It would be easy for me to make it look like an accident. To ask a friend to do it for me. Lots of options. But I won't perpetrate a crime against her I've already been convicted for. That's not my style. I don't think my father would hesitate. I know for a fact he wouldn't. His smirk died away. I'm so sorry this has happened to you, I said quietly. Losing your parents. He turned his gaze and looked out the window. I wouldn't know what to do without my father. His look remained on the street, watching people pass by as they headed to dinner or home. There was no playfulness in his eyes or across his lips. His eyes didn't have their usual light, their usual mirth. In that instant, he looked broken. You get used to it. When we returned to my apartment, it was quiet. I'd just set my clutch on the table when he came up behind me and slowly pulled the zipper down, opening up my back to him. The air hit my exposed skin, and I felt the bumps form everywhere. Felt my hair stand on end. The material over my shoulders came loose, and the dress slowly sank down, falling to my stomach, and then over my hips to the floor. His hand unclasped the strapless bra, and that fell too. His thick arm circled over my stomach, and he pulled me back into him, his head dipping to kiss my shoulder, trailing kisses closer to my neck. My hand grasped onto his forearm, and I felt him tug me against him, feeling the rod of his dick right against my back. His other hand scooped to my chin, and he turned my face toward him so he could kiss me, tipping his body down to catch my lips as he tugged me into him and brought my ass right against his dick in his jeans. He brought a fire to my heart, a warmth to my cold skin. My pulse raced at his touch, like this was the first time instead of a trip down memory lane. He guided me to face him, bringing me close so he could deepen our kiss, now that we were face to face. My hand slid under his shirt and tugged it up, bringing it over his head to reveal his rock-hard pecs and thick shoulders. My fingers felt his searing skin and traced all of the mountains and valleys of his arm muscles. Then I loosened his jeans and tugged them down as my mouth was full of his tongue. I tugged his boxers, too, setting that monster cock free from its restraints. Then I dropped to my knees. He inhaled a noticeable breath as he watched me, excited just the way all men were when this moment arrived. His fingers slid into my hair to get a grip before my lips even touched him. I flattened my tongue and opened my mouth, pulling him inside me right away instead of teasing him with a couple of kisses. I pushed as far as I could go before I drew back, repeating it over and over, cupping his balls with my small hand at the same time. He seemed to like it because his fingers deepened in my hair, and he started to guide me, telling me exactly how hard he wanted me to suck his dick. As with everything else he did, he liked it hard and fast. And he destroyed my mouth the way he destroyed my pussy, barely giving me a chance to breathe, to swallow. But then he pulled his cock out like that wasn't how he wanted the moment to end. He helped me to my feet, then walked to the couch, dropping into the center of it, knees spread far apart, his glistening dick against his stomach. His arms stretched over the back of the couch, too. Come on, baby. I climbed onto his lap, straddled his hips, and then grabbed his base to position him at my entrance. I slowly dropped down onto his length, waiting for my body to accept his entry. And then I slid down until my body winced in protest. No other dick had ever hurt this bad and also felt this good. His big hands went to my ass, and he guided me up and down. My hands planted on his shoulders, and I rose and fell slowly, rolling my hips on the way down, smearing his wet length with another coat of moisture. His fingers kneaded my ass as he guided me, his eyes hard with desire. We moved together at a slow pace, our eyes locked on each other, our breathing syncing up. Sweat coated our bodies moments later, and we grinded and moved, the fire deep inside us both. It was one of the few times that he let me take the reins, let me do all the work and all the pleasing. You fuck good, baby. Your dick is easy to fuck, babe. A subtle smirk moved over his lips, but it didn't last long. His eyes flicked back to their seriousness, his jawline hard as he continued to grip my ass. I fucking love it when you call me that.
11. Axel. I arrived at the estate, then approached the double doors to his home. My nerves were on fire, not because of the opponent I was about to face, but because of the woman I would probably see. The very woman who'd woken up beside me that morning. I'd told her this would be uncomplicated, but now it was a complicated mess. I knew I wanted more than a fling, that it was already long past the fling stage, and if I let it continue, it would turn into a deeply serious, committed relationship, and that didn't scare me at all. The only thing that did scare me was her father. There was no way I could get him to let this go. My one and only chance was Scarlett. Perhaps if she spoke to him, he would have no other choice but to accept me as the man she wanted. If he tried to kill me, she would know he was responsible and he would lose his daughter. But that meant she would have to show her cards, and I wasn't sure if she would do that. It would jeopardize everything she'd been working for. But maybe I would be worth it. I checked in with the butler and waited for Dante to join me. I stared at a painting on the wall, some pretentious piece of art that could easily be replaced by something from the thrift store, and no one would know the difference. Dante rounded the corner, and of course, Scarlett was with him. "Try to get this to me before my meeting with Axel is finished," he said, "and call Mario about the shipping containers." "Sure thing." She turned and walked into his study, not looking at me once. It took all my strength to focus on the painting and not catch a glimpse of her ass in that tight skirt. "Axel?" His voice was cordial, but there was a hint of quiet rage deep underneath. Now that he assumed my relationship with his daughter was over, he was less antagonistic, but he could still barely tolerate me. I turned to him. "Let's talk numbers." His eyes were a little angry as he looked at me, like the sight of my face reignited all the anger he tried so hard to suppress. But he managed to brush it off. "Let's." He stepped onto the patio and took a seat under the umbrella. The butler brought drinks and cigars. We both lit up and talked business. "I see that you've cut expenses further." He sat with his legs crossed, his cigar in his relaxed fingertips. "Well, that's what you requested." "But you said it couldn't be done." "It couldn't be done without cutting wages." He brought the cigar to his mouth to let the smoke coat his tongue. "So it can be done." I continued to pay the guys with my own money. I wouldn't screw them over because this billionaire was so fucking greedy. Once profits rose again, I would start paying them from the pot once more, and Dante wouldn't even know what happened. We talked about other things, other relationships that could serve us. "The Sandswith Society Gala is next week," I said. "There are going to be a lot of people there, including Giovanni Halsworth. I think an introduction is necessary if we're going to expand our reach." He gave a slight nod in agreement. "What is he like?" "Women. All men like women. Not more than this man. He had a wife, but he also had 3 mistresses. His wife was fully aware of the younger women who fulfilled his libido and she couldn't, but she fulfilled his emotional needs. and that seemed to be enough for her. Good to know. He crossed his arms and let the smoke slowly leave his mouth. Men are weaker for women than they are for money. He stared at me across the table like he could see right through me. You're right about that. I just walked into my bedroom when my phone lit up with her name.
What you doing?
Why, are you hungry? She sent me several middle finger emojis.
I'm always hungry, but that's not the point.
What are you hungry for?
Pizza. And you.
In that order?
You, and then pizza, and then you again.
I smirked. Then get your ass over here, baby. She arrived 20 minutes later, wearing a cute sundress with several necklaces hanging from her throat. Her eyes were so bright when they looked at me, like I'd been on her mind all day. She looked me up and down, seeing me in nothing but my sweatpants.
I'd love a calendar with a picture like this for every month of the year.
She moved into me and kissed me, her palms planting against my hard body. My hand gripped her ass as I kissed her, feeling her dress ride up in my grip. Her lips tasted like candy, and she always kissed me like my touch was the drink at the end of the hard day. I loved that she didn't play games, that she texted me when she wanted to see me instead of waiting for me to text her and then getting mad when I didn't. She came out and said what she wanted. I didn't have to be a mind reader. The farthest we made it was to the couch, and she lay back in the corner while I pinned her in place, her lithe body folded underneath mine. The two of us moving hard together like it had been weeks since we'd seen each other rather than days. Tears streaked her makeup, and her nails sliced into my skin as she finished, gripping my dick hard like it was in her hand. Then I lay beside her on the couch, my arm a pillow for her head. How about we eat pizza in the tub? I asked. Her eyes lifted to mine as a smile moved across her lips.
That's the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, I'm a genius.
You're a genius at fucking.
I smiled before I headed into the bathroom and started the water. My butler had drawn the bath last time, so I wasn't sure what he'd done other than squirting the bubble bath into the water. I didn't sprinkle rose petals anywhere or light candles, but I did text him and ask him to prepare dinner. She came in a moment later than entered the water, her sexy body wet and covered with bubbles. She leaned against the edge and rested her head against the towel that was propped there.
How do you ever leave the house?
I stepped into the tub across from her, watching her lie there with her eyes closed.
If I lived like this, I would never go anywhere.
After my divorce, I couldn't imagine being married again, never sharing my space with another person. But when I pictured Scarlett being there with me, asleep on the couch in front of the TV when I came home or soaking in the tub while I took a shower, it didn't bother me as much. She opened her eyes and looked at me. I grabbed her feet under the water and started to massage them.
Are you rubbing my feet?
Yes.
You don't have to do that.
She relaxed farther in the tub, her eyes fluttering closed. Want me to stop? I asked with a smirk. She was quiet. That's what I thought. You're always wearing those killer heels. Her eyes remained closed, and it seemed like she would drift off to sleep. It was dead quiet, just the two of us, and I stared at her while her eyes remained closed. I was the one rubbing her feet, but it soothed me, having this peace, being with someone without the need to talk or fuck. She eventually inhaled a deep breath like she was forcing herself to stir. She pulled her feet away.
Keep at it, and I'll fall asleep.
I'll make sure you don't drown, baby. She righted herself in the tub, her eyes still heavy with sleepiness.
How was your day?
Nothing worth mentioning. You?
Eh? Just paperwork and bullshit.
Whenever we saw each other on the clock, we just avoided each other. That seemed to be the most realistic reaction after she'd found out about my past. If she believed it, she would want nothing to do with me. We sat there in silence, just looking at each other. I debated whether I should say anything, if I wanted to risk losing what we had, but the longer I stayed in that tub with her, the more I was convinced that this was what I wanted. I could look at her all day, and I'd never felt that way about anyone else. I'm going to be straight with you, baby. My words made her stiffen, like she knew I was about to say something important. I want to make this complicated. Her arms crossed over her chest under the water.
I think you want to make this complicated too. She remained quiet, but her eyes confirmed my suspicions. I have an idea, if you want to hear it.
Okay,
She said quietly. You tell your father the truth, that we're together, and you believe me. She looked away. He can't touch me, because you'll know he's the one responsible if he does. The last thing he'll do is risk losing you. She remained quiet. I can't think of another way, baby. After a long pause, she spoke.
If I tell him, then I'll risk everything I've worked for.
I know.
He might accept it, but he might dismiss me from my position.
I know. She gave a heavy sigh. Her eyes on the wall next to the tub, her thoughts buried deep inside.
I would have to admit I lied to him, that I snuck around. He would probably question my character and my ability to judge the character of others, since he thinks you're guilty and I disagree. One conversation could impact the rest of my life.
She didn't need to give her answer because it was already clear.
I'll think about it.
The disappointment that clouded my chest was suddenly blown away in the breeze. My eyes narrowed on her face in disbelief. She'd pushed me away for so long, made it clear her career was the most important thing to her, but now she'd changed her tune. For me.
Let's see where it goes,
she said quietly.
And if we get to that level, I'll talk to him.
I stared at her in silence, still unable to believe the sacrifice she was willing to make. After a moment, her eyes found mine again. I stared at her hard, knowing she'd just shown me her hand. She hadn't played games with me, but she'd never shown the depth of her feelings either. But now she basically told me that this relationship meant as much to her as it did to me. That neither one of us wanted it to end, probably ever. Baby, get over here. A smile complimented her slightly embarrassed look before she crossed the tub and came to my side. My arms circled her under the water, and I brought her close to me, her face moving to my shoulder, half of her hair submerged in the water. My lips brushed her hairline, and I pressed a kiss to her forehead. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I skipped the flutes of champagne being passed around and headed straight to the bar for the good shit. I ordered an old-fashioned and took a drink the moment it was in my grasp, dreading the rest of the evening. I might have a nice smile and seem charming, but truth be told, I hated these social events. Enough time had passed since my prison stint that most people had forgotten about it, so it was easy to chat. But also most of the people high up in the hierarchy were guilty of shit far worse than what I'd been convicted for. I was harmless by comparison. But I also dreaded spending the evening with Scarlett. I'd have to sit there and act like she meant nothing to me. Have to act like she'd wounded my pride when she dumped me. Had to somehow be passive-aggressive without being too passive-aggressive. It was a production that I didn't have the energy for. A woman came up to me at the bar. I hadn't noticed her approach because my thoughts had been on Scarlett and her father. She was pretty, with long blonde hair, wearing a beautiful dress. She struck up a conversation with me, and normally I would just excuse myself and walk away, but since I was putting on an act, I let it be. I noticed when Scarlett entered the party, even though she was clear on the other side of the room and I was engaged in a conversation, because she was that fine. She wore a black dress with the straps hanging off her arms. It was skin-tight and reached the floor, her killer heels making her ass even plumper. I forced myself to look away and pretend to care about the blonde. But fuck, I was exhausted. I was exhausted by all this bullshit. I had a woman I wanted to kiss right in the middle of that crowded room, but I couldn't do shit about it. I had to stand there and pretend to care about a woman whose name I couldn't remember, even though she'd just told me what it was. Dante and Scarlett mingled at the party, taking the champagne flutes and sipping them like they weren't horse piss. Despite the fact that Dante never touched his daughter, I could see why anyone would assume they were together. Because he was bleeding money out of his eyes rich, and she was the most beautiful woman at the party. Our eyes met across the room. The electricity crossed 30 feet, traveling from her eyes to mine and then back again. It was just a heartbeat, but an entire moment passed between us, our time spent in the bathtub the other night, waking up in the morning to a beautiful breakfast that we could never finish. Her legs wrapped around my head when I woke her up that morning.
I felt it all, and so did she. Then she looked away and took a drink of her champagne.
Are you all right?
I turned back to the blonde.
Just seem distracted.
I thought I saw someone I knew. I gave her my focus again, and this time I kept it in place because I had an image to uphold. So, you're a violinist for the orchestra? Well, that's fascinating. I used to play the violin.
Yes, I know, she said. We used to go to school together.
We did? I asked, my eyebrows furrowed.
I thought you didn't recognize me, she said with a chuckle. Cassandra Rowley. I was second chair.
Oh, now I remember. Sorry, it's been so long.
And I look a lot different, she said with a laugh. I get that a lot. You look different, too. A lot more muscular.
Yeah, all I do is eat and lift. She smiled as she looked me over.
I can tell. You know I had the biggest crush on you in school.
I had no idea because I hadn't even known she existed. Wow, I didn't realize.
So, are you seeing anybody?
I spotted Dante and Scarlett approach, heading right for us at the worst possible time. No.
Good, she said. Looks like it's my lucky day.
Dante shifted his eyes between us, trying to gauge if the conversation had concluded. Now I felt obligated to introduce her. Cassandra, this is my business partner, Dante, and this is his daughter, Scarlett. I shifted my eyes to her, seeing the way she struggled to maintain her composure. She must have heard enough of the conversation to gauge what had transpired. Cassandra shook Dante's hand. Cassandra and I went to school together, I said. We haven't seen each other since, so we're catching up. Cassandra moved to Scarlett. Scarlett hesitated before she took her hand, and once she did, it was with a scowl.
He was the first chair violinist, and I was second chair, Cassandra said.
Dante took a drink as he waited for Cassandra to excuse herself. Cassandra, I'll catch up with you later, I said, trying to get rid of her as nicely as I could.
Sure.
Her hand moved to my arm.
Let's meet up before the end of the night.
She walked away and disappeared into the crowd. It took all my strength not to look at Scarlett, but I didn't need to see her face to know how she felt, because her rage was like the heat from a bonfire. The energy around her was distinct and unmistakable. I did my best to ignore it. I haven't spoken to Giovanni yet. He's been swarmed with admirers. Then you must not be that close, Dante said coldly. Well, I got distracted by... I realized I'd shoved my foot in my mouth. I don't chase people, he'll come to me. Scarlett tilted her head back and downed the rest of her champagne before she placed the glass on an empty tray that passed.
I'm going to get a drink.
She stepped away and approached the bar, probably to get something stronger. I did my best to seem indifferent to her departure. The woman on his arm is Melissa, not his wife, but one of his mistresses. Good to know, Dante said coldly. There are too many people here. We'll need to speak to him in private. Dante, you've got to play the game. His eyes narrowed on my face. We've got to drink with him, we've got to dine with him, give him a reason to step away with us. But if you know him, but he doesn't know you. His eyes burned at the interruption. Give him a reason to want to speak to you. Wine him, dine him, the whole deal. He took another drink of his champagne. I guess your connection isn't enough. I can introduce you and get him into a private room, but aren't you more likely to get what you want if he likes you before that? Dante took another drink. I've been making you money hand over fist, so your confidence would be appreciated. He looked at me, his stare cold. I knew he would never respect me, not after sleeping with his daughter and serving time in the slammer. It didn't matter how good I was at making money, he would always view me as his inferior. Giovanni finished his conversation with the group he was with and stepped away. You ready? I said to Dante. Come on, sweetheart. He turned to Scarlett. She came to his side, a glass of red wine in her hand. Let's do this. She wouldn't look at me, and I knew her well enough to know my conversation with Cassandra pissed her the fuck off. We walked over to Giovanni. Hello, Giovanni. How's the yacht? He grinned. Just got back from a trip to Capri. Nice. I love Capri. You should come sometime, he said. Bring a nice girl, or I can bring one for you. I chuckled. I'm always looking for that special someone so I'll happily take a recommendation. You got it. Giovanni clapped me on the shoulder. Giovanni, I want to introduce you to my business partner, Dante. Giovanni's smile dropped, but he shook his hand. And this is his daughter, Scarlett, I said. Giovanni shook her hand. Lovely to meet you. I've told you a bit about what we're doing, I said. It's been a few months now, and we've revolutionized the industry. Oh, I've heard, Giovanni said. It's a small town. Giovanni definitely didn't like Dante, but I had no idea why. Let's take a seat. I moved to the nearest table and pulled out the chair for Melissa. Dante gave me a cold look across the table, like this was somehow my fault. We sat together and it was quiet for a moment. I looked at Dante, telling him he needed to step it up and not expect me to do everything. Giovanni, I hear business is good. I was just in Croatia a couple weeks ago. I have my own yacht there. Giovanni nodded and took a drink. I snuck a glance at Scarlett. Her eyes were on me, daggers on the surface. I looked away because there was nothing I could do to assuage her feelings right now. If she thought I was remotely interested in Cassandra, she was fucking crazy. All I wanted to do was stick my hand up Scarlett's dress and fist her panties before I yanked them down. The conversation between the other men was a slow burn, a really slow burn. But Dante kept trying, and eventually the words started to come more naturally. Money was soon the topic of conversation, and Giovanni seemed interested in that, like all men. We've successfully moved our products north and east, but if we want to push even farther east, we're going to need the right connections, Dante said. I think that's where we can help each other. This is awfully ambitious for one man, Giovanni said. Oh, I'm just getting started, Dante said before he took a drink. How can you have enough products for this? Giovanni questioned. I just do, Dante said. Well, I can attest to that, Giovanni, I said. I've seen it with my own eyes. Soon the men were locked in deeper conversation. Dante crossed his arms. Perhaps we should continue this conversation in private. Giovanni gave a nod. I think that would be a good idea. Both men stood up and walked to the hallway, where private rooms were located. That left Scarlett and me at the table with Melissa, the woman who hadn't said a word all night. Scarlett wouldn't look at me. I knew I couldn't just scoot down a couple of chairs and talk to her. I was certain Dante had men in the room keeping eyes on everything, just like last time when he'd caught me speaking to Scarlett. She silently excused herself from the table and walked off. I watched her go, and as if Cassandra had been waiting in the shadows for the prime opportunity, she swooped in and dropped into the chair beside me. So, how's the Moreau estate going? She asked. I was stuck in place, unable to comfort my girl without being seen, and this woman wouldn't get off my ass. Look, Cassandra, I know I said I wasn't seeing anyone before, but it turns out I am, and it's very complicated. It didn't have to be complicated, but her father was a thorn in my goddamn side. Her face dropped at my words. Then why did you say you weren't? Because it's complicated. How is it complicated? It's just a yes or a no, Cassandra. I didn't want to raise my voice, but she was pissing me the fuck off. I'm sorry I misled you, but I'm fucking someone else right now. Now, walk away. She was so shocked by what I said that her eyes widened, and she looked like an owl. Then she reached for the drink on the table to throw it in my face. Not gonna happen. I moved it out of the way so she couldn't reach it. We talked for 10 minutes. No need to be dramatic. She burst out of the chair and stormed off, weaving through people like she was about to leave the dinner altogether. Melissa took a drink. Damn, that does sound complicated. I rubbed the back of my neck and gave a sigh. Oh, you have no idea. I pulled out my phone and started to text. Baby, you know that was just for appearances. The 3 little dots didn't appear. Talk to me. Nothing. I called her instead. It rang a couple times before she answered with her silence. I spoke quietly, the noise of the crowd the perfect backdrop. I would go after you, but I can't. He's got guys watching. She was silent. You know that meant nothing. Nothing. Baby, come on. Her voice finally came through. I know I'm overreacting right now. You aren't overreacting, I said. but you need to remember our circumstances.
How would you feel if some other guy was all over me?
It wouldn't bother me because I know you're mine.
Right.
Okay, I'd probably punch him in the face.
Now that's an overreaction.
The chuckle was in her voice. When this bullshit is over, I'll come over with a pizza.
Oh, that sounds so nice, she said. I wish I could just come here and be with you. I wish we didn't have to lie, didn't have to pretend to mean nothing to each other. That I could be with you and my father at the same time.
My heart sank at her admission because I didn't see that as a reality. I didn't see Dante ever accepting me as the man she wanted to be with. Maybe he would tolerate it, at the most. But the three of us going out to dinner together, stuff like that just wouldn't happen. I'm sorry.
Me too.
The party was starting to die down, and most of the guests had already left. I mingled with people I knew, the conversation always leading to business, because that was what these events were all about. We might be dressed in gowns and tuxes with fancy drinks in our hands, but we were still doing back-alley deals. I hadn't seen Dante or Giovanni in a while, so I assumed they'd hit it off in their private chambers. The business would expand to a new frontier, and even though I was singularly responsible for that success, he would act like I didn't do shit. If he weren't Scarlett's father, and he weren't making me even richer than I already was, I would have crossed him a long time ago. I stood with a drink in one hand, the other in my pocket, listening to one of the guys talk about the recent shipment issues. Severe weather had affected several cargo ships in the Atlantic, and then one of the passages had been blocked by a tanker issue. It caused all kinds of problems for all kinds of industries. But my eyes glanced past him to the woman who caught my eye. She spoke with a woman she knew, wearing a fake smile that was still stunning. She held herself with a strong posture, always keeping her arms at her sides rather than fidgeting or crossing them. It was a silent stance of confidence, the same kind her father exuded, and I'd wondered if she inherited that or just picked up on it. My stare remained, seeing the golden necklace around her throat, the bracelet on her wrist. Her hair looked so soft, I could practically feel it graze my fingertips. When this boring evening finally came to a close, I could have her away from everyone else, in the little apartment that had become a sanctuary. In the morning, she would make breakfast, one of her lighter-than-air pastries, and she would serve it wearing one of my t-shirts. Those were the moments I lived for now, not the late-night drops or the clandestine meetings. The adrenaline didn't hit me anymore. It was the peace she gave me that provided me the biggest hit. Someone else moved into my view. It was Dante. He came to Scarlett's side, but his eyes were locked on mine from across the room, and his look was easy to read. He brought his glass to his lips and took a drink as he stared me down, threatening me to look away. But I stared anyway. I went home and waited for her to text me. I wasn't sure if Dante would drop her off right away or if they would go out for something to eat or a drink. That seemed unlikely because it was already midnight, but the last thing I wanted was for him to walk her to her apartment and figure out that I was already there waiting for her. I wasn't sure what his look meant. Did he suspect I was still bedding his daughter? Or did he suspect that I still wanted her? I hoped it was the second one. It would be stupid to make an assumption based on a single stare, but Dante was a stupid man. She texted me.
Are you still coming over?
Been waiting for you to text me. I'd already changed out of my tux and put on my sweatpants, since she liked them so much.
Then get your ass over here.
Yes, ma'am. It was the first time I'd smiled all evening. I'll pick up a pizza on the way.
Good. I hate all that pretentious shit.
I left my place, grabbed a pizza on the way, and then entered her apartment. The second I walked inside, I stilled, because she was on the couch in black lingerie, stockings, a teddy, a see-through push-up bra. I dropped the pizza on the entryway table without taking my eyes off her. She was positioned on the couch, her feet tucked near her thighs, her beautiful hair pushed to one side. Her makeup was darker, too, like she added a shadow to her eyelids. Her chin was propped on her curled fingers.
Still thinking about that blonde?
She asked with a voice full of venom. I moved into the living room and approached her, my dick hard in my sweatpants, the second I walked in the door. Even if I had been, I'm definitely not thinking about her now. I moved to my knees in front of her and slid my hands underneath her body, cradling her so I could tug her toward me. Her knees pressed tightly together, refusing to give me access to what I wanted most. Baby, you know you're the only one. I grabbed one knee and forced it back. She let me move it before she relaxed her legs. My face moved between her thighs, and I kissed the exposed flesh above her stockings, kissing the soft skin of her inner thighs, slowly inching up higher to the object of my desires. She breathed harder the closer I moved, and then my lips landed on hers, giving her a slow kiss. She inhaled a deep breath as her head tilted back, her thighs relaxed even more. I'll make it up to you, pretty. I kissed her hard and then harder, hitting her just right to make her writhe on the couch. Her fingers fisted my hair a moment later, and she ground into me, moaning quietly, sliding farther down the couch. Axel. My arms supported her legs as I kissed her, as I gave her clit the pressure she liked. My tongue moved around and around, swirling the way her fingers did. My hips started to thrust automatically, and I knew I'd primed her for release. But I didn't let her finish. I moved away and pulled my shirt over my head. She released a growl that came out as a wince. I dropped my sweatpants and let my cock free before I positioned her on the couch so I could move between her thighs. I bent her underneath me, her head propped on the armrest, then I slid inside her, entered the best pussy I'd ever had. The moan she gave was visceral. Sorry, baby. I thrust into her hard and fast, making the couch shake because I moved so forcefully. You're so fucking fine, I couldn't wait. When I woke up the next day, I knew it was early afternoon because of the warmth in the bedroom. The sun pierced the closed curtains and filled it with summer heat. Once I became conscious, I heard all the sounds I loved. The running water from the faucet in the kitchen, the sound of pans on the stove, the fridge opening then closing. I could smell it, too. I smelled the bacon, best of all. I lay there and treasured it, knowing she was out there in my t-shirt and barefoot. Once upon a time, my mother used to make breakfast on the weekends. I guess it reminded me of that, which was both a happy memory and also now a sad one. I lay there for several minutes, just listening, treasuring the peace and joy this woman gave me. I was with someone who wanted me for me, not my money, and someone who knew my soul better than my own parents ever did. It was more than I could ever ask for. I finally got out of bed and took a quick shower, helping myself to her body soap, her razor to shave my face, and her toothbrush. After a quick towel dry, I put on my boxers and my sweatpants and headed into the kitchen. The pans on the stove were still hot and dirty, and the sink was piled with dishes that she'd accumulated, but the table was set with all her masterpieces. There were chocolate croissants, scrambled eggs with Gruyere cheese, crispy bacon, and a stack of pancakes. Morning, baby. She turned to me, a smile on her face, my shirt a blanket on her. Morning, babe. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed me as she cupped my face. I pulled her close and grabbed her ass. Damn, this looks good. The food or my ass? I smirked. Both. She smiled, then grabbed a mug and filled it with coffee before she placed it on the table. I sat down across from her, and together we had a grand breakfast. My chef was classically trained in Paris, but her food was better than his. Fuck, this is so good. You really have a knack for this. She stabbed her fork into her eggs and ignored the compliment. You think I'd lie to you? No, but I think you're biased. I'm not. I fucked you last night and then cooked you breakfast the next morning. Yes, you're going to be biased. I'd like your food no matter what, but when I say you have the talent of a chef, I mean that. And I'm not saying that just because you have a great pussy. She smirked as she looked down at her food. It'd be fun if I bought a restaurant and you ran it. Made a bunch of recipes, something we could do together. The restaurant business is stressful. But it'd be fun. That just doesn't sound like an easy job for a parent. And working in the drug business is? I asked incredulously. Don't start, she said coldly. I didn't know she even wanted kids. So she wanted to lead a criminal organization while breastfeeding? While taking the kids to school, how did she expect to do all that? But instead of being the voice of reason, I kept my mouth shut. It was a beautiful morning, and she was there with me, and the last thing I wanted to do was ruin that.
Do you want to have kids? She asked. Someday?
Absolutely. She lifted her eyes from her food and looked at me.
I didn't think that would be your answer.
Why?
Your line of work, and the relationship with your parents.
My parents are assholes. If my kid tells me he didn't do something, he didn't do it. Simple as that. Even if he's fucking lying, I'm not going to turn my back on him, I said. And as for my line of work, I don't think I'll be doing this forever. Once they get to a certain age, I don't want to be working all the time. I want to spend my time with my kids, not be an absent father while my wife does all the work. Her eyes remained down as she stabbed her fork into the remainder of her eggs.
That's sweet.
But there's more to life than work.
Yeah.
She continued to stare at me. I sliced my fork through the soft pancakes and took a bite. We'd make beautiful babies. She smiled.
Yeah, we would.
And they'd be tall.
They would,
she said with a chuckle. And smart. The smile remained on her lips.
Yeah.
I'd only been sleeping with her for 6 weeks, but it felt like months, or a year. I'd wanted her the moment I saw her, but now that I knew her, my attraction to her was deeper than the flesh. Her smile made me warm, and the silence between our words was comforting, rather than stifling. I was talking about having kids, when my ex and I hadn't mentioned that once, not even when we were married. But with Scarlett, it was easy. So fucking easy. I pulled up to the estate and parked my car. Tonight I had a meeting with both Dante and Giovanni. Dante somehow charmed my colleague into a working relationship, and now it was time to lay the groundwork for that operation. It was evening, so the conversation would take place over dinner. I entered through the double doors and stepped into the parlor, the lights on low, the smell of flowers and sandalwood in the air. I slid my hands into my pockets as I slowly paced around the room, gazing at the artwork on the walls that I didn't care about. The furniture was dark, the rugs were dark too, and the walls were covered with a gray wallpaper. Everything matched Dante's personality perfectly, dark and elegant. Footsteps approached. The sound of heels was distinct. They grew louder until they rounded the corner, and then the point of her heels tapped against the bare hardwood. Scarlett entered the room in a black pencil skirt with her collared shirt tucked into the waistband, looking professional but also fuckable. Her eyes shifted to me, but they only remained for a brief second before they darted away. Her father was right behind her. "Good night, sweetheart."
Bye, Dad.
She gave him a hug as he kissed her on the temple. Then she walked past me and out the doors, her computer bag over her shoulder, and disappeared a moment later. The second she was gone, Dante's face fell. The warmth in his eyes turned to ice, and the features of his face hardened to stone. His rage was quiet, but rampant and potent. He stared at me for several seconds, his hostility filling the space that surrounded us, the air becoming so thick it was hard to breathe. I held his stare and waited for the explosion. "You seem to have a death wish, Axel." Here we go. Was I unclear before? He slid his hands into his pockets, then took a step closer to me. I didn't want to lie anymore. Didn't want to pretend Scarlett meant nothing to me. And I didn't want to tiptoe around this man any longer, this fucking psychopath. "Kill me then." His eyes narrowed at the threat. "She'll know it was you, and then she'll want nothing to do with you." Several more seconds passed as he stared me down, his silent eyes sharp like knives. "Yes, that thought crossed my mind as well. So you've left me with no other choice." He turned to his man standing in the corner, his arms resting together in front of his waist. All he did was give a slight nod, and that man ran off. Dante turned his gaze back to me, and then slowly, the corner of his mouth rose in a smile, this plan a great source of mirth. A moment later, I heard more footsteps, and then the man rounded the corner with my father. He had my father by the arm, bruised and bloody all over his face, blood stained on the collar of his shirt. His glasses were gone because they must have broken when he was punched in the face. The man shoved him hard to the floor, making my father cry out in pain as he was sent to the hardwood. Dad. Dante pulled out the gun so fast and pointed it at me. Back. I was forced to still on the spot, seeing my father on his hands and knees as he tried to right himself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Dante pointed the gun at my father's head. He's here because of you, Axel. Because you disobeyed my wishes and snuck around behind my back. This is what happens to people who cross me. Stop pointing the gun at him. Dante moved closer and pressed the barrel right against his head. My father remained still when he felt the cold metal, and he breathed harder as he panicked. Dante's maniacal eyes were focused on me. This is between you and me, not him. He's just an old man. Let him go. Wish I could. But like you said, I can't kill you. Then he smirked. So I guess this old man will have to do. You think I won't tell Scarlett? He cocked the gun. These are my demands. You will end your relationship with Scarlett. The justification is your choosing. And then you'll stay the fuck away from my daughter. He pressed the barrel into my father's skull again. Or I'll shoot this asshole. I shifted my gaze to my father, who was trembling and moaning incoherently, scared shitless. Dante grabbed my attention. Tell her about this, and I'll shoot this asshole. This is so fucked up. Is it? He asked. Would you rather it be your mother? My heart dropped into my stomach. Because I almost took her instead, but then I remembered I'm still a gentleman. I held Dante's gaze, desperate to fight for Scarlett, but also desperate to get that gun off my father. I didn't do it. Shut up, Axel. My daughter is naive, but I'm not. I really didn't do it. Whatever you say. Instead of interfering in her relationship, why don't you just talk to her? Do we have a deal or not? Because my finger is about to slip. I wanted to scream. Dante, I love your daughter, and I'm pretty sure she loves me too. You don't know what love is, Axel. You're a rapist and a wife-beater, and you're a liar. I told you to stay away from her, but you fucking did it anyway just to get under my skin. Trust me, that was not the reason. He lost his temper and slammed the gun into my father's head. I'm talking, bitch. Jesus. I tried to move from my father, but then one of Dante's men pointed a gun at me. My father had collapsed on the floor and he was bleeding from the head. Dante stared me down. Do we have a deal or not? Because if we don't, I'll kill your father and come after your mother next. And if that's not enough, then I'll go to Uncle Donovan, Aunt Kelsey, and the list goes on and on. You're a fucking psychopath. I know. He continued to hold the gun steady. Love makes us do crazy things. This isn't love. Do you accept my terms? He asked in annoyance. Leave her and never speak of this. I will keep a team of men on your parents at all times for fucking years, ready to kill both of them if you try anything. This would hurt her, and it would hurt me even more. But my father was on the floor bleeding from the head, so scared he'd probably already wet himself. He'd turned his back on me, so I should do the same to him, but I couldn't. He was there because of me. His estrangement wasn't enough to protect him from my unsavory affairs. Yes. Dante grinned. You made the right decision. He pointed the gun at my father's arm and pulled the trigger. The gunshot was loud in the parlor, like an explosion rather than a single bullet. My father screamed and clutched his arm, the blood everywhere. I dropped down to my father and hooked my arm under his to get him to his feet. Dante stuffed his gun into the back of his jeans. That's for crossing me, Axel. I got my father to the ER. They stopped the bleeding, did a couple of x-rays, and then took him to surgery to repair the shattered bones and retrieve the bullet. I sat alone in the waiting room, staring blankly at the screen that showed the news. There was a story about the market festival coming to Florence, and then an international story about an Italian native who had been kidnapped on their holiday in London. The back of my head rested against the wall as the emptiness dropped inside me like a weight. When I'd woken up yesterday, it was to my woman making me breakfast. I did the dishes, and then we returned to bed where I'd spent the rest of the afternoon between her legs or in her arms. And now that was over. Hours later, I was permitted entry to my father's room. He was still asleep in the bed, propped up with his arm in a cast. His head had been shaved so they could staple the wound shut. His face was pale, and he looked frail in the white bed surrounded by white walls. I hadn't called my mother. She would turn hysterical, and I wasn't ready to deal with it. It was hard enough to be the recipient of their silent hatred and resentment, but to hear her scream how much she regretted having me, I couldn't take it. Not now. Not when I was about to lose the one person who actually gave a shit about me. My father stirred before his eyes opened. They seemed to be heavy because he strained to lift his eyelids. Then he stared at the room with an empty gaze, still lethargic from the anesthesia. It took him moments to recall what had happened, to remember how he'd gotten there and what had happened to his arm. He dropped his head and looked at his arm next, wincing when he tried to turn it to examine the cast. Then he looked at me, and the world stopped. There should have been anger, but instead there was terror. Pure, unbridled terror. He sat up farther in bed to prepare himself for an attack that wasn't coming. His breathing immediately spiked, and then the monitor beeped because his heart rate had skyrocketed. I knew it would alert the nurse any moment. With a shaky breath, he spoke. "Just leave me alone. Please, just go." I bowed my head because I wasn't prepared for this. I'd prepped myself for the anger and the insults, all the horrible things that I deserved to hear. But I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for my father to be terrified of his only son. I'd known my parents and I would never have a reconciliation, but now it was certain. Whatever slim chance we'd had been taken away. I'm sorry. I didn't look at my father before I got up and walked out.
12. Scarlet. I hadn't heard from Axel in a few days. The last time I saw him was when I'd left the estate and he had arrived to join a meeting with my father. Now that the weekend had arrived, I expected an invitation to dinner or a sleepover at his place until Monday. But that invitation never came. He usually texted me throughout the day to either tease me or flirt with me, maybe even send a picture of himself shirtless just so I could tell him how hot he was. But all of that stopped. My intuition told me something was wrong. There was no proof or evidence for it, just a gut feeling, an interpretation of his silence. I decided to text him in the hope I would be proven wrong. "I miss you, babe." I stared at the screen and waited for the 3 dots to appear. They didn't. It was rare for me to text him without getting an immediate response. Whether it was daytime or nighttime, his responses fired off almost immediately. And I knew he grinned every time he saw my name on the screen. I sat on the couch and continued to wait, too stressed to focus on the TV. I hadn't had dinner yet, but I had no appetite when I was this worried. The last time I saw Axel, everything was perfect, and now it was as if he'd ghosted me. Hours passed, and there was still nothing. I knew I should play it cool and not blow up his phone with desperation, but I was fucking terrified. Terrified I was about to lose the best thing that had ever happened to me. Is something wrong? I left it at that and refused to text him again. Now he knew I was insecure, and ever since I'd met Axel, he'd never made me feel that way. I always knew where I stood with him, never had to question his attraction or commitment. And that was another thing I loved about him. He didn't play games. Didn't play it cool. Didn't pretend not to care just to hold the power. He was all in from the beginning. But now, I felt like I'd lost him. I was at the estate the next day when my heart tumbled into my stomach at the sight of him. Through the windows, I could see him approach one of the tables in the courtyard and take a seat, waiting for my father to join him to talk numbers. The pain in my chest burned like it was on fire. He sat there in a t-shirt and sunglasses, relaxed like I hadn't texted him last night and asked for his reassurance. He had to know he would see me here at some point, and he just didn't care? A part of me wanted to flee and ignore him, but another part of me wanted to march outside and slap him so hard he flew out of the chair. Instead of taking the high road, I marched out there, my frantic heart rolling around in my chest, and dropped into the chair across from him. His chin lifted to meet my gaze, but he gave no discernible reaction, like he expected this. I gave him the chance to speak first, to tell me he dropped his phone in the toilet and didn't have a chance to get a new one, or he was forced to leave the country for a few days and had no reception, anything. But he only stared at me, his beautiful eyes hidden behind the dark lenses. I don't understand what's going on. It was the most I could say when I was this emotional and overwhelmed. Would you care to explain? He dropped his chin again and looked at the table. Let's talk about this later. He spoke in a quiet voice to muffle our conversation even though no one was around. It was not the assurance I hoped for. You mean like last night when I texted you and you ignored me? That probably would have been a good time. He crossed his arms over his chest. What is happening right now? I can't do this right now. What did I do? I demanded. We were happy on Sunday, and now it's a week later and we aren't speaking. What could I have possibly done to piss you off like this? You didn't do anything. Then tell me what's happening. I'll come by tonight, he said firmly. We'll talk then. No, go back inside before your father comes out. I'd rather him not see us together. My body was racked with trembles and shivers. Despite the heat of the summer day, I'd never felt so cold. I could feel myself shake like I was on the verge of hypothermia. Instead of breaking down into a mixture of tears and screams, I forced myself to leave the table and walk away with my head held high. And my heart shattered in my chest. I'm on my way. I was relieved that he'd made good on his word. But I was also terrified by that message. It was so straightforward and simple, with no emotion whatsoever, no attachment. It felt like we were about to have a business meeting. Instead of taking a seat on the couch as I waited, I paced the room, my arms crossed over my chest, my heart squeezed so tight I felt like I might pass out. The anxiety of the impending moment was almost too much, almost made me want to leave the apartment altogether. But then he walked inside, dressed in all black, his sunglasses gone because it was nighttime. He entered the room and looked at anything but me for several seconds. Then he finally straightened his head and locked his gaze with mine. I felt like I would die right then. His stare wasn't what it used to be. There was no light or joy in his gaze. There was only coldness and indifference. He treated me like I was a business associate, or someone who had already given him what he wanted, and he had no further use for me. How could everything change so quickly? I don't understand. It was all I could bring myself to say. He closed his eyes and looked away. Scarlet, it just ran its course. Ran its course? My arms dropped to my sides in shock. On Sunday, you were talking about us having kids. Run its course, my fucking ass. God, I could slap him right now. What aren't you telling me, Axel? Because this makes no fucking sense. His eyes remained glued to mine, dead on the surface. You said you love it when I call you babe. He said nothing. And now, we're just done? I snapped. What aren't you telling me? His eyes shifted away. This isn't you. Scarlet. Baby! As I said it, my voice cracked. That's what you call me, not fucking Scarlet. He closed his eyes and gave a sigh, like he was desperately annoyed or deeply wounded. I don't want you to call me Scarlet. He kept his eyes closed. I just don't think this is going to work. Why? He opened his eyes. It's just not. Why? I don't want a wife who's a kingpin. Maybe you think you can be a mother and a ruthless crime lord, but no, you can't.
That's not what I want in a partner. I told you I'm going to leave the game once I settle down. But you're too ambitious for that. It's not going to work. I'm willing to make sacrifices for this relationship. But it's just too soon to... I'd rather not waste my time. Waste your time? I asked coldly. I don't believe you. He looked away. You're lying. This isn't the man I know. He kept his gaze averted. Come on, Axel, I fucking know you. And this isn't you. I shoved him in the chest. He backed up, but still wouldn't look at me. Tell me the truth. I tried to get in his face, to force him to look at me, but he sidestepped me and walked away. I know what we have is real, so there's something you aren't telling me. His back was to me and he looked out the window. You would never hurt me like this. A heavy breath escaped his lungs before he turned around to face me. Scarlett, did my father say something to you? I moved closer. That's it, isn't it? He told you to end things with me. He has nothing to do with this, Scarlett. He spoke in a defeated voice, but his eyes looked strong. I've been married before. I've been down that road. Things are getting serious between us, and it made me realize I'm not ready for that. That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard, Axel. But it's the truth. You know I'm nothing like that bitch ex of yours. You know I would never hurt you, Scarlett. He raised his voice. You have no idea how much it hurts me to hurt you. But nevertheless, this relationship is over. We can argue about it all night if you want, but my decision will not change. Instead of whining and pleading, have some pride and hold your head high. An unstoppable chuckle came from my lips. I know this isn't you. Someone else is talking right now. He moved around me toward the door. Axel! He ignored me and kept going. Please! Instead of walking out the door, he stilled, his back to me. If it's not my father, then what is it? Because being too scared for a serious relationship is a bunch of bullshit. He remained on the threshold. I'm sorry, Scarlett. I don't believe you. He stepped out of my apartment and closed the door behind him without turning back to face me. Then his heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway as he walked away. I listened to him go. Tears pooling in my eyes, my chest convulsing with the sobs that were about to break through my ribs. I refused to believe it that the best man I'd ever known could drop me like a stone, end things without explanation, dump me like I was some meaningless lay. I just couldn't believe it.
13. Axel. I sat on the couch in my bedroom, the entire bottle of scotch on the coffee table in front of me so I wouldn't have to keep getting up to refill my glass. Wasn't sure why I bothered with a glass at all, should go straight for the bottle. The TV showed a replay of a game I'd already seen, but I couldn't focus on anything in front of me anyway. I had to relive my conversation with Scarlett over and over, listen to her reject my lies because she knew my truth, knew my heart. That made this so much fucking harder. I sat forward with my elbows on my knees, dragging my hands down my face to massage the tension out of my eyebrows and cheeks. I'd felt like shit before when my parents disowned me and my ex-wife used me, but I'd never felt this low. I was tempted to kill Dante. If I got rid of him, I could have her. But if she lost him, I would lose her anyway. There was no scenario where I got to keep her. My butler texted me. I grabbed the phone and glanced at his message. Scarlett is here to see you, sir. Oh, fuck. I dragged my hand down my face again. Shall I send her up? I had been at her apartment a few hours ago. Now it was midnight. She'd obviously combed over every single word I'd spoken to her, and now she had more to say. I could order her away, but she would show up another time. Yes. I set my glass on the coffee table and stared at the TV. My heart didn't race like it used to. The pain was so potent that it numbed me.
My reality was so unbearable that my system shut down so I wouldn't have to feel my despair. Scarlett was the first gift that had walked into my life, and now I had to return her. The door opened, and her heels sounded until she rounded the corner. I stared at the floor, elbows on my knees. There's nothing more to say, Scarlett. She came into the living room and stood in front of me, blocking the TV. I looked up to meet her gaze, not having to pretend to be annoyed because I was annoyed. I was annoyed that she didn't make this easy on me. She reached behind her back and unzipped her dress. Oh no. It fell down around her feet, revealing a black thong and matching bra. Oh, fuck. She walked to me in her heels, then dropped her knees on either side of my thighs, straddling my hips, her perfume washing over me as her hands palmed my bare chest. Her hand cupped my face and she looked at me. I know this is real. I closed my eyes because it was fucking torture. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Her strands of hair fell down to my chest as she dipped her head to kiss me, to press those pillow-like lips against mine. I'm not letting you go. I inhaled a deep breath as I kissed her, the pain in my chest rising to a new level. This was the sexiest Scarlett had ever been, fighting for me like a soldier on a battlefield. It made me fall for her harder, and it made it hurt 1,000,000 times more. Her kisses deepened as my mouth reciprocated, and soon her tongue was in my mouth, dancing with mine. My restraint came loose, and my hands gripped her perky ass, kneading the muscle under the soft flesh. I turned my head to kiss her at a different angle, pulling her toward me, lifting my hips so she could feel how hard she made me. Baby. I spoke against her mouth as I unclasped her bra and let it fall off her shoulders. She grabbed the top of my boxers and tugged everything down, letting my cock come free. I grabbed her thong and yanked it to the side, stretching the fabric until it nearly came apart. She slid down my length, her tight opening taking me slowly, until she pushed through, sliding down my base until she could go no further. Her lips paused against mine as she breathed, and she panted at the feeling of me inside her. My hands were on her ass again, squeezing those cheeks. She started to move on top of me, slide up and down, fuck me nice and slow as her warm breaths blanketed my face. My hand slid into her hair, and I tilted my head back so I could watch her face as she moved on top of me. As I felt the connection between our souls, the burn of our hearts. In that moment, I could have fallen even deeper, but then I was reminded of my ugly reality, that this could only end one way. When I woke up the next morning, she was beside me. She was hooked around my body, her arm across my chest, her hair a mess from the way I'd ruffled it the night before. We'd left the couch and made it to the bed, and she was so fucking irresistible that I couldn't stop myself. I made love to her all night and enjoyed every damn second of it. But now the morning came and reality with it. Fuck, I said under my breath. I scooted out of the bed and was careful not to wake her before I put on my clothes and stepped into the other room. It was cowardly just to take off and leave her there, but I didn't know what else to do. If Dante knew she'd slept over here, my father would be dead. Are you leaving? Her voice reached me from the other room. I froze on the spot, caught in the act. She left the bed, pulled on one of my t-shirts, and then joined me in the other room. Accusation was in her eyes, like she knew nothing had changed, despite her expert seduction. I meant what I said last night. She looked me dead in the eye, her confidence sexy. I'm not going to let you go, so whatever issues you have, we can work them out together. This was worse than breaking up with her. She fought for me because she knew that what we had was real, that my abrupt change in attitude wasn't powerful enough to change that fact. She believed in me more than anyone else ever had. What the fuck was I supposed to say to that? Last night was just a booty call as far as I'm concerned. Her eyes retained their confidence. Right. I meant what I said before. We're done. Just tell me the truth, because I don't believe a word of this bullshit. The truth is I'm bored with you, I said. It was fun and exciting. Fuck off, Axel, she snapped. It's my father, isn't it?
That's the only explanation for all of this bullshit.
Your father has nothing to do with this. I had to convince her of that, because if she accused her father of an intervention, he'd kill both of my parents. I couldn't tell her and ask her to keep it a secret because the knowledge would make her treat her father differently, and he would pick up on that. If he did, I would just tell you. Her eyes watched mine, shifting back and forth. I've come to realize I want something else.
I can't listen to this anymore.
She walked to the couch and grabbed the clothes she'd worn the night before, her bra and dress, and quickly put them back on.
When you decide to be a man and tell me the truth, you know where to find me.
She slipped on her heels, grabbed her purse, and then walked out. I knew that wouldn't be the end of her. She wouldn't let it be the end. The second I arrived at the estate, I knew Dante knew. Men were positioned in every corner of the parlor, their guns on their hips, ready to shoot me down if their leader ordered it. Dante stepped into the room a moment later, his eyes as maniacal as they had been the other night. Your parents are having lunch at Le Comte. On the drive home, my men will swarm their car on both sides and pump them with lead. I knew he was watching the both of us closely. He knew she'd come to my place last night and stayed until morning. I went to her apartment and broke up with her like I said I would, but the problem is she won't let me break up with her. She came to my place afterward because she doesn't believe that I'm being genuine. And I was fucking proud that she didn't believe me. My baby knew I would never do this to her, not unless my arm was twisted behind my back and there was a gun to the back of my head. Then make her believe it's genuine, he said coldly. Well, that's hard to do when she knows I'm hung up on her. When she knows I'm fucking crazy for her. Dante stared at me and slowly crossed his arms over his chest. She even asked if you were behind this because me just dumping her isn't believable. And what did you say? No, obviously. I made up some bullshit about not wanting to commit, how I didn't want to be with her if she was your successor. But she didn't believe any of that. She knows how I feel about her, so there's nothing I can do to make her believe I don't want her. I can't break up with someone who won't let me break up with them. He stared at me, the annoyance written all over his face. Then your parents will die in 20 minutes. Dante. Killing him was starting to sound like a more plausible option. Your daughter is happy with me. Very fucking happy. Why the fuck would you want to take that away from her? Because you aren't good enough for her, he said coldly. Fucking trash. He looked me up and down like I was covered in filth. You want me to break your daughter's heart? I asked incredulously. What father wants that? His eyes came back to me. She's a grown-ass woman, she'll get over it. You're the one who's not good enough for her, if you ask me. His gaze hardened to ice. I held his stare. He turned over his shoulder slightly. Shoot them in the restaurant. Want to make sure it hits the news. The man stepped away to make the call. Stop. Dante turned back to me. Yes. I will uphold my end of the deal, I just need more time. I've already been generous, letting your parents live as long as I have. Well, I can't break up with a woman who's crazy about me. He studied me, his eyes full of despisal. Then make her hate you. Not possible. I will take her to dinner tomorrow night at La Fornaio at 7. Be there with someone else. Problem solved. My heart plummeted into my stomach and then splashed in acid. It made me physically sick. That'll crush her, and it'll solve your problem. I wouldn't do that to her. I wouldn't let her believe she meant so little to me. Just give me more time. I'll figure out a way. This is what we're doing. Be there tomorrow at 7. Don't make me do that to her. She'll get over it. I couldn't stand this man, couldn't stand his face, couldn't stand anything about him. My father turned his back on me. His own son was innocent, but I never got the benefit of the doubt. When the wolves came for me, he let them feast, but he would never, ever do something like this. Dante turned away as he slid his hand into his pocket. Tomorrow at 7, Axel. You're a fucking monster, I said. And one day, she'll see it.
14. Scarlet. I texted Axel a couple times, no response. I refused to believe he really wanted a breakup. Something had spooked him, or he'd spooked himself. When I went to his place, I thought I could fuck him into thinking logically. But the next morning, he was back to his cold distance. I stormed off and expected him to come after me or text me. But he did neither of those things. I'd never chased a man before, and it didn't feel good to chase the same man over and over. To convince him to stay with you when he should want that himself. But something still didn't feel right. Like I had a puzzle with a missing piece. Like I had a research paper without the footnotes. A situation without the context. Axel wouldn't lie to me, but it felt like he was lying to me now. I was in the office when my father walked in. "Hey, sweetheart." He was in slacks and a button-up shirt, looking more like a banker than a criminal. "Hey, Dad, sorry, I'm almost done." I was way behind schedule, so distracted by my situation with Axel that I couldn't focus on anything. "There's no rush. I came here to invite you to dinner tonight." Oh. Normally I would jump at the chance, but right now my life had become hectic. "Let's go to La Fornaio. I know you love that place." "I do, but do you already have plans?" He slid his hands into the pockets of his trousers. The only plans I had were trying to get Axel to talk to me. But I'd grown tired of the cat-and-mouse game. Sure. Great. I'll pick you up at 6:45. All right. He smiled before he walked out of the room. I tapped the screen of my phone, hoping there was a text from Axel, but there wasn't. He ignored me. I didn't put as much effort into my appearance as I normally would. I didn't have the energy, the ambition. The hollow pain in my stomach had become permanent, and everything seemed to take far more energy than I had. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a face I didn't care for, and no amount of mascara and eyeliner would change that. What if Axel dumped me? Because he wanted to. What if he really had grown tired of me? What if there was no bigger reason? I slipped on my heels just as my father knocked on the door. I dreaded this dinner. Didn't have the desire to sit there and chat over food when I didn't have an appetite. I loved my father and he was my best friend, but even his company was undesirable. I grabbed my clutch and opened the door. "Hey, Dad." "Hey, sweetheart." He touched my arm, then leaned in to kiss me on the cheek. "You look beautiful." "Thanks." He held the door open for me, then walked beside me in the hallway. "What are you going to get?" "For what?" I asked. "Dinner," he said with a chuckle. "You usually know before we even get in the car." "Oh, right." I forced a smile. "I'm not sure yet, been busy today." "What about you?" "Maybe the lasagna, but it depends on their specials." We got into the back seat, and his driver took us to the restaurant, which was several blocks away, and a long drive with all the traffic. We spent that time in silence, and I ached to check my phone, to see if Axel had texted me even when I fully knew he hadn't. I looked out the window and noticed all the couples on the street, holding hands or eating gelato together. I pictured Axel walking down the street, holding the pizza box that he would deliver right to my door. "Sweetheart." I turned to look at my father. He stared at me like I was supposed to say something. I asked how your friends are doing. "Oh, they're good," I said. "Shelley and I went wine tasting last week." "That's nice," he said with a nod. "Everything all right?" "You seem distracted." "No, I was just daydreaming about a man who may not want me anymore." We arrived at the restaurant and were seated at a table for two. There was a little vase of flowers on the white tablecloth, and a short and fat white candle sat there, the single flame still because there was no draft in the restaurant. Our menus were presented, and my father immediately ordered the wine for the table. The basket of bread was placed between us, and while I would normally devour it, I had no desire. My father finished with his menu and set it aside,
You haven't looked at your menu, sweetheart.
Oh. I grabbed it and held it up. Yeah. I scanned through it, decided on my usual, and then put the menu down. The waiter poured the wine, then took our orders. "What are your specials?" my father asked. The waiter listed them all off. Salmon pappardelle, lobster ravioli in a cream sauce, and grilled swordfish with mashed potatoes. "The lobster ravioli sounds good," he said as he handed his menu over. "I'll take that. And sweetheart, the gnocchi?" "Yeah, sure. My daughter will take the gnocchi." He grabbed my menu and handed it over. When the waiter walked away, I took a big drink of the wine and swirled it in the glass before I took another sip. My father watched me, but kept his thoughts to himself. I tried to think of something to talk about, but I really wasn't in the mood for conversation. Couldn't think of anything to say when normally my father and I talked effortlessly. "You sure you're all right?" he asked, his fingers on the stem of his glass. "Yeah, I'm fine." I stared at my wine as I said it, but my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. "You know what?" I raised my chin and looked at him, releasing a heavy breath. "No, I'm not okay." My father observed me, turning still as a statue. "We tell each other everything, and I don't want to keep this from you anymore." His eyes were guarded and hard rather than affectionate, like he didn't want to hear what I had to say, which couldn't be possible. He was probably just nervous about my troubles. I know this was a stupid decision on my part, but I don't regret it. I wasn't sure why I'd decided to come clean to my father at the end of my relationship. A part of me believed that it would fix everything. That maybe my father was putting pressure on Axel to walk away, but Axel couldn't tell me. My father would never do that, but just in case I was wrong about that, I had to ask. "Axel and I have been in a relationship for a couple of months now." I told him, and I was terrified of the repercussions, but I was also relieved to get it off my chest. He had no reaction at all. His eyes remained hard, like I hadn't said anything at all. There was no body language either, no sigh, no clenched jaw, nothing. His fingers continued to pinch his wine glass, and he didn't take a drink. When he didn't react, I continued. It kind of just happened, and I discovered just how wonderful he is. My father pulled his fingers away from the glass. He crossed his arms over his chest and sank farther into the chair. Everything seemed great, more than great. When he suddenly broke up with me, just days before that, he'd talked about us having kids. And then he came to my apartment and dumped me. I did my best not to get emotional about it when we were in a public place, but I struggled to keep my voice steady. Something doesn't feel right. He wouldn't do that to me, wouldn't hurt me like that. I asked him to tell me the truth, but he makes up these stupid excuses that don't make sense, so I looked at my father, uncomfortable by his hard stare. I know that this is a long shot, but I have to ask, did you say something to him? My father turned his head and looked elsewhere, his arms still crossed over his chest. His features were unreadable. It seemed like he wouldn't address what I said at all, because the silence continued for so long. "Are you asking me if I interfered in your private relationship?" he asked coldly. "A secret relationship I had no knowledge of until you told me about it a couple seconds ago?" Fuck. I'd pissed him off. When I didn't answer his questions, he spoke. "No. I didn't speak to Axel." His stare became so uncomfortable that I looked out the window instead. "Sorry." He was quiet for a long time, ignoring his glass of wine, ignoring me. He seemed to find his center because he spoke again. "I'm sorry that you're hurting, sweetheart. But you shouldn't have gotten involved with Axel for many reasons. You may think he's a good guy because you like to see the good in everyone, something I love about you. But Axel is unworthy of your respect. I told you.
He served years in prison for rape and assault.
But I know he didn't do it.
Why? He asked coldly. Every guilty man says he's innocent doesn't mean that he is.
It's just not who he is. He wouldn't hurt a fly. My father looked away again, releasing a quiet sigh.
I've seen him do a lot more than hurt a fly.
If my father wasn't the reason Axel broke up with me, then there must be another explanation.
Like he really did just want to break up.
Maybe it had been fun because I was Dante's daughter and that high had worn off. Or maybe he'd just lost his attraction to me.
Sweetheart.
My eyes found his again.
He's not good enough for you, he said. Forget about him.
When we finished dinner, my father waved down the waiter to grab the check. Before the waiter could even hand him the bill, my father had his card out to be taken.
Excuse me, I need to use the restroom.
My father left me alone at the table and walked behind me to the other end of the restaurant. I sat there alone, the tablecloth covered in crumbs because I'd made a mess from digging my hands into the breadbasket. After telling my father the truth, I'd felt a little better, so my usual appetite had returned. I grabbed the last piece of bread and ripped off a corner before I popped it into my mouth, knowing I couldn't ignore a slice of fresh bread right in front of me, even if I was full. At that moment, a couple passed by as they were led by the hostess. I wouldn't have noticed them if the guy didn't stand out so much. 6-foot-something in a button-down shirt with the sleeves pushed to his elbows. He walked behind the blonde woman, his slacks tight on his rock-hard ass. His back was like a mountain, massive shoulders leading to a narrow waist. I'd never felt this sick in my life. Toward the other side of the restaurant, they took their seats. The man faced me to pull out her chair for her. And once I got a full look at his face, I recognized him. It was Axel. He took the seat across from her. Then I recognized her, Cassandra from the gala, the one who had been making a pass at him right in front of me. And now she got him. He was too busy to text me back all day, but he wasn't too busy to take her to dinner. He'd just fucked me the night before, woke up next to me in his bed, but he was out with someone else. In that moment, everything made sense. He'd been seeing her behind my back since the moment they'd met. He preferred her to me, so he carelessly dumped me. My father hadn't intervened. Axel had just replaced me with someone better. I was in the middle of the restaurant with my father in the bathroom, so I couldn't cry. I'd have to hold back those tears until I got home, where I could sob my heart out in private. I pulled out my phone and stared at Axel's message box. I was tempted to text something nasty in the hope he would read it in the middle of his date. But then I realized he wouldn't care. He didn't care if he hurt me. That was how he dumped me. I typed out a message but hesitated before I sent it. My father appeared at the table.
Ready to go, sweetheart?
Yeah. I didn't think about it further before I pressed send. Goodbye, Axel.